Still figuring out this new setup here. Is that working? Audio working? I think it's working. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Once again, today we are going to celebrate the work that you have been creating over the past few months. So let's get right to it. Maybe even actually before we get right to that, let's just cover a couple little of the admin stuff here. If you want to support the channel, you find anything you're about to see useful, helpful, interesting, funny, then consider leaving a donation. There's lots of different ways that you can support the channel. You can just hit like, subscribe, and the notification bell. But if you want to support with a small price of a cup of coffee or something, consider donating via PayPal. If you click that link, it'll send you to this page where you can safely donate to support the channel. Other ways you can donate would be an e-transfer or a check in the mail. You can contact me through my email, which is on the Facebook group and my website. And speaking of the Facebook group, there's the link to the Facebook group where you can scan that QR code or enter the email address or the web address there, and it'll take you to this page where you can donate to support, or not donate, where you can upload your artwork to the Facebook group, and that's where all of the images you're about to see came from our Facebook group. Super supportive group, and of course, you know, if you're joining us for the first time and you want to get painting, then one of the just want to do a quick little shout out to the Dropbox with all of the information about getting started, supplies, and the free supply guide, which you can download and print out and go to your art supply store. It's also where you're going to see all the outlines and artwork that people like maybe yourself can find and then recreate many of the paintings that we're going to be looking at here in a moment. Okay. Carrie says, "Hello, Michael. What will you be painting today?" Well, first of all, thanks for watching and thanks for the comment. Today we're just going to be looking at paintings that people like yourself might have made and uploaded to the Facebook group. So rather than me painting today, I'm celebrating your paintings and drawings as well. I should also say that even if you've just started the drawing course that I did here on YouTube 4 years ago, which has millions of views, the most successful thing I've ever done here on YouTube. It's all free, anybody can watch it, and I still give people feedback on the drawings that people have done. So we'll be looking at those drawings as well. So, okay. How did I want to begin today? I had something really smart. Well, I guess I just wanted to kind of give people a little bit of catch up from where we were before. So I posted this image to the Facebook group last month, just as I was moving from one studio to another. And you can see this is the studio that I was in for, what, 7 years? All 4 of which I was doing these live streams. And this is my studio, the view from behind the scenes, right before I disassembled the tables and the lights and everything for the final time, before I moved into where I am now, just about a month ago now. So I just wanted to, maybe not everyone is on the Facebook group, so here I just posted, I'm showing you this image here. So basically, if you were to walk straight forward there, your belly would bump into the table just like I'm standing right now, and so all the cameras were on the other side. Now, so whenever you look at those older videos and you see the green curtains in behind me and all the shelves, all of that was basically where the photograph was taken there. It was obviously also a lot more things in the room there over the years. There was a whole bunch of other shelves on the other side behind the camera, kind of where you see those stairs. All that was just full of shelves and artwork and everything. So this is right before we moved. And let me just share with you. And so this is the studio that I'm in right now. This was as it was under construction, and now all in behind here is where a bunch of artwork is, and camera equipment, lights, and all this kind of stuff. So now I've got a kind of a more compact, dedicated art space or filming space that I'm still setting up. So that's one of the delays today, of just trying to get everything organized and get everything off the ground. Okay, so let's start. The plan for today is we're gonna look at paintings that you guys have created in class based on the various different episodes that I've done recently, since I think about July. And then we're going to look at paintings that you've done independently of those classes, which is where we want to get to. I think, you know, after you've done a number of these episodes with me, you're like, I think I've got this. I want to start doing my own stuff. And that's what I would call an intermediate artist, someone who's done the basic episodes, learning how to mix a color wheel, and then done some of the basic beginner episodes where we're painting some of the easier artworks, and then feels like, yeah, I'm going to start tackling my own subject matter, my own interests, my own themes, artworks that I find interesting, or you find interesting, right? So let's go to the, and then we're going to talk about drawings. So the last half of this class is all going to be looking at drawings that you guys have sent in. And I should also say there's a really cool thing that I'm going to share right at the very end of the episode. So if you're watching this after it aired, you can just jump right to the very end. I'll put timestamps and stuff like that at the very end after the live stream ends. And check out that, because it's something that one of you sent in that just blew my mind. And so I want to share that as a kind of close and tease you a little bit with that, so that maybe you stick around or just jump to that there at the end. So let's, where should we go? Let's start with Paul Ranson. We had two people who looked at Paul Ranson's, or at least that I know of. I mean, obviously there's lots of people who make these artworks but don't upload them to the Facebook group for one reason or another. So I do really always appreciate those of you who go that extra little mile to document your work and send it in upload it to the Facebook group for us to talk about and for us to learn from potentially on these episodes. So we've got Tarja and Paula have both uploaded these images here. Paul Ranson was one of the primary figures of the Les Nabis movement. We've looked at it. Is it just him and Cerisier? Oh, we did a bunch of Bonnard paintings too. Maybe that's it. I know I have a number, I think about 5 or 6 other artists planned for Les Nabis for us to focus on with that group of artists, but I just don't know how many of them I've done yet. I've got so much artwork prepared for these classes that I sometimes have to look at my overall spreadsheet to make sure that we haven't done that episode yet. Okay. So, let's talk about Tarja's here. This is great. Really cool. Well done, Tarja. I don't really have any feedback beyond celebrating this work. Really well done. You know, I think I mentioned when I was painting this painting or recreating it that you know, the original artwork is very blue and kind of quite dark. I actually brightened it up a little bit to make it a little bit easier for us to see when we paint it. And technically, if you wanted to do the painting closer to the original, it would be more of a almost a totally monochrome. Well, not well. Obviously, this is almost monochrome, but tonally, and tone is the difference between light and dark, or value. Sorry, tone is gray when we add gray to a color, but value-wise, the values in the original are quite overall consistent, meaning if you turn the original into black and white, it almost goes like it looks one color, right, or one level of gray. Whereas I think the painting I did and what you've done here, Tarja, is maybe change those value relationships a little bit so that maybe the figure pops out a little bit more, which, you know, depending on how you see it, could be I've done the painting a disservice. But obviously, remember, the primary goal of these episodes is to help people learn how to paint. And I think actually, for our purpose, making it that contrast a little bit greater, just I think is helpful for people. And maybe, yeah. So anyway, we could have an argument as to whether that's a good idea or not. So I think you did a great job. Wow, this is so wonderful, Paula. Again, Paula, what I always love about the way that you do each of these episodes is you do not use the outlines and hand draw them, or sorry, you hand draw them as opposed to tracing out using the image transfer process and outlines. So there's always a little bit of a distortion that happens when you do that, when anybody does that. And I think that's a big part of the charm of your artworks here, is how kind of unique you make these. Obviously, you've amplified the yellow, or maybe that's your imprimatur coming through. That's probably what that is. So the blue background that you've applied is very thin, almost like a watercolor application. So a lot of that yellow is coming through, which actually I think is kind of cool. It makes for a bit of a different painting. But that difference not bad, it's just different. I think, you know, going back to what I was just saying about how the original is almost one solid value, there's not a lot of contrast value-wise. This is going the opposite way, really amping up the value contrast between that yellow-blue background and the figure in the center. Yeah. So that's cool. I like it when people kind of take these paintings and do with them what they may and recreate them in their own way. Let's see. Who should we look at? Who are we looking at next? Oh, well, there is one painting. I don't know. Did anybody else do this one? No one did it yet. The Platia Nelli painting, The Last Supper, which I'm still working on. The reason why I haven't done anything lately is I've packed it away in a box, and I don't know where that box is. I know I have it here. Things are a little bit disorganized. Even though I've moved a month ago, it's still, you know, anyone who's moved kind of probably can knows what that's like. Okay. Okay, so let's look at Milton Glaser's portrait of Bob Dylan, and we've got Kathy Odalis. Oh, Odalis did a couple. Oh, 3 versions. Tarja again. Okay, so we've got 5 artworks by 3 different artists to look at. Wow, that's pretty wild. Let's take that is pretty cool, Tarja. The very like kind of seamless quality here. Oh, what's going on with? Okay, live stream. Oh, it's stuttering a bit. I hope that's okay. Let me know if there's any issues there. Oh, hi Misha. Nice to see you in the chat. Tarja, this is great. What a this must have taken you some time to do this precise. Wow, I am really impressed. Because I'm sure as you were painting this, you realize, oh my goodness, painting inside the lines like this is difficult. That's pretty cool. I like how that turned out a lot. Well done. And then we've got these three here by Odalis. I'm not sure exactly how we pronounce that. My apologies if I've got it wrong. So I like how you've tried it a few different ways. One of the benefit of using the outline is you can do just this, right? You can download it, trace it onto various different surfaces, and then if you don't like it the first time around, you just trace it again and start it again. And also it means that we're focusing on painting rather than drawing. As I said, my drawing series on YouTube is super successful, so people can do that anytime they want to learn how to draw. And in our painting courses here, I'm trying to focus mostly on painting. I might do a new series of drawing stuff in the new year, but we'll see if people are interested in that as well. Or what new I can do to those episodes. That's pretty cool too. What is that? Just buttons, or like kind of like, what is that? Rhinestones? I'm a rhinestone cowboy. Right? Is that rhinestones or gemstones? What do we call those kinds of things? I mean, it's good. I think it's kind of funny that, like, obviously doing a Y like this is kind of tricky, so the Y actually gets much bigger. Doing an N, that's also because that would look like an H, Dilla. So there's something I kind of like that the text here is kind of fudged a little bit. It works really well though for the hair and the profile of Bob Dylan. I think this is very playful. Like, this is the kind of rhinestone jacket, jean jacket I would love to have. Like, don't you think that would be pretty cool? I actually think this would work really well on clothing. And I'm not someone who's been known to wear much rhinestone, but I think this could look awesome. And then there's Kathy. Wow. Awesome. Wow, just like Tarja here. Wow. You know, it's one of those things where I imagine anybody who's never done this kind of thing might look at it and be like, I don't know, pretty easy, paint by numbers kind of stuff. But when you actually do it yourself, creating this really graphic style in paint is way more difficult than you probably imagined. And so those of you that have tried doing this, I am super impressed. Great job, Kathy. I don't really have anything to say about this. I mean, I guess the only thing is, I think, you know, when I did this, even though this is probably where the outline says the Dylan text should go, I think I moved mine down and to the bottom, just so that it would be equally spaced between the side and the bottom here. Kind of like, oh, I guess Tarja did the same thing. Well, Odalis here sort of moved it down, it looks like, or maybe just working on a smaller canvas. Oh, interesting. I also see how Odalis put a little bit of a black border. It's a little harder to see, but wow, these are all great, you guys. Misha says, I think it's called diamonds on a t-shirt. So diamond studded jewels or something, but they're obviously not real diamonds. There's some kind of they look plastic. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Anyway, I think this is great. Okay, so let's I encourage people to do some of these episodes, go back and do some of these episodes. I often think people are kind of hesitant to do them. They think they're too difficult, or they may have done them themselves but aren't as happy with them. And then when they see what other people in the class have done as part of our community, they look at the rest and they're like, oh, wow, okay, I thought, I'm not very good, but now I look around and I feel like, oh, everyone, there's other people at my same level, and it's not perfect, not like mine was perfect at all either. And so I think it's, that's why I really applaud anybody who's willing to share their work with our group on the Facebook group, because I think it really inspires other people to maybe take that little bit of a step. Because I think for some people, they feel like, well, I'm not a real artist. It'd be really embarrassing to share my work with people. It's easier to kind of be a little bit more like a fly on the wall, or wallflower, or any other metaphor involving walls, as opposed to stepping out into the kind of the center. And so I think that's why I really applaud anybody who shares it with our group, because I think that encourages other people to do the same. Misha says, they're not real diamonds, they're just called diamonds. Yes. Of course. This would be a very expensive artwork otherwise, right? And I know that there's slightly different kinds of diamonds, but I don't know if there's I've heard of black diamonds. Is there such a thing as black diamonds, or is that just a ski hill run? No, I'm going to be thinking about that. Is there pink diamonds, red diamonds, blue diamonds? I don't know. I never really thought too much about diamonds until just this moment. Okay. So, let's look here at Panchenko. Lyubov Panchenko, a great Ukrainian artist. A bit of a tragic story. I won't get into it here, but obviously you can watch the episode and just watch the biography part if you're interested. Carrie says, yes, there are black diamonds. Okay, cool. So, how many we've got? I think 4 artworks of versions of Panchenko's. Okay, so this is another painting that I think is deceptively complicated to do. It's one of those things where people look at it like, oh, my kid could do that, but to get it, all of these pieces, these different solid colors to kind of interlock together seamlessly, like puzzle pieces, is really tricky. It requires a lot of patience, often applying the same color over, several layers of color, maybe 2, sometimes 3 layers, depending on the color, and maybe if there's other colors below, or if there's mistakes that were made that you're kind of touching up. So it is a slow, time-consuming process. I wouldn't say it's complicated, it just requires patience. And I think I saw some people made similar comments when they posted it. Yeah, Misha says, this is pretty. Oh, tell me about it. I love this paint. Well, I should also say that the original is, I think, felt or fabric that Panchenko cut out and then glued onto a much larger board. And so, I mean, if you think painting this would be tricky, just imagine cutting those shapes out and putting them together. I don't know which one would be more complicated. I suppose if you had a large drawing and you transferred it somehow with maybe some kind of carbon paper onto felt, that would make things easier-ish. But especially some of these areas where there's like the kind of flowers are inset into a larger piece of fabric. Oh my goodness. Misha says, I'm still working on the creepy painting. Very time consuming. I guess that you're thinking of the Henry Fuseli, the Nightmare painting. Maybe? Because depending on how you think about it, there's some paintings that we've done that some people that are, I think, kind of innocuous, some people find very creepy too. So, I mean, I did a portrait of Donald Trump the other day. Some people might find that kind of creepy. Speaking of, tomorrow's the big day, the big election, so we'll see how that turns out. Okay, so here's Kathy's version of the painting. Wow, that's great. You know, I love, you know, all of these versions of this painting are all a little bit different. We'll look at them all together right before I move on, but I always find it just so neat as how different people interpret this painting a little bit differently, or any of these paintings a little bit differently. Sometimes it's based on the art materials that you have, like the paints and the quality of paints and the brushes, whether it's canvas or paper, etc. And then sometimes it has to do with the lights in your studio or home, kitchen, living room, bedroom, wherever you're painting. You know, that light can look very different at 1 in the morning if you're painting versus 1 in the afternoon when the sun's out. And then, of course, also depending on your computer screen or your tablet or whatever you're using as reference, if you print it out, it might also look different. So there's a bunch of reasons, just kind of often a bunch of reasons why that might happen, like not that are beyond just like the creative process, just like technical issues. So it's kind of cool to, and then other people, then once you start painting, then people make creative decisions to do things one way or another. Just realizing that other light is pointed away from me. I think it's actually okay right now, so maybe I'll just leave it sitting there doing nothing. Okay. Wow, Paula's, woo, that's wild. So I think you can see, you know, I can imagine here Paula ran into a little bit of difficulty getting into some of these details. Like, image is a little bit blurry, but yeah, trying to paint in and around all of these shapes can become very quickly overwhelmingly complex. And especially, again, since Paula sketched this whole thing out by hand, there's a lot of detail. But I do, there is something about this, the kind of how you've taken a painting or original artwork which is very precise, what we would call like graphic, not like graphic violence, but like graphic design. In graphic design, you know, things are generally very precise, almost like when you think of like a tattoo or you think of a logo, right? All the lines kind of are they're precise. I don't know how else to put it. Versus a much more expressive type of artwork like we see here. So it's kind of cool to see, Paul, you've taken this very precise graphic image and transformed it into a very expressive painting. I think that's pretty cool. It's a total, it's like as if Panchenko was in a different parallel universe or something. That's great. Wow. Taria, holy smokes. So it's interesting here again, your interpretation, like all of the colors are much darker. Like if, you know, we compare that to like Ari's version here, you know, I guess there is darker elements there, and we see Kathy's, some darker stuff. But Taria's, yours is much darker. Wow. Yeah, it's, I mean, I think it's, maybe, is it the pinks? I think some of these magentas, these pinks, Kathy's and Ari's, are brighter. I wonder, Taria, I mean, you've done a great job in all of the artwork I've seen. We're going to look at a bunch of your work here. I do wonder if maybe the cool red that you're using might not be cool enough. It might be a little bit on the warmer side, just potentially. Just, I mean, I'm trying to just guess as to how come we don't have quite as vibrant of pinks, these magenta colors in here. So I wonder why. It's possible. I mean, again, I'm not to say that, like, potentially you made all of these decisions and you decided to kind of change those colors, and nothing wrong with that. Again, totally encourage that, but just wondering potentially if you, while you're working on this, you decide you're running into some problems with that cool red and decide to replace them, I think, with kind of a more orange color. Maybe. It's also sometimes if you're doing an image like this and it's like a whole bunch of like jigsaw puzzle pieces, and if let's say you paint one color quote unquote wrong, you're like, ah man, what do? Do I have to paint? And sometimes you don't even realize you've done that until you've got 10 other squares or something around it painted, and then you're like, oh man, do I want to go back and fix all of these things, or am I just going to embrace this happy accident, as Bob Ross says? Because I think that looks really beautiful. I'm just, again, trying to worm my way around, trying to figure out what you guys were thinking when you created these. Okay. Oops. This will be interesting. Okay. So, next we're going to talk about Jonathan Yao's portrait of King Charles here. Excellent. These are great. That is so funny. How did... I wonder, did you paint all of that, or is that the original that you photoshopped on it? It's hard to tell what's actually happened in here, because that's, if you've painted all of this and then painted these things on top, that would blow my mind, Carolyn. Or is this the original just sort of photoshopped in there? It's really... and is this just cut out and glued on the surface? I don't know exactly how that was done. Either way, just the resulting image that you've uploaded to the Facebook group is pretty cool. What is that? Huh. So maybe that's just something from the internet. Maybe I don't know what the deal with this is. Oh, because this looks like maybe that's the actual painting on display in the National Portrait Gallery. And maybe this is just something somebody photoshopped. I never really know when people post things to the Facebook group whether this is artwork they've made or photographs people have taken on in museums, and it's not always necessarily clear. And when I'm putting hundreds of these together, I don't necessarily read all of the comments when I'm putting together these episodes. So my apologies if this is all very clear on the Facebook group and I've just missed it. Okay, so here's Matthew. I love how you tried to sketch out the painting, and then looks like, is that the same image that you've painted over? No, it looks like two different images. I love this image here. That is pretty wild. So going back to what we were talking about, Paula's artwork being very expressive, here Matthew is in that same sort of vein here, like very expressive use of color. The original painting by Jonathan Yao was also very expressive in its color application, although the underdrawing was very precise. And I think that's one of the great things with his art, is how he's able to be both very precise and yet also be very expressive in the same artwork. And that is not an easy line to walk, or because it's almost like taking two often people think of them as like different ends of the spectrum, as I've almost just said earlier in this episode, basically. And Jonathan Yao is able to sort of like take those ends and fold them back around, right? So you have kind of like the spectrum, and instead of just seeing those on the other side, it's like, can I take those two opposite points and create a circle? So Matthew, I think you've done a great job here. Yes, the likeness of King Charles here is mostly gone, so it's becomes hard to really recognize him in this image. But personally, that's generally not something I'm ever concerned about, unless I've been asked or commissioned to make something and to paint someone's portrait or something, and I feel it's really important to do them justice for some particular reason, and try to get their likeness. Yeah, I'll spend a little more time on it, but generally I would much rather sort of see where the painting takes me and allow it to get a little bit strange and different and embrace all those happy accidents, right? So I like this, and I like that pink. That is cool. Really vibrant, almost fluorescent pink in there. And then Taria's here. It's funny. The imaginary conversation that I had between Jonathan and Charles was so funny. Yeah, I think in that episode I did a kind of a spontaneous routine there where I imagined the two of them kind of talking over the painting and how Jonathan was thinking of approaching it and whether Charles would approve. That's what usually happens after I've been painting for 5, 6, 7 hours at a time. My brain starts to get a little bit wonky, and things just start falling out of my mouth. I'm glad it was funny and not something else. Okay, let's look at another great artist, another one of them great masters, Paula Rego. And wow, there's Robin's version and Paula's version. Yeah, I mean, these are beautiful artworks. They're both very different. Obviously, once again, Paula likes to hand draw, eyeball it all in, doesn't use the outlines, which is awesome because it's going to create maybe a more unique, idiosyncratic artwork, as opposed to using the template. And oddly enough, Robin, I think you've gotten even closer to the original than mine. I think I do remember when I painted this one, I didn't even realize it until maybe towards the end how I kind of had diverged from hers a little bit. And I'm trying to remember exactly how, but I do remember realizing, like, thinking to myself even afterwards, like, oh, did I stray too far from the original? I kind of just got absorbed into the painting, and she looks a little bit different than the original painting, which of course I love because that's why I featured it on the channel. But I feel like this one maybe is a little bit closer to her style. It's funny, Paula Rego's work is I'm trying to think. There's something. What would be? There's something uncanny about her work. It is. It's both beautiful and yet there's something slightly disturbing about Paula Rego's work, in that something about the relationship between the viewer and the subject matter that is almost a little bit confrontational. I would say this is not the best example of this this painting of Paula Rego's work is not the best example of that, but a lot of her other works, like the subject often in this dancer series is looking directly at the viewer, kind of very in a way that is generally I mean, I was going to say discouraged, but there is a long history of portraiture in which the sitter is looking directly at the viewer. But, you know, now it's making me, I gotta look at her work again. Just see if I'm totally full of it. I mean, Paula Rego is considered to be like a really important feminist icon, and a lot of her work is intended to kind of confront the traditional ways that women have been depicted in art, usually like hyper-sexualized and lacking any power or agency. And so many of the images that she painted, and often they were, probably 90% of the images were of women, they are like, I mean, just the headline here is like fearless, that they are kind of resisting objectification in some way. Anyway, I should probably move on here. I'm just kind of put me into a bit of a, I was trying to articulate these ideas in my head a little bit here. I think this is beautiful. Like the way that this reminds me a lot more of like Picasso's neoclassical period, the 1921-ish to 27 or something. We did do one or two paintings by Picasso of that period, one of which is the portrait of Olga. I did two versions. I did one where it's just her face, and then one, the same painting, but just sort of zoomed out where you see her whole body sitting in a chair. And they're right after he finished his, or didn't finish, but after 10 years of Cubism, he went kind of classical, back to the Greek and Roman period, because he was living in Italy at the time. And there's something about that this inspires me. Anyway, great work, great work, Robin. Paula's same sort of thing here, really well done. It's also, in fact, kind of a bit of the way Paula Rego would do it is, you know, she's sort of sitting up. She's a little bit less kind of, and she's now kind of more active in pose. So I think Paula Rego would approve of your work, Paula. Both Paulas. Oh, there's Bella in the chat. Hey, Bella, how are you? Okay, let's, how many more of these should we look at? Okay. Here we've got Georgia O'Keeffe. So we'll look at some paintings by Georgia O'Keeffe. I think we did a 1, 2, 3. I did 5 Georgia O'Keeffe paintings in the span of like a month, I think, back in June or so. So obviously because I really like Georgia O'Keeffe's art, and also as I started putting together those episodes, we did at least one or two episodes focusing on her years ago. But as I was putting together this, I think this was going to be the first one I was going to do. I really dived into the research on Georgia O'Keeffe, and really just, I mean, I've always appreciated her work, but I really kind of, there's something about her biography that really connected with me as the more I kind of looked into it. And also just her overall, like, lifestyle and approach to life, and just a really very inspiring person. It makes me, I mean, I read, I got a bunch of books of her artwork from the library and was reading the kind of academic texts that were included, but it did make me want to think, like, man, I want to read some biographies of hers, and see if there's any kind of literature text poems that she wrote, because, yeah, very fascinating. Like, I mean, all of these artists I think are fascinating, but there's some of them that I connect with more personally. Like, I can see myself in them, and I hope that other people feel the same way. Not about every artist, and not necessarily about the artists I connect with, but I think that's part of why I really like diving into the biographies of these artists. Usually that makes me appreciate their work a lot more. Like, I might really like it and be like, this is a really beautiful painting, and then I kind of learn a little bit about more who they are, and sometimes that can elevate an artist whose work I was kind of like, meh, I don't know, whatever, and then I find out about kind of why they made that work, how it kind of came out of their personal history, and I look at it so much differently, and then sometimes those artists become some of my favorite artists. Anyway, okay, so Tarja, that is just immaculate. What a beautiful painting. I mean, if I was going to offer any kind of criticism, the one thing I would say is, you know, there's this kind of gap on the right side, and then on the left side it seems kind of everything goes right off the page. I think this original painting is square to begin with, so it does run off the edge, I think, in the original, and both sides even, maybe. In fact, I do remember lengthening the bottom. So now I'm not sure, but so in George O'Keeffe's paintings, she sometimes did things like this as well. Not a big deal. It doesn't bother me really at all. Although I guess I did mention it, so must have probably some of the OCD or something in my mind, thinking like, let's try to center it and make everything well organized. Oh, there's Kathy in the chat. Hey, I didn't miss much. Sandra had her baby too. Oh, I was going to mention that a little bit here. I signed into the Lauren Harris instead. Oh, yes, I probably should have changed that. That's true. Paula posted this picture here of George O'Keeffe. This is pretty cool, Paula. I feel like it's cropped out. I feel like it's definitely cropped. I feel like there's a little bit more around on the top and bottom that I didn't include here. Or that you didn't include, Paula. So I feel like this framing of this photograph is probably not doing the artwork justice, because usually you're doing these on sketchbook pages, or pages in a sketchbook, and so the fact that this is a little bit more widescreen, yeah, there's definitely something missing up here. That's cool. I think, yeah, once again, very expressive. You know, one of the things with George O'Keeffe's art is her earlier art was maybe more expressive, and then her mid-career work became more precise, and then her later career work became more expressive again. That's actually kind of common trajectory for a lot of artists. It's also kind of common for musicians, right? Often, like, the first record that they do is done with, you know, very simple means, because they don't have a lot of money. It's recorded in a garage somewhere, and then that record becomes huge, and all of a sudden the record company's like, yeah, here's $1 million to make another record. So then they include all of this stuff, and the sound gets much better and cleaner, and sometimes the fans love it, sometimes they don't, and then as their career goes on, they're like, let's get back to that rough kind of sound we had at the beginning. So these are cool. Let's look at let's go to this other flower. So this is the Jimson weed painting. I also really love this artwork too. So this is by Barbara. We got Barbara and Paula's artwork. Very cool. That is amazing, Barbara. Holy smokes. The detail in here is gorgeous. Love how this turned out. So this is very difficult. This involves a lot of glazing, trying to kind of get those transitions from one color to another, and really well done. Yeah, I just yeah, what else can I say here? Don't think there's much I can say on that one. Great job, Barbara. Wow. I wonder, that line, I can't quite remember that line in the original. This white and black up there. Anyway, fantastic, great job. Well, I have nothing else to say but amazing. Paula, that's wild. Something about this one, Paula, about the way you've painted it. It almost looks like some kind of animal, or like it almost looks, because of the leaves kind of going off the page here, they kind of almost look like legs or something, and that's the flower itself is a head or a torso, or I don't know. Or it almost sort of looks like the flower is enclosed by those leaves, like a Venus flytrap that they might close over top of the flower somehow. I'm just going to change that Lauren Harris episode so people don't keep signing into that one. Okay. What else? Let's look at another George O'Keeffe here. Where should we go? Let's... I think only one person, Kathy, was the only one that did this one that I know of on the Facebook group. So this is another George O'Keeffe, the cow skull with red, white, and blue. And to sort of talk about, this was George O'Keeffe's response to the mostly male obsession with writing the great American novel. And so she wanted to kind of make the great American painting. And so the colors red, white, and blue being the American flag. But also very deliberately putting this cow skull, this weathered cow skull that she found in the New Mexico desert, I think is where she was at the time. Before I think she made this back in New York. She brought it with her back there. But using the cow skull kind of partly for, well, lots of different reasons, but I think also one of which is because she was talking about how so many of those male authors had never been out west, and so they were trying to write the great American novel, but they hadn't really traveled more than a couple hundred miles west of New York City, kind of thing. So using like a cow's skull that's been, found in the American Southwest is a little bit of like, here's something that's happening way far away from where you live that is also part of America. I thought that was really beautiful. And I think this is an excellent painting. Those of you who watched this episode know that I had some of the most spectacular, disastrous things unfold in the middle of the episode, where I was painting this red stripe here on the left, and the paint kept peeling off and not working well. That was a bit of a comedy of errors. So if you want to see how I behave when everything goes wrong, you can go watch that episode. There's timestamps in the video that you can skip right to there. Anyway, let's look at this here. Here's another painting that Kathy did, or well, another George O'Keeffe painting that Kathy did here. This is from the kind of the beginning of George O'Keeffe's career, part of her breakthrough, or well, shortly after her breakthrough. Her original breakthrough was mostly drawings and watercolors, and then she transitioned to doing mostly paintings, and this is part of that, those early paintings, these abstractions, and I love these artworks too. And there's a lot of them. So if you like this type of work, and you like this type of process and painting, these more abstract images, you'd really love George O'Keeffe. We think often when people they think of George O'Keeffe, they think of the flower works maybe first and foremost. Second, perhaps the skulls that we just looked at, those cows and rams skulls, bones that she found in the desert. But I'm not sure if people are necessarily aware of some of her earlier work, these abstractions. So that's great, Kathy. Really wonderful. This is also a great painting to use to practice glazing and blending paint. If you try painting like a portrait and using glazing techniques for that can feel a little bit discouraging, because it's harder to get a or well, let's say you're trying to glaze on someone's face and nose and all that kind of stuff. If it doesn't turn out quite the way you expect, that can be kind of demoralizing. Whereas I think learning that and playing with that here in this early George O'Keeffe painting, if it's a little bit different than the original, most people are probably not going to notice. So you have a lot more leeway to play. And there's Matthew's version of this. Very cool, Matthew. I'm not sure if we've seen you in the. I think you might be new to the community here. Finished it in pastels. Don't have much time for art. Well, first of all, it's awesome that you've jumped into the community and tried to make a painting, and that you also went in and finished it with pastels. Which, is a solution if you're struggling with kind of getting that blending that we're trying to do, is like in this painting, to get those gradients to happen. Using pastels, which you might be able to then do a little bit of blending with your finger or with a blending tool, would be one way to do this. And of course, since this is painted probably in acrylic, the oil pastel, I think those are they oil pastels or chalk pastels? Now I'm not sure. I thought they were oil pastels, but now I'm thinking this is chalk pastel. Yes, okay, that is chalk pastel, because you can see the residue of the chalk coming off the surface there. You may want to consider spraying this painting with a spray adhesive to keep the chalk from smudging on the surface, because basically that chalk is just sitting right there, and anybody who, you could literally wipe it right off with a cloth, and do it again if you want, but it let's say somebody you know, you put this in your kitchen and it gets a little bit of spaghetti sauce on it, and somebody goes up to clean it with the kitchen cloth, all of that white is just going to come right off, and some of this orange, and you'll just have a big spot on there. Okay. Which sounds like, if it sounds like a Mr. Bean episode, it's because there is a Mr. Bean episode where he, I think, is it the Bean movie where he spills something on Whistler's painting of his mother, and then he tries to clean it off somehow, and it just gets worse and worse. Okay. And then lastly, I just want, before we move on from George O'Keeffe, I just want to share some images here that weren't images that we did in class, but one of the things that inspired me to go back and feature George O'Keeffe again was Sandra's work. Sandra has been kind of going on a deep dive over the past year or so on George O'Keeffe and painted many different versions of artworks inspired by George O'Keeffe or directly based upon her work. And, you know, just seeing kind of this, her really mining George O'Keeffe for so much great inspiring artwork, that was one of the things that really made me kind of go back and wanting to kind of do a deeper dive with George O'Keeffe. And since and as Kathy mentioned there in the chat, Sandra has some great news. She just had a baby boy, I think, yesterday, and sent literally right as I was, one of the reasons why I was a little bit late going to air is I just got a bunch of messages from her, and I sent some messages back like, oh my, it's incredible, that's so exciting, you know, can I share any information about it, or like, I totally understand, I don't want to post anything, or until just as when we were getting going, I saw some messages saying it's, you know, yes, feel free to talk about it. I'm going to wait for Sandra herself to post some pictures of her new little baby boy Ace to the Facebook group if she wants at any time to do that. I know it's a thing. If you've never had a kid, the reveal and the pictures is you'd be surprised at the politics involved in there as to like who is told first, who gets to share the pictures, when are the pictures able to be shared, all of that. So as a parent myself, that was my first thing, is like, this is amazing, but can I tell anybody? Because I don't want to just blurt it out and get myself into any trouble there. There's Stephanie in the chat. Better late than never. Hello, everyone. Hi, Stephanie. So, yeah, great job on these paintings, Paula. And obviously, congratulations on probably the greatest creation you'll ever create, which is your little baby boy. Having a little kid is definitely, yeah, that's for me by far the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Probably in the list of top 5,000 most exciting, interesting accomplishments and joys of my life, my daughter takes up all 5,000 spots or whatever. Anything else is just like whatever, nothing else compares. So yeah, and I relate to those first few days of just being in sleepless euphoria. And that sleeplessness will continue for probably the next 20 years. So we'll see you when you're fully rested in about 20 years, and we'll see how much artwork you're able to get done over the next little while, because it's tricky having a new one. Anyway, congratulations, Sandra, once again, we're all very excited to get some updates and maybe see some photos, etc. But again, I'll leave that for you to do there and to get all of the comments and excitement, because I know there's a lot of people who are very excited to see. Okay. Now, I got lots of other images. We'll do a couple more here from the class. Let's look at Kuindzhi, another great Ukrainian artist. And I love this painting. This original painting that he did is just mind-boggling. Like the energy, the power of this sunset is just mind-boggling. And I didn't even, I mean, I'd heard of him, and I'd probably seen this painting before, but it was one of those things, a friend of mine sent me this image and was like, because, you know, being of Ukrainian descent, people are always sending me stuff like that, and I guess it came up on somebody's news feed, and it's like, have you featured this Ukrainian artist on your channel? And I was like, it's kind of in my list of things to do, but I wasn't looking at that painting. Yes, let's do that like tomorrow. And I raced to put that episode together because I was just like, what? How did I not, you know, why was this not at the top of my list? But yeah, just such a gorgeous, powerful painting of the light that Kuindzhi is able to get. Like, the painting just glows, and really, in many ways, it's very simple. It's just a very simple use of contrast, and making the red around it kind of a little bit darker, and making the sun as light as possible. I think I even put some white maybe right in the very center. It just makes it glow, which is so beautiful. Anyway, excellent job, Tarja. In fact, I think yours is even darker than mine, and probably even closer to the original painting itself. Often with these paintings, I'm brightening them up a little bit from the images I find online, because I want people to be able to see the details in them when they're painting it. And so it looks better on camera. Sometimes if I was to really paint them as dark as the original paintings sometimes are, they would just be, I would get a lot of comments like, can you turn up the brightness? It's so dark. Because often especially, there's a number of reasons why that is. Often like older artworks, sometimes the colors have faded, and so they lose some of the saturation, and the darks appear to get a little bit darker. The lights appear to kind of get a little bit darker. They can get a little bit dirty, right? And sometimes the dirt and dust on there is going to make the paintings appear darker. The varnish that was applied to protect it, sometimes varnish, if it's a good enough varnish, it's organic and will yellow, and because it's made to just protect the surface and be removed at any point for cleaning. And often the lesser known artworks aren't cleaned often or at all until they become famous enough that somebody's willing to spend the 100 or so hours to take it off the wall or take it out of storage and strip all the varnish off, which can take a long time. It has to be done very carefully not to ruin anything, because they're never sure if the artist made the painting, varnished it, and maybe painted on top of the varnish. So you don't want to just strip all the varnish off and realize, oh my goodness, there was stuff on top of that varnish that we shouldn't have taken off, right? So all those things can make for the painting to appear much darker, and especially if it's in a museum on the wall, if the lighting is not necessarily ideal. So I always kind of brighten things up a little bit. Whoa, Paula's. So this reminds me a little bit more of the Claude Monet Impression Sunrise, another painting we did a while back. But also the way that that reflection on the water, that second sun, now that reminds me, what does that remind me of? Well, it reminds me of Star Wars, the beginning of Episode 3 from 1977, A New Hope, where Luke Skywalker is walking around. What's his planet? Is it Tatooine that he lives on with his uncle and aunt? And there's the two suns in the sky. What a beautiful kind of iconic image. It also reminds me a little bit of Lawrence of Arabia, that very famous long take of who is it that I think it's is it the bad guy? Somebody's riding in over the horizon, and there's just like it's like a 10-minute long shot of someone coming in over the desert, that kind of mirage like thing, and someone kind of, I think the sun is rising or setting. Anyway, again, it's one of the most iconic images in film history. Although, obviously, as Lawrence of Arabia ages, less people are aware of that film. And I'll admit that I only saw finally Lawrence of Arabia just maybe a year ago, maybe even less, maybe 8 months ago. It was just one of those things on my list of movies to watch, and sometimes when you got flashier movies, you want to watch those, and you're tired. And finally I queued up, and I'm like, why did it take me so long to watch this movie? This is a masterpiece. Okay. I think this is great, Paula. The one thing I could say is perhaps, like Kuindzhi's original work, is I think we could actually darken things a lot more. Like if we look at the way Tarja painted it, look how much darker we can push those contrasts. So you could really kind of, because I think the original, the foreground is really almost black. Like many of the details in the foreground are just, almost imperceptible, indecipherable from kind of a black silhouette at the bottom. So yours, I think we could really push that much more. That would also give more depth to the painting. And would make the sunset appear more intense. And also the reflection on the water, rather than making it a circle, I think we kind of want to flatten it out into more of a rectangular shape, or so that because right now it almost looks like there's two suns. That's why when I made that analogy or comparison to Star Wars, because in that scene it's in a galaxy far, far away, where there's a planet that has two suns that it orbits around, right? And wow, Kathy, that's great. Really nice job. Also, one of the things I love about this painting is this is one of those things where it kind of blows my mind what artists in the past did, how they were so perceptive. Like, this is pre-photography that this painting is made, and essentially what he did is he kind of left these glowing edges around the clouds, and the interior of the clouds is much darker. And that is something that is very easy to see in a photograph. It's harder to perceive that without... Well, I'm trying to think... I guess you could see that with your own eyes, but I think it's one of those things where sometimes, until you see it in a photograph, you're not necessarily aware of it in person. And so the fact that Kuindzhi is sees that and paints that, you know, so many years ago. It's just like, it's just, I don't know, it's incredible. It's also like how artists early, like during the Renaissance, when they invented perspective, geometric perspective, they just started using like 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 5 point, 6 point perspective, and pretty much created images that seemed so bizarre and strange, and people thought they were just losing their minds, until just maybe a decade ago, where science, the technology was invented that could recreate the images that those artists created 500 years ago. And so it's one of those things where I'm just like, how man, just the people of the past sometimes feel like they were further ahead than we are. Okay, I'm gonna... There's other things that I would like to talk about, like the Hunt for the Unicorn, Van Gogh's Sunflowers, Frederick Varley, Emily Carr, Henry Fuseli's Nightmare. We'll talk about that in the next episode, because many of these still have only a few paintings. Well, actually, some of them have got a bunch. But I want to give it an opportunity for people who haven't done those episodes yet to paint those paintings, so that we can feature them all together side by side. So I'm going to move on from that right now. Okay. So just before I move on to something a little bit different, where we're going to talk about the paintings that you guys have made outside of class, just want a little friendly reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're just watching for the first time and you're wondering what this is all about, this is all just taking a moment here to celebrate your artwork, all the stuff that you've made in and out of class, whether it's paintings or drawings. The drawing series that I did 4 years ago, that's still super popular on YouTube. Millions of people have done it. There's certainly, I still give people free feedback on that. Now, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, if you've got the means and you like what you see, consider leaving a donation via PayPal here. You can scan that QR code or enter that email address, and the link is down in the description. It'll take you to this page where you can donate $1, $5, $50 million, whatever you've got hidden in the couch. And also there's other ways you can donate. You can use the super chat here while we're live on YouTube. You can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and on my website, which you can use to access all these materials and things as well. And also just a quick shout out to the Facebook group. If you're wondering, how do I get my artwork on here? How can I get Michael to talk about the work? I'm so interested in getting some feedback. Well, join the Facebook group and upload your work to the Facebook group. And every couple of, but basically every month now, every 2 months, I'd say, I go through things that are on the Facebook, and just like I'm doing right now, give people free feedback. So if you want to participate in that, there's lots of options. Paula says, thanks, Michael. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you, Paula. And there's Randy says, hi, I'm very excited. Awesome. Great. Well, let's carry this excitement into... Which direction should we go? Should we go alphabetical? I think I've gone... In fact, I'm just going to... Oh no, I did close that tab. I'm trying to... Have I gone A to Z or Z to A recently? So let's go Z to A. Let's start out at the... Let's go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so now what we're going to be doing here is talking about the artwork that you guys have created. Some of these were paintings that we did in class, and I've already talked about them in a feedback episode, gathered them all together, such as these two paintings by Tatiana. So here we've got, this is, this is my mother's favorite book she had when she was growing up. I'm not sure if my mom is often watching, but very rarely comments. So Mom, if you're there watching, remind us who this bear is. But anyway, we did, this is an episode maybe from last year, maybe it was longer ago, I can't remember. This looks great though. I love how this turned out. I think you said you wanted some feedback, but I mean, I don't have the original here to refer to. It looks pretty good. It looks like as close to the original as possible. The only thing that kind of maybe could be added to it is, to me, there's something about this, I guess it's the right hand on the left-hand side of the page there, is that it's a little bit unclear as to, is the hand like this, which is probably what it's supposed to be doing, or is it kind of like that? You see what I mean? The difference between one or the other. It's kind of tricky. Everything's backwards on camera there. So the difference is that this, we see kind of the back of the hand, and then this one we see the palm of the hand. And I think that's what we want, right? Because the way that the bear's spread out that way. So I think, well, there's a couple things we can do. One is which would be to darken the inside here, or and I'm trying to think, where's the light coming from? It's not totally clear. Or to do the opposite is to, yeah, it's probably darken on the inside, because I see the highlight on the left part of the hand here. So it's to, and I don't remember the original. Maybe the original artist left things a little bit ambiguous as well. But that would just be my thing, is you want to make it clear that this is the inside of the hand, and this is the thumb right there. All right? Otherwise, I mean, obviously you did a great job. I don't want to critique it or anything, make you feel bad, but that's just a little tiny thing we could do to fix that. Wow. And this is the Fernando Botero painting we did of the Matador. I love this painting. Did we just do one Botero painting? I know he passed away just, I guess maybe a couple years ago now. One of the greats, one of the greatest artists of our time, for sure. And it's interesting because Botero, I think, when he began, was seen as a little bit of a hack, as just sort of like as a guy, like a one-hit wonder with this kind of gimmick of just making everybody a little bit more rotund. But as the years went on, people realized, like, he is really, he's not giving up on this thing. He's gonna make a career out of it, and he's finding more and more creative ways to go about it. So yeah, obviously I'm a big fan, because that's why I selected him for these episodes. But yeah, and I think this is one of the least difficult Botero paintings we could have done, believe it or not. Kathy says, I'm watching and making dinner with my family. I'm addicted to these episodes. Thanks, Kathy. You're too sweet. I'm trying to think, anything else I can say here, Tatiana, about this that we could offer as advice? I love this kind of 5 o'clock shadow on this guy's face. That little bit of kind of a grayish, purpley color in like kind of the facial hair just suggests like a little bit of stubble. I think that's fantastic. I'd have to look at the original again. I do feel like there is a little bit more contrast, a little bit darker areas, maybe underneath the arm. But again, I can't remember. You know, obviously Botero is not interested in realism. There's almost like that magical realism that we see in like in many of the authors from South America, who make things appear mostly normal, but then there's kind of a magical, fantastical quality to the writing. And I think that's kind of what Botero does with his own paintings, is that things seem mostly normal, but then there's things about it which are clearly creative license. And so I'd have to think on it, but I do feel like, so it's possible that the lighting is a little bit unnatural, but I do feel like he would have pushed the contrast a little bit more. Anyway, not a big deal. Otherwise, it's fantastic. Really cool. I do suppose, and again, I'd have to think about this, but the way that these shadows would probably come right up and touch the shoes. Because after all, like, it's really important for a shadow when it touches, like, unless if the shadow is not touching the body, then it makes it appear that something's floating in the air. Whereas if the shadow is literally touching the body or the apple or whatever it is, then it's grounded. It's located in on the ground. And so sometimes it looks like there's a little bit of a halo, and yes, that could be reflected light. But it might also just be a bit of a fear of touching that line and it kind of blurring that edge. But, you know, if it is a shadow and it's going to be dark, I wouldn't think that would be too much of a problem. Anyway, I'm just nitpicking on tiny little things because I think the painting is you've done such a great job that if you're wondering how can I, it's like 95% there. How can I get over that last little 5%? That would be that last little bit. I loved this. Tarja, whose work we've seen a number of times a little bit earlier in today's episode, posted this kind of salon style image here with a bunch of artworks that she's done in class, all featuring horses. And it's funny because when you posted this, it was like, oh, we've done a lot of paintings of horses. I didn't realize, you know. And then I started thinking like, maybe I should go through all of these episodes and make sure that we've done an even amount of dogs and cats, because you don't want to, dog and cat owners. We want to make sure that I'm not an anti feline or anti canine. That I'm not privileging one over the other, because they're equally as wonderful as far as I'm concerned. But it is very funny to see them like that. Like, oh yeah, I didn't realize there's been that many horses. I mean, some of them are obviously a little bit more obscure here, like the Paul Kane. This is Fort Edmonton, and this is Grandma Moses. You know, the horses are pretty small in there. Did we do this Jacques Louis David? Napoleon crossing the Alps? I think I did the outline for that, but I don't know, did we do a class where I did that painting? You see, I can't even, I mean, what episode, we're almost, it's like, I think we're episode 440 or 50, I think we've passed 450, right? So we've done a few of these painting episodes over the years. I can't even remember which ones we've done or not. I know I did the outline. I don't think we did that painting. And I think these are, oh, what's his name? Oh, it's going to drive me crazy now. The cowboy artist. Oh, it's just on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, I did one of these. I think we did the one on the right, and then I included that in the Dropbox folder. So that's also good to know too, is that for almost every episode that you see, I sometimes do outlines for 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 other artworks for that same artist, because I just sometimes have the hardest time deciding which painting for which artist to do. And so sometimes I'll just do a bunch of them, thinking like, you know, as the date gets closer, eventually I'll decide. and yeah, so usually well, not all often, but half the time I'll include a couple of them in the folders, and then save the rest for potentially doing later on. Anyway, let's move on here. Wow. Shiraj. I think that's how we say it. Shiraj. And so there's the original image. Wow. That is pretty cool. Wow. I don't know what to say. That's great. I mean, there's a lot of detail going on in this image. I mean, and it's funny because, you know, that particular image that you've included probably wouldn't be the first image most people would choose as the one that they would use as the reference material, the source image for a drawing. Probably because of the high amount of detail in it. That amount of detail that's in this image would be very intimidating for most artists, like beginner, amateur, intermediate, and professional artists, including myself. I'd probably be like, ooh, I wonder if there's another viewpoint where maybe at the very least there isn't other things going off in the sides and periphery background. And so kudos to you big time for tackling an image as complex as that. Wow. I don't know, what could I say here? I think it was good. I mean, it's a little bit brighter. I think this is watercolor. And I think actually making it brighter was a good decision, because otherwise it could get a little. I think it's one of the things about the original is it's just there's a lot of shadow everywhere. It looks like it's maybe taken in the middle of the day. But there's, you know, a lot of shadows in the trees and everything. And so your decision to kind of lighten it up, I think, was smart. The only thing, and it's a super minor quibble, but just in the interest of trying to help everyone out a little bit, is the perspective on the far left here is slightly off. So, for instance, all these 3 diagonal lines on the far left here, right? You see there's this guy standing here. We got a diagonal in behind him. We got a diagonal directly in front of him, and then I think this is the curb right there. So those 3 lines should ultimately converge way off in the distance. I think these first 2 here, close to the food cart, are fine. They actually do appear to be converging. Let me just sort of zoom in a bit. You know, it seems like these 2 points are closer together than these two. Right? I mean, that's literally 16 by 184. Yeah, so that was 184 pixels. This is 130 pixels. So it is literally converging. Right? How do I... They're kind of going up there from kind of farther away. Right? But the line above it is almost going in the opposite direction. In fact, 233 by... Oh, actually... Let me try that again. So it actually is wider on the left than it is on the right, which is a bit of an optical illusion. And to me, I guess maybe it's that line. Anyway, this line should be much more inclined. So rather than it end here, that line I think should probably go from, like, let me see, how can I use the tools within Procreate, or how come it's not giving me my tools? That's funny. Okay, here. Let me see. Oh, well, let me draw a straight line. So let me just see if I can make that. So I would say, I mean, that's pretty dramatic. Maybe we would make it maybe not quite so much, but it might be like that. Because I'm also looking at the line you've put up here. And then same sort of thing with this window. Actually, you've kind of got that. You've got, see how this line is also, like, your vanishing point is somewhere in this vicinity, right? So we're wanting to kind of have everything kind of pointing towards that, and technically that might go like this. All right, it's kind of hard to do this on the cursor on the computer. Maybe I should have used something other than white to do. Okay. I mean, I'm just nitpicking here. I think you've done a great job, and probably very few people besides someone like myself would even notice something like that. But like, let's say if we look at the original, we could do the same sort of thing. Like, the vanishing point is somewhere up here, meaning come on. These lines are, I was hoping they would give me some straight lines, but it's not letting me do that. But essentially, you have that vanishing point right off there where everything is converging towards that point. Okay, great job. Just wanted, maybe in my free drawing course here on YouTube, I have an episode talking about geometric. I think I have two talking about geometric perspective. You may want to watch that, and I think that you might, because if you're just watching right now, you're like, what on earth is he talking about? You watch that episode, do some of those exercises, and you're like, oh, that's what all that's all about. Okay, I get it, right? Alex says, hello, do you think your acrylic lessons will translate to a watercolor beginner painter like me? Yeah, I mean, I'd say 90% of it. The main difference, obviously, between watercolor and acrylic painting is that acrylics are much more forgiving than acrylic painting. Or then watercolor painting. Watercolor painting, as I've said a number of times, is like the least forgiving art material because it you sort of like no erase button in watercolors versus acrylic. You make a mistake, I can wipe it away, or you can paint over with some white or any other color, and that problem disappears. With watercolor, you're just adding more and more paint, and I suppose you could put white paint on there, but it'll look terrible, right? So I just think the irony is that a lot of people learn the first paint they ever use is watercolor in elementary school, but it's the most difficult art material to kind of use as an adult, I think. So yeah, people will often use watercolor to learn to paint with, because it's obviously very easy to set up and clean up, and it's very portable, and it's certainly cheaper than buying, tubes of paint, especially if you're not really sure if it's something you really want to do. If you are thinking though about doing a lot of painting, you might want to seriously think about investing the extra $80 or so into acrylic paints, because you can get a pretty good watercolor set for maybe like $20-30. Of course, you can get it for $1 at the dollar store, but if you really want to get good watercolors, you should think about spending that extra $20 and getting some much better watercolor sets, because the colors are going to be more vibrant and you're going to enjoy using them more than the cheap stuff. And yeah, the artwork's just going to look better, even if you do the exact same thing. And they're actually going to last longer. Like cheap watercolors are often just a very small amount of pigment, and you probably will end up having to buy 2 or 3 of those little packs so you're ultimately not saving this necessarily as much money as you might expect you would be from buying one at the dollar store. And again, if you buy really, really cheap materials, you might not like the process, you might not like the results, and then you might just give up entirely because, and it's really not your own fault, it's the material's fault. But yes, technically all of the color theory we talk about, like mixing the color wheel, all of that essentially applies for watercolor. It is a little bit trickier to mix colors in with watercolor, because getting the proportions right is kind of tricky unless you're using like real watercolors. Real watercolors are actually tubes of paint. So a lot of people don't necessarily know that because they're more familiar with like the little cakes in the trays. But real watercolors come in little tiny tubes. They look like, from a doll's house or something for Barbie. And they're like these little tiny tubes, and you have a little tiny lid, and you squeeze it out, squeeze just a little dab of it out onto a tray, and then you add. And so they're even a little bit, they come out of the tube almost like, they're a little bit thicker than toothpaste, kind of like a bubble gum that you've been chewing on. Maybe you're chewing bubble gum, somebody offers you a French fry, so you take your bubble gum out and hold it in your hand, and then you take some French fries, eat it, and then put the bubble gum back in. Maybe it's kind of got that little bit of consistency, and then you can add water to it. Those are more expensive as well. And the good thing with those is even if after painting with those kind of watercolors and they dry up a little bit, you could still reactivate them with water. Anyway, long tangent is, yes, you can do these courses with watercolor. And people always ask me, maybe you should teach a watercolor class. My answer is like, I find watercolor so difficult that I don't usually paint in watercolor unless I'm just trying to get an idea out on the page and I just want color really quickly. Personally, I just find watercolor way too hard, and the ratio of enjoyment and to success is really low for me personally. But I don't want to discourage anybody from using watercolor. It's just so just be careful if you're trying to use watercolor and you get disheartened because you're not happy with the results. It's because you've chosen the single most difficult art material to master, right? So it would be like someone, I don't know, wanting to learn a musical instrument. What is the most difficult musical instrument there is to learn? Violin, maybe? That's just... And then saying, man, I don't know if music is for me. It's like, well, you couldn't have picked a more difficult instrument to learn. Maybe try something a little bit less complicated. Like, I feel like I need to do a public service announcement. It's like maybe it would be almost like an attack ad. Speaking of like elections and everything, people for the people against the spread of watercolor paint or something. I don't know. Did you know that watercolors are the most difficult, and yet the watercolor industrial complex doesn't want you to know how difficult they are to use? Alex says, thank you, that's good to think about. I play around with watercolor and gouache paint a lot because I really enjoy the look of it. Yeah, and gouache, that's a fun thing to use. Gouache is sort of like halfway between watercolor and acrylic, because gouache is much more opaque than watercolor. So you kind of, gouache is a little bit more of like the best of both worlds, in that you kind of have the opacity of acrylic paint, but maybe the portability and fluidity of watercolors. So it doesn't surprise me that, yeah, gouache was for the longest time like the preferred method for illustrators. Because if you know how to paint well with watercolors, then you might find watercolors a faster material to get stuff done with, especially if you're drawing something with pencil and then maybe you're going to ink it with a pen. So you can kind of do the same thing with gouache. So for instance, if you look at if you think of like the TV show Mad Men, almost all of the images that advertising artists did back in the 50s and 60s, most of those images would have been done with gouache, right? Because you can get the solid colors done in essentially kind of a watercolor-like process. Okay, great questions, Alex. I really appreciate that. So let's move on here. We've had Shiraj's artwork up on the screen for a little while here, and it's a good thing because it's such a beautiful picture. And it says something, I was trying to do something different with the background, but it messed up really bad. And I added the circles on top as my last-ditch effort to salvage it. Well, I would say, Shiraj, that if this is what you've done to salvage a drawing that you felt was, or a painting that you felt was a disaster, or at least the background is a disaster. This is like masterful way of saving, rescuing this artwork. I think these circles are beautiful. You know, they kind of have the look of out of focus Christmas lights, or you know, like decorative lights, that bokeh effect, or bokeh, where you know things get when something is out of focus in the background. And man, I think that looks really beautiful. Big fan of that. So that's an example of that Bob Ross happy accident stuff I talk about all the time, is that you might not have, you know, set out to make this artwork like this, and only because you were faced with this catastrophic problem in the background. And now I don't know what that was that went so wrong, but it forced you to come up with a creative solution to improve the painting. And it turned out your creative solution to the painting is incredible. So, you know, if your background solution had worked out as you expected, maybe it would have been a really cool drawing. Maybe it would have been better than this, but it probably wouldn't have looked like this, obviously, right? Because it's probably not what you expected to create. I think it's great. I wonder if this little splash on her hair there is a cue or to what you were trying to do. Anyway, looks awesome. Great job. Barbara says, I tried to paint with watercolor but used hardly any water with them, so they went on like acrylic anyways. Gouache paint is a good in-between paint to use. I agree. Senga posted this image of a Van Gogh immersive exhibition. So I don't know. I've seen a few kind of things like this here in Vancouver at like the convention center, using like video projections and things. I don't know if that's what's going on here though. It kind of looks more like maybe these are actual sunflowers, or maybe plastic sunflowers, and then mirrors, some kind of mirrored room. Like that looks like one big mirror on this right side. And then I think those are sunflowers hanging from the ceiling as well. I don't know if that's a mirror up there. Anyway, very cool. Certainly makes for great photographs. And the fact that it is kind of mysterious as to where and how this is done only adds to the reason why this kind of image looks so cool. Okay, Sanju. As a long-term vision that I would like to mix painting, music, and storytelling together. Wow, this is really neat. I like this image, the painting. Like, I mean, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, maybe you're painting on a guitar or something. That might feel like a little bit of a leap and a little bit scary to do, to literally paint right on a guitar. But I think the more and more you paint, you might start getting to the point where you feel like you're ready to take that bit of a leap. I think if you were to eventually paint on a guitar, and I don't think you asked this question or you're even thinking about doing it, but you would probably want to kind of do some illustrations, imagine what the shape, you know, like just basically take a big piece of paper, trace the guitar shape, the body out, and just do a bunch of paintings on that large paper so you can kind of visualize. You might even be able to cut it out, put it on the guitar so that you can literally see what it would look like on that guitar before you paint it. And then you also probably want to prepare the guitar surface as well, like probably sand the finish off there, or you probably take all the strings off, sand the front surface off, or put some sort of priming coat of paint on there, which could be resisted by the finish, so that the paint doesn't peel or crack or chip off there. Rain Tria says, "Hey teacher, I didn't expect this. I'm watching your drawing course, beginner drawing course. That's awesome." Well, if you're doing the drawing course, take some photographs of the artwork you created, join our Facebook group, upload them to the Facebook group, and in the next episode of these bonus feedback episodes, I'll give you some free feedback on how to improve those. So in probably maybe about another hour, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be looking at all the drawings people have uploaded to the Facebook over the past few months and giving them free feedback. So if you want to participate in that in the future, join the Facebook group. The link is down there below for that. And I'm so excited that you're doing that course, and hopefully you're getting a little bit of something out of there. Awesome. Thanks, Rintria. Okay, so Robin made this painting based on a Whitney Bedford artwork and included a few examples of Whitney Bedford's work. And so Whitney Bedford uses kind of other paintings by other artists often in the background, and then uses kind of tape, I don't know if they use tape, but paints kind of these images over top of them, these patterns. And so Robin tried to do the same sort of thing. I think it looks fantastic. Robin seemed to be less enthusiastic about the results. I think because just putting that amount of detailed artwork with tape just seems like a recipe for madness. I think that would be... that's a lot of work. If that is all indeed taped off... Oh, yes, it is. Ooh, you have more patience than I do to do something like that. Holy smokes. I mean, it looks great. It's also just, yeah. And I think because you feel like there's not, the density of lines is not as much as you would have liked to have. Kind of like Whitney Bedford's, there's a lot more, but I think those paintings are pretty big, and I don't know what size of canvas you're painting on here, but you know, just have to be mindful as if that's a huge canvas and there's a lot of detail on it, it might have actually the same density of detail as yours if your painting was just one section of that larger painting. So just keep that in mind. But great job, Robin. I've always been really inspired by the artists that you've chosen to do. In fact, maybe I know there's a few artists recently that I've done as for the Master Study classes that were directly based on artists that you were making art inspired from yourself, and I saw them here on the Facebook group, and I was like, wow, that's cool. I think maybe Paula Rego was one of those artists actually. So, wow, it is here in Vancouver. It was pouring rain this morning and this afternoon, and right now it is super windy. I keep getting notifications here on my phone saying weather advisory, the wind. So knock on wood that I don't have a tree fall down and go right through the ceiling or some kind of crazy thing. Because the house that we're in right now is like really disturbingly quiet. Like, you cannot hear cars, you can't hear people walking down the street. Like on Halloween, once we came inside, like it was dead quiet, and then I'd open up the patio door here and you could hear kids laughing, screaming, close the door, dead quiet. So when I hear wind like that outside, I don't know if it probably not being picked up on the microphone, like, wow, that's a powerful gust of wind. It sounded like a truck, like a garbage truck driving down the street. Okay, so Richard has posted a few here. I'm just going to go through Richard's work here. Oh, a couple Emily Carr things. Oh, and one more. Okay, so where should we start, Richard? You know what? People don't mind. I'm going to take a seat here. Oh. So, what to say about these? As I follow other art groups on YouTube, and one of them featured French artist Marie Laurentien. So, I'm not aware of this particular artwork, but it looks beautiful. And considering how well of how great of an artist you've become, Richard, like, doesn't surprise me if this painting looks exactly like what you've done here. So that is pretty cool. The bright fall colors of our eastern hardwood forest. Here's a quick study of the wood in Gatineau Park near Ottawa. Wow. This is exceptional for a quick study, Richard. My goodness. So this is an example, you know, when we zoom in a little bit closer, we see how loose the brush strokes are, right? We see how they're almost kind of like, you can almost imagine like a sponge painting done this way. They're like little dabs of paint, and yet when we zoom back out, it's like, wow, that's very impressive. And, you know, it's a little bit of like the Bob Ross technique. Is he uses certain brushes, like most famously like the fan brush, to simulate the look of leaves on trees. And artists have always done things like that to kind of quickly block in colors and shapes. There is definitely I mean, some people, like traditional academic approaches to painting, really snobby, look down their nose on the Bob Ross technique in particular. I think, as far as I'm concerned, whatever technique you want to use, if you're happy with it, gets the results you want, then do it. I mean, it's like telling somebody they're cooking eggs the wrong way, and they shouldn't be scrambled or something. It's like, you know what? Pfft, whatever. If you like it, then do it, and if it brings you joy, yeah. But I think, you know, here, you know, the very quick application of paint is very successful. Yeah, maybe later on you could do a more refined version of this, but I don't even know if you would need to do that. I love these colors. I love how the tree branches, like these, especially the white branches, kind of come in and out of the foliage. Like, it reminds me of what was his paint? Oh, what's his name? Somebody else did a painting of his coming up. Peter Doig. Okay, so Peter Doig. So this Peter Doig painting, he did a number of paintings like this that have really dense tree branches. I think this one's called like The Architect's House, if I recall, something like that. But just so beautiful. And they're kind of inspired by his time. Like he's originally from, he was born in Scotland, but raised in Canada from like age 6 to 20 or something, and then he went to art school in England. Anyway, but just the density of the line. Obviously, he's not the first one. There's Tom Thompson did another great painting like that. Where's the one that I'm thinking of? You can see lots of... Oh, here it is. Northern River. Oh my goodness. Actually, this is the print. This is not the original. This is the lithograph by Samson Matthews. The original painting is also just gorgeous. So this is much more graphic, more solid colors. His is like that. But so the only thing I guess I would say, Richard, is, you know, maybe we want to have a little bit of the ground down here, like a little pathway, a river, just something. Maybe because right now it kind of feels like we're looking right up into the sky, and nothing wrong with that. But it could be nice to ground it a little bit down below. Kathy says, I have never tried watercolor. Too hard for me. Barbara says, I did a few in watercolor before I discovered Michael and the joys of acrylics. Barbara also says, I've not been so well recently. I ended up in hospital needing blood transfusions, but I'm getting back on my feet now. I've missed a few live streams. Oh my goodness, Barbara. I hope everything's okay. Oh, it's scary. Well, oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you're okay enough to tune in live, and yeah, everyone's saying, wishing you well. Okay, so Richard, cool. So this is neat here. This is a painting inspired by Jock MacDonald. Jock MacDonald was J.E.H. MacDonald's son. J.E.H. MacDonald was one of the founders of the Group of Seven, and his own son was a really good artist and author, poet himself, and kind of weirdly enough never really broke through, certainly not to the success his father had, although I think he, in the 60s and 70s, was more well known than he is now. His father has largely kind of eclipsed him again, which is a bit sad, because I think Jock MacDonald was a great artist in his own right. And Richard, I think all it was in the comment there that you, for the title of this piece or whatever it was, says improvise, adapt, and overcome. Huh. I would be so interested to know what the inspiration for this is. Because this is just one single image, right? Because that kind of almost looks like it's another piece of paper or wood collaged on top of there. Are these individual small pieces of paper glued onto a yellow piece? I think that's what this is, as opposed to drawn out. Some of those lines look so sharp. So I wonder what it is that you've created here, Richard. It's very mysterious. Oh, and it's framed too. Huh. You know, I mean, I don't know exactly the process behind this. It's possible this is one... Oh, those look like palm trees or something. It's possible this was the same image that you've done, or sketches of the same image that you then cut up and rearranged to create this new piece, kind of like a William Burroughs, Byron Geisen cut up kind of thing. William S. Burroughs being one of the beat writers, and Byron Geisen being also experimental author, artist from Edmonton, who collaborated with William S. Burroughs. But this feels almost like the visual art and analogy for the cut-up method. I don't know, I could be wrong. I don't really know, but I like just that your title, I'm just projecting improvise, adapt, and overcome. So the way that I'm choosing to kind of imagine this is you created something, weren't so happy with it, maybe started cutting it up to throw it in the trash, and then saw the little pieces of paper as they fell onto your drawing table and thought, maybe I can do something with these pieces before I throw them in the trash. And then you start rearranging it and go, maybe I've just had a little bit of a breakthrough. I don't know, maybe, but it's cool. It's also kind of fun to think about this as like a comic book from a parallel universe where there are individual little panels that could possibly be read. Yeah, that's cool. I would love to read a comic book like that. Raintree says, I sent my art of beginner courses on Instagram. I don't have a Facebook account. I think I should open one. I basically now just accept submissions through Facebook. Not that I want to encourage anybody to join Facebook if they don't have an account. But when I first started doing this, people would submit stuff on Instagram and Twitter and email and Facebook. And literally today, I haven't left the house. I've spent all day working on today's episode since 7:30 this morning. So, and that's just because everything's nice and conveniently on Facebook. So I kind of a bit of drawn a line as like, if it's not on Facebook, I just only have so much. So, there's lots of people that have just joined Facebook just to post in our Facebook group. Again, I don't want to make anybody join social media if they aren't already on it, but Kathy says, hope you're okay now, Barbara, and have no further problems. I've missed much of class of 2, but because my sister passed away last month and I've been busy with the estate, tough times. I did paint quick Emily Carr and Tom Thompson from earlier classes because I needed to do something calming. It was not entirely unexpected, but hard lung cancer, my only sister. Oh, Barbara says, yes, I actually watched a few old master classes in a hospital on my phone. It was so calming and immersive. I understand completely. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear about the difficulties that you guys have had recently and some of the tragedies, and man, it's so, when you hear about real life kind of breaking through the studio door, it's tough. But I think, like you said there, Kathy, sometimes you just need to making art is a great way of calming, and I also think it's it's one of the most positive ways that one can overcome difficulty, tragedy, even health issues, as opposed to obviously, drugs or alcohol or all those kinds of things. And I think it's also something that those family members that we might have that have passed on would find acceptable, right? Like, I think if you have someone in your family who passes away, it can be hard to do something because you feel like, oh man, like it feels kind of selfish to just go off and go golfing or go on a vacation and sit on the beach in Hawaii. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm honoring that person. It feels like I'm doing something really selfish. Now, I wouldn't agree with that. I think we all have our own ways of grieving, and I think whatever you have to do to get over something like that is totally acceptable. But I do think that unless you had someone who was really terrible, and they would, I think almost anybody would think like, you know what, if after I passed away, if people, could care less what anybody did, if they did anything at all, after I died, to get over that. And I can't imagine it would take very long. But if they were to go off and make art or make music, it doesn't, not about me, but just of anything, I would feel like that's pretty cool. That's a good way of channeling some of those feelings. And beyond the fact that all of the healing properties, the benefits that art can give us, it's often like one of the single best things that you can do for yourself, whether you yourself are ill, or whether you've had a recent tragedy in the family. Raintree, I'll send you on Facebook. Just give me time. I don't think I'll be able to feature your work tonight, my friend. But certainly in about another month and a half, I'll do another one of these episodes where we can look at some of your work. I know it feels like a long time from now, but it takes me so long to put together these episodes. Okay, Richard posted this version of Henri Matisse's The Green Stripe, the portrait of his wife, and I think it's the original title is The Portrait of Madame Matisse, I believe, but is known as The Green Stripe for obvious reasons. The green stripe in the middle of her face. I think Richard made some mention about how she looks a little more calm here in this version versus the original, which is always very funny to me. Like whenever we've done portraits, or even paintings of some of the animals, dogs and cats and horses we talked about earlier, I think, for me anyway, it's very funny how sometimes, despite how close we're trying to hew to the original, and that sometimes those people or animals take on a different unintended expression than the one we intend to do. And again, there's different mindsets on that. Some people would find that very upsetting, and they spend a lot of time, maybe way too much time, trying to get it to look like the original. For me, I think it's like the something magical about like the painting is kind of coming alive, and it's doing its own thing. It's got its own personality. So I'm probably the least helpful person around for when people ask me about like how to get a better likeness on things, because it's not something that really concerns me too much. And I know that drives some people crazy, but I'm anyway. So I think it's very funny that that her personality, her expression seems to have changed slightly. The micro transformation of her expression, and just excellent version of this painting too. I mean, yeah, maybe slight difference in the shape of her eyes. It makes her look a little bit more peaceful, but maybe especially considering what we were just talking about. The fact that she does look a little more peaceful, isn't that something you want to have in your home anyway? Right? So, okay. Let's talk about another one here you posted, Richard. I love this. I think I'm in the comments when you originally posted, I said it reminds me a little bit of both of Alex Katz and Alex Colville. Alex Katz being one of the great American artists who I think is still alive. He's got to be in his mid-90s or something now. And Alex Colville, another great artist. Canadian artist. Alex Cat is American. Something just about the way you've painted this lends me to that. I think there's a little bit of a flatness to this image, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way at all. Again, I've featured both Alex Katz and Alex Colville in these episodes because they're like gods to me. Because, like, let's say for instance the tablecloth, I'm assuming they're below. Look how flat it is. It kind of just basically is like a wall. It doesn't kind of, there's no perspective there. The pattern doesn't change based on the angle that we're looking at it. So that to me feels very flat. The hat also feels quite flat. I mean, there's a little bit of shading on here, a little rendering of some highlights there, but it doesn't feel like it has a lot of illusionistic depth to it. Like, that brim doesn't really feel like it's coming out towards us. It feels, again, a little bit more of like a pattern. The way her hair is painted is largely even from the beginning of the strand to the end of the strand. It's not like it kind of changes, or there's some areas are a little bit darker or lighter. Her skin, except for a few places, is relatively consistent throughout. Even her hands, there's not a lot of like shading or highlights on here. So all of which is to say that it has those qualities of those two great artists, and yeah. So, and I don't know if that's necessarily intentional or that's just something that, because I've seen other things you've done that have more volume and depth, illusionistic space than this painting. But I really like this a lot. Yeah, I don't know what else to offer here. I do suppose that these eyes look a little bit different. I think obviously one eye is a little bit more open than the other, and that might be what this person actually looks like. I mean, my own eyes are like that. One eye of mine appears to be, which one is it? I think is it my right eye? It's hard to see because I can't look in the camera and then at the screen at the same time. I should probably know that. So I mean, that's, if I was to paint my own self, there would be a little bit of a difference between my own eyes. So that could be just very close perception. If you are wondering, I mean, if we were to try to, what would it's a good, okay, I was gonna say that's a good question I just asked. Is it easier to open paint the eye, let's say, is it easier to open the eye on the left or close the eye on the right a little bit? Great question, Michael. I mean, that is literally one of the best questions you've ever asked. I would say it depends, which is really one of the great answers I've ever given, right? I think most people would agree that that's probably one of the best answers, is it depends. In all seriousness, well, it does depend, because depending on how much texture we have here. So if there's a lot of texture in those eyelashes, then you may find it difficult to you'd want to go with the eye that has the least amount of texture that needs to be overcome, because you don't really want a whole bunch of texture in the white of the eye. That might make that really plainly obvious. Also, you don't want a lot of texture on the skin either. So I think the top eyelid is fine. I think if you look at the bottom eyelid here, we see it's almost straight across, whereas this one has a much bigger kind of curved surface or curved shape. Well, the other thing too would be, what is the expression that you want to communicate? Like the eye on the right. Let's see, how can I... Like if we just isolate that. It doesn't work very well if I isolate it. I think the one on the right seems kind of a more relaxed eye, versus the eye on the left feels a little bit more of like an inquisitive eye. I don't know. I'm probably spending way too much time thinking about this. Richard posted these things about Emily Carr's ceramics, which is an interesting article, but I think just for the sake of time, I'm just going to move forward here. But I appreciate you sharing some of that information. I think. Okay, let's talk about Ravi's artwork, because I'm here. We still haven't. We're not even halfway through the paintings, and I want to talk about drawings as well here shortly. I'm getting a ton of emails from my university students. I wonder why. Probably they're wondering if they have to come to school tomorrow. Because it's so windy. They're probably like, I wonder... I'm just hoping he's canceled classes tomorrow. If you're wondering, I haven't gotten any messages. Well, maybe the school has emailed me. Let me just check. I was going to say... No, looks like I haven't got an email from the campus saying it's closed. I don't expect it to be closed because of high winds. I just find it funny because my university students, who are mostly teenagers or in their late teens, generally want to go out of their way to find any excuse whatsoever to avoid having to come to school. So, okay, Ravi, this is great. I don't, it looks familiar, this style. There's a few artists that use this particular style, going all the way back, to the Group of Seven. It could also be, like, you see Emily Carr and some of her work has trees that have, the branches and leaves have that level of density that they kind of look like, I don't know, what is that, like something on a barbecue skewer, like some kind of shish kebab. Like, kind of looks like mango slices on a stick or something. Yeah, it's very fanciful kind of landscape, so it's very, clearly is not realistic in any way, or and even there's not a lot of depth in this work, because we've got basically the foreground and background are using cool colors. The greens are identical in the near shore as they are for this far shore. So, at that point it becomes like a semi-abstract painting, and it just becomes like pure expression. Like, I wonder, what are these shapes in the grass, in the water? Are those just rocks? Or are they some kind of shaggy dogs or something? What are these things? Like, that looks like it could be a little Ewok or something. These look like a couple Ewoks swimming. Yeah, it's fun. It's cool. I don't know how much advice I can give here on this one. Whoa. I don't know what this is about, but I like it a lot. It looks like it's painted, obviously painted very loosely, but maybe with a brush with really long bristles. Like, instead of just a tiny little hairs on the brush, it looks kind of like, you can buy sign painters brushes, like when people used to do, like, all signs used to be hand painted, and sign painters brushes, and they paint with like enamel, have brushes with like not the wood part of the brush, but the hairs on the brush are like that long, and you get these beautiful sinuous serpentine lines. So I feel a little bit of that, especially with that green. And these characters walking around here is great. Like, look how simple this is here. This person dressed in black and this person with this, like, red zoot suit or something. Right? They're off to the jazz club. And then you've got this chair drawn with very loose ink. Right? This is the kind. This looks like a cover to a 1950s jazz album or something. And if you told me this is actually a based on John Coltrane live from Paris, I'd say, like, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds right about right. Here's another Ravi one. I wonder how this is done. Maybe palette knife? Let's see, maybe dipping your palette knife in paint and then putting these kind of square shapes on. I imagine that's how this is done, but I'm not sure. It could also be done with, a piece of cardboard. If you cut a piece of, I don't know if I have a piece of cardboard around here, but you just cut it down and you just sort of dip it and basically using it as a stamp. And you did another one here like that too, where there's even more of them. That's pretty wild. This is a 30 by 40 inch acrylic on canvas painting. Shows my abstract style. Encouraged by the popularity of the smaller piece. Okay. So, these are the kinds of things that would work really well in like restaurants, cafes, hotels, because they are, because abstract art or even representational art in a hotel is relatively non-offensive. It's not particularly challenging to the viewer in the way that it's not like someone looks at it as like, I wonder if is this telling me something? Is this an anti-environment or pro-oil painting or vice versa? It's like it's kind of innocuous. It doesn't kind of raise any alarm bells. And sometimes you want art that that raises alarm bells, and sometimes you want something that's just that's just pretty. Okay, that's kind of what this is. I like it. A couple other things. What has Ravi got here? This is these paintings. Are they on the floor or are they on the wall? What am I looking at? Have you hung them on the wall like that, or is that like kind of right up by the ceiling? If those are on the wall and you've hung them like that is wild. This is like how Charlie in the Chocolate Factory would hang his paintings. Because you've got like, there's Impression Sunrise by Monet. It looks like some koi fish in a pond. I'm not aware of that painting. I don't know what this is. Those look like peanuts or pierogies, macaroni and cheese. This is Van Gogh's Wheat Fields. And I don't know what this one is here on the right. But anyway, the way that they're hung, that's pretty wild. They could be on the floor, and this could be a wall here. But it looks fun. And then what's this? I didn't see the overall comment that you, or the maybe there's a comment. What is it? A description for this image that maybe says like what you're planning on doing. Maybe doing 20 paintings or something like that, and you've got them on stretched canvas ready to go. Again, looks like Sonia Delaney. I'm not sure who this is there. That looks like who's that North Korean artist? Did we do I don't know if we did one of his paintings. I don't know if we did this one though. And a Kandinsky painting. Cool. I love the exploration. You've got yourself all set up, ready to paint. Oh, Ravi, this is awesome. This is Tom Thompson. Played a passive technique for trees. Depiction of sunset with jack pine trees. I don't think we've. I use this same paint or similar. I think it's this same painting for my in-person painting classes. I don't know if we've done this on the YouTube channel yet. I do really like this painting, and yours is a little bit different than the original, assuming we're thinking of the same one. And I really like it. I love this. Looks like a red imprimatur or something underneath, which really makes this painting glow. Maybe it's got a little bit of purple in there too. Cool. How did that end up there? I think I included this one earlier, didn't I? I hope so. I feel like I just have to. Okay, yeah, so that, I don't know why that ended up here too, but. Oh, okay, I see what I've done. Okay, let's close this here. I'm like, what? What's going on? What's the deal? What's the deal with the live stream? I've been watching lots of stand-up comedy and things lately to take my mind off of the election. So I'm in full dad joke mode with everything. Okay, we are going to continue here. I guess since I've got this up on the screen, I obviously don't expect anybody to watch these episodes from beginning to end all the way through, so I just accidentally clicked on this. Once again, encouraging people to join the Facebook group if you haven't already. That's where I get all these images that we're looking at. These are all images that people from our Facebook community have uploaded to the Facebook group. And, excuse me. So join the Facebook group, upload your work there, and we'll feature it in an upcoming episode. I'll give you free feedback. Again, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. And if you want to donate to support the channel, consider using the QR code there or the link in the description below to go to PayPal, where you can safely donate to support the channel. There's other ways, including if you go to my website, it has the links to my email, and so you can send something directly that way. Okay, so let's look at something pretty amazing. Solvig, hey all, I just looked back at all the cool artwork here. Very nice. Is that how you say your name? Solvig Nimbus? Because we've got a bunch of your stuff coming up. It's going to be a little bit before we get to it when we look at the drawings, but I've got them all queued up there, so hopefully you're able to watch that. Okay, so let's look at some more paintings that you guys have done here. This, believe it or not, is a hand-painted desk that Peter did. Peter I met through my in-person classes here in Vancouver and has been painting with us for years, kind of sort of come and gone over time, mostly because he's been doing projects like this that take a long time. So this is not some poster he bought and put underneath this glass table. This is a painting that he made. You can see there's the paint his reference material. There's the table with the painting without the glass on it. And is this the... I think this is his reference image. On the Facebook group, though, he posted a video time-lapse. I wasn't able to export it in time to play it here for us, but it's pretty amazing. You can see him, it all starts with just a yellow background and his yellow input amateur, then he builds it up from there, and he just keeps going until it's all done, and it is super cool. It's what's so kind of, to me, what's a little bit wild about this is this kind of brown, the earth or whatever they're standing on. Like when I look at it from, I guess not from that angle. I guess when I look at this angle, it almost looks like the table is kind of cut open, like so it feels like it's part of an ergonomic choice. I don't know what it's like to see this in person, but it feels to me like that just in my peripheral vision, it would make me feel like the table kind of curves around my body. I don't know. I think that's a good thing. I don't know. But that just blows my mind. That's a lot of work, Peter. And the fact that, you know, once we look at it, let's see if we can zoom in. Like, this is just amazing, Peter. So this goes to show anybody, like Peter's been painting now with me for years. You can see a little more of the texture down here. You know, if you're at the beginning of your painting journey and it just seems impossible and you don't think you're going to be able to get very far, you don't, you know, you're like, no one in my family ever made art, and it feels like the end of the journey, the end of that tunnel is just impossibly far away. It's closer than you might think. And Peter's a great example of how, yeah, it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to happen overnight, but just imagine, like, I remember when Peter could barely do anything. No offense, Peter, but, you know, it was a little bit of a struggle at first. And so to see, you know, how far you've come is just, it's amazing. And as a teacher, it's pretty rewarding to see someone come all the way to this point where now you've got all the skills. You could teach somebody how to do this yourself, right? And so, anyway, very, very cool. Nikki, here's some art inspired, I think this is by Van Gogh, perhaps? I'm just wondering if I should lower that camera. Does it look weird, all that empty space above my head, or does anybody care about that? Let me think about... Let me just try something a little different. Since I'm in a new space, everything's kind of a little bit new and different. This way. Expand the field of view here a little bit. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I never do it. Okay. So, Nikki's painting here. How did you go about doing this, Nikki? Oh, so I think this is the earlier image. This is after you've painted out that grid. And then now you're painting it in. And then there's the finished painting. I see what you've done there. Okay, cool. So you use this grid technique. This whole grid technique that uses triangle shapes is kind of a lesser known technique. I think it's sort of like an internet technique. It's really not something that's taught in art schools, but I have seen it pop up in my feed before, people teaching this. I mean, whatever, if you can find a method that works for you or some little hack or trick, and then by all means go for it. Obviously, this takes a little bit longer than doing an image transfer using carbon paper and tracing it. But I suspect one of the reasons why Nikki has used it is because if we look at the original image, I think the original painting looks like it's a square format. So I think what Nikki's done is use this technique to essentially stretch the picture out. And you wouldn't necessarily need to use this particular grid technique to do that. You could still do it with rectangular shapes and just work out the new ratios that you would need to use for each of those, the grid to expand it. So it is, if it works for you, then go right ahead. I think you've done a pretty darn good job getting look how much detail, all these overlapping stems and leaves and flowers. And so beyond the fact that the vase is appears to be, slightly more bulbous here because you've widened it out, it looks, and even then it's not, the difference is negligible, even though it's maybe 30% wider than it originally was. Like what I tend to do, so often paintings that we've done in these classes have begun were originally square paintings, and then I add stuff to the sides. Often it's just expanding the sides of the painting. And so if I was to do this, I would probably just keep it the same ratio and just give a little bit more of the pink background around the sides. Nothing wrong with stretching it out. Obviously, if this was a person's face, though, the distortion would be much, much more noticeable. Personally, it doesn't bother me either way. I think, again, if it makes you happy, as Sheryl Crow once said, then it can't be that bad. Okay. See, this is what happens when you don't leave the house all day long and you spend all day long putting an episode like this together. You get a little bit silly. So here, wow, Molly, this is great. So these are paintings that we did probably, I don't know how many, this maybe 3 years ago. I think this is pretty early in the Master Study series. I think I did these both in one episode. I might have, right? Or maybe I did. Okay, so this is who is this? This is a Jacob Lawrence painting of the French military figure. Was it Louis Toussaint? What's his last name? Such a great name. It's gonna drive me crazy. But anyway, we did, so that's what this original Jacob Lawrence painting looked like. And I think either when I was putting the episode together or right after it aired, there was something, Tiger Woods was in the news for some reason. And it just seemed to make sense, because I think I found an image where he was wearing similar clothes, and I was like, let's see if we can make this Tiger Woods painting in the same ish style as Jacob Lawrence. And so we did. And the only regret I had about the Tiger Woods image was I feel like I selected a painting in which the hands are, in the original picture, the photograph, the hands make for a bit of an awkward source image to work from. And after it was one of those things, I didn't even think about it until we were starting to paint it, and I was like, I was having a little bit of trouble, and I was like, if I'm having trouble, this is just going to cause chaos for everybody else who's maybe, just starting to paint. Having said that, Molly, I think you've done an exceptional job here. It doesn't look awkward at all. So I'm not saying that yours turned out awkward. It was something I noticed when we started this. That's beautiful. Again, when getting images that have these kind of faceted puzzle piece-like colors that are solid colors right next to one another is really deceptively difficult. It's the kind of thing, again, people say my kid could do that, but your kid cannot do this. You're definitely no child that I know can pull that off. So great job, Molly. Okay, Mark posted a couple pictures. We've got this one here, the Peter Doig, and the Picasso Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon. And I didn't realize how big this painting was until I saw this little hand on the side holding the cigarette there. I'm like, my God, this is like a, how high would you say? That looks like maybe 5 by 5 feet square painting, right? Not too much smaller than the actual original painting. And I thought this was like 9 by 12, like our size we normally do in class, until just now looking at it, because I recognized the easel from here, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, this is also huge. Like, this is maybe, again, 4 feet tall by maybe 5 feet, maybe even larger, well, maybe about 5 feet wide. So these are big paintings. This is great. I mean, you got to have a big wall to put a painting like that up on there. If you're at the beginning of your painting journey, painting something this big is a major challenge, because you've got because you're trying to mix colors at that scale is tricky. It's similar to, like, following a recipe that involves making 12 cupcakes versus making, quadrupling that recipe or more to making like 1,000 cupcakes, right? It's more than just, doubling and doubling and doubling and doubling that recipe, right? The quantity of materials obviously amplifies, but there's a lot of other things to take into consideration, including, like, especially if you're going to do any kind of blending. If this is all done in acrylic paint, it gets pretty complex pretty quickly. Having said that, working really large can be a little bit more forgiving, because it's sometimes, especially doing details, if it's a lot bigger, it's a lot easier to do those little details. And once it gets photographed and shrunk down, those details totally disappear. Most of the time we're working in the opposite way. We're often working from much larger paintings that have a lot of detail, and then we're shrinking them down to about 9 by 12 size canvases, and trying to fit all that detail into those small canvases becomes very difficult, as probably most of you know, right? So I don't have any necessarily good feedback. I mean, that looks great. I assume these are painted with well, I was gonna say that could be oil paint up there. This might be an oil painting. This could be. I think this might be oil too. It's very hard to deduce whether something is oil or acrylic just by looking at a image online like this. Sometimes, even in person, it's not easy. I'd have to almost do a whole episode trying to describe some of the. I haven't. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, let me just see her brainstorm how to tell the difference between acrylic and oil paintings. Something that is not important right now. Great job. Way to go here, Mark. These are awesome. I would love to see more of these. Maybe they don't all have to be on this scale, but this is really cool. Like, these would look great in your house, apartment. When people come over, seeing these original paintings at this scale would be really powerful. And if you want to do large paintings yourself, and maybe you already are if you've got a big easel like that, I think learning using these images as reference would be really, really useful. Okay, we got a few here from May. Wow, White Rock Pier BC acrylics. That is beautiful. I love this this figure, excuse me, silhouetted on the water. And the little birds. Looks great. I mean, it's really well done. This sunset, or the, we don't really see the sun setting, but just the sky and these purple and pink hues, really beautiful. I do wonder about the choice of using that solid black there like that. I probably would have erred for a bit of a lighter value. Like, that black is a little bit loud to me, and this would be entirely subjective, but I could see that being like a really dark navy blue. Like, I think you've actually got a bit of it on here, and maybe you did do that. Maybe you did put navy blue under there and decide it wasn't quite dark enough, so you painted over it. I guess, again, we think of, like, using black is like, okay, so if you think of a painting like a window onto a landscape, right, you want to use your cool colors in the background and your warm colors in the foreground. So as things get closer to the window you're looking through, the colors are going to get warmer. They're also going to get more saturated in color, so little to no white in the foreground, little to no gray in the foreground. You want to put gray particularly in the background. But as things get closer to the foreground, you may want to introduce black, because black, if you put black on its own, it's like a bug right on the window. So it leaps forward. And yet this figure is, in a way, technically in the middle ground, right? The bottom of the painting is the foreground. The far shore there is the background. But I would say this figure is in the middle ground. So, again, super nitpicky. Just, you can totally ignore this. But my instinct would be not to put black there, and maybe especially not on those birds there, because they come right up forward. Like, I think you could put black in some of the reflections of the figure kind of right up here, and as they go a little bit further back, a little bit more color is introduced in there. Again, super not, I mean, it's not going to make a big difference, but just something to think about. I always say, like, use black like a fire extinguisher, only in case of emergency. Do you want to bring it out? Assuming you're making like a quote-unquote realistic painting, right? Okay, so May has done this painting several times. So this is the Waterdale Bridge in Edmonton, Edmonton, Alberta, and there's several versions of it. Wow, these are wild. So here's 1, 2, 3. Which one do I like them best? Well, clearly you, well, I was going to say clearly you weren't happy with the first one, so that's why you did 2 and 3. But that's not always the case. Just because you make multiple versions of a painting doesn't mean the first one had a problem that needed to be fixed. Plenty of artists, you know, use the same image over and over precisely because it does work, and they're like, wow, somehow I hit the jackpot here. I got to figure out what I did right. So they keep kind of going back to the well. Let me get my metaphors all mixed up. They go to they won the jackpot. You wouldn't go to the well. You'd go. What would you do if you won the jackpot? You would keep going, playing the lotto or something. I don't know what I'm trying to make my metaphor work there. Anyway, I mean, I could see that maybe this arc is a little bit awkward as it goes up. You know, it's not kind of a nice clean shape there, which is not a big problem. The only thing is that in the reflection you have, it looks really nice. And so when it's up in the air and it doesn't quite mirror so nicely, I could see that being a bit frustrating. The other thing that is odd is that, so you've got the sky, okay, you've got this blue, purple, pink, and orange in the sky, and then you've got the bridge. And I think these are actually 2 bridges. If I recall, in Edmonton, you've got this bridge, and then the other bridge in behind, that's the train bridge, right? Which is taller and maybe newer. Is that the bridge? Which is the bridge where the waterfall was coming off of? Anyway, but what's I'm a little bit confused by is what's happening down here, where you've got orange and then a black line and then the sky. So, and then what these pillars are those going into the water? Does that support the bridge? And if so, what is this? So, and why is there no orange on the other side of that black line? So that hard edge, I mean, it's entirely possible. Okay, so because what I'm thinking is that the horizon line, I think, is hidden by the bridge, and then so this is all water. The orange down here, this is all water. It is possible that if you took a photo or saw this, that you could match it up so that the orange in the sky would line up with the reflection of the bridge, and so you might have the orange here and then the pink above it, like as if there was the bridge kind of right in the middle. However, it is confusing for the viewer when it's like that. If I'm indeed perceiving this painting properly, I would have had some of that orange coming onto the other side of this bridge. And same thing here. I feel like you nail it here. Although I wonder why there's not a little bit of that white of the sky here. I would have put a bit of it under the water. I do think that this final version is the most successful version. I think maybe it's just because of that there's not this weird disconnect between the orange and the pink and the stuff in the sky. One thing I say all the time is sometimes you've got to paint it wrong to make it look right, especially when you're working from a photograph. Because in a photograph, if there's, you know, problems, like I was saying about the Tiger Woods painting I mentioned earlier that Molly did, you know, in a photograph, let's say of Tiger Woods here, we don't, you know, it doesn't even occur to us that there might be something awkward about his hand positions. It's just like, well, that's the photograph took it like that. It might look a little strange, but that's reality. Once you go and you try to paint that picture, though, it can become very tricky. And then you're like, oh, that looks, even if I paint it exactly like the photograph, it's like, well, how does this, I'm having a little bit of trouble doing that. So that's why it can be really important to find the right picture to use as a source material for your painting. It's like, that's a good idea to make a video like that, because and sometimes you don't even realize it until you're doing it like this, right? I chose this painting, I did the outline for it, I scheduled the episode, and we did it. And it wasn't until I was like, actually got to those hands where I was like, oh, this is not the best picture, best angle for us to work from. So I kind of feel a little bit like that with this image that you're using of this bridge. Like, in fact, let's Lauderdale Bridge. So I think those vertical lines that we see, those are from the bridge in behind, the rail bridge. And as I thought, okay, so the water does kind of, at least from this particular viewpoint, kind of, the horizon line is right behind the bridge. Let's see, here's another one. Not so effective. Very few images from the vantage point that you selected, which is very strange. Anyway, I think that's the thing, is you really have to. I think part of the role of an artist is to clarify things, make things maybe more obvious than you might think they need to be, because otherwise it can be confusing for the viewer. And I think I try to privilege the viewer over anything. Because the last thing I want is people looking at me like, you know, after spending hours and hours on a painting, well, that's strange, what is going on there? And you're like, well, that's the way the photograph looked. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, where's the photograph? Oh, I don't know, it's on the computer somewhere. Oh, so the painting just has to be by itself then. Like, so unless you're gonna, every time you show people your painting, bring out the photograph or hang it right next to it, your own painting has to live a life of its own. So any of those kind of discrepancies or problems have to be worked out. Because, you know, if like, I've been to Edmonton and I've spent time, I love Edmonton, great city. But not everyone knows this bridge or what's going on here, and that there's multiple bridges in front of one another. And so I think it's important to help clarify that for the viewer. yeah. Anyway, I kind of droned on endlessly about that. Doesn't mean that the paintings aren't great, May. And it's just, I want to be able to help make great paintings even greater. I think that should be a red baseball cap, right? Make great paintings even greater. All right, that should be my political slogan. Barbara says, great show, Michael. So much good advice. It's coming up to 4 a.m. here in the UK, so I better get some more sleep. I'll watch the rest tomorrow. Barbara, thank you. I didn't realize I didn't even think you were staying up so late. Thank you so much for being here this entire time. I really do appreciate it. And we wish you the best, and that your recovery is successful, and that you're back to painting very soon. Okay. Let's look here at this here. Kristen Steph. I can't remember. I think were you here in the chat earlier? Is it just Kristen? I thought I saw Kristen in the chat. You know, sometimes I have friends that have, you know, that are couples who have one Facebook page between the two of them. Sometimes makes things a little confusing. So I wonder if that's what we've... Anyway, I can't find... I'm sure no, there's... Yes, okay, Stephanie. Stephanie, there you are in the chat, not too long ago. So I think this is one of yours, Stephanie. Okay, cool. So this is a Diego Rivera painting. And you made this for your mom. It was very challenging for me. I'm glad it's done. Yes, as often is the case, right? Sometimes a painting, you're just happy to finish it. So this looks beautiful. I don't remember the exact Diego Rivera painting of which this is based. He did a lot of these types of paintings of like kids with flowers, and also workers in fields gathering flowers and wheat and stuff like that. What could I say here that could be helpful? I mean, I really like Diego Rivera. Is one of my all-time favorite artists, and really inspiring character. Kind of wasn't necessarily the best husband to his much more famous wife Frida Kahlo, but they had a complex relationship. But I think, what would I say? I feel like I want a little bit more, like the definition that we see in the flowers up here. I kind of like. I feel like I want to see a bit more of that in the kind of the stems of these plants as they get wrapped into this bundle. The way that you've painted this leaf looks a little bit like a feather or something. It looks too fuzzy. I think of the original one was probably a little bit, again, more defined, and might have had less of these kind of very soft brush strokes, very soft blending, and more kind of actual graphic drawing onto it. That hand is great. This one looks like maybe those fingers are different lengths. The one thing that kind of sticks out to me is that the stem of this leaf does not continue all the way across here. So notice how as it starts, it goes across. Maybe I'll see if I can draw a line, a box. Like, notice how, of course, it bends and goes. I don't know if you can see that on camera. Let me see. So notice how it goes across here like this. I think it would probably end up there. So there's quite the drop in here. So this one looks like it would continue there. So it's not a, and I mean, it's entirely possible that this thing goes like this, and then maybe it's bent and comes down. You know, that maybe the way that she's holding it could bend it, but it's also kind of unlikely. And based on most of our experiences with things like that, so it defies the pattern or expectation. It seems to pop out in the wrong place. Not a big deal. I don't know if it's something you want to fix. It wouldn't be too hard to fix if you wanted. Really, you could just put a little bit of white paint up there, and then paint, you know, maybe even paint this whole thing white, and then paint the where the stem currently is blue, and then paint the green over top of it. That might work. But anyway, like I said, like, this is certainly an interpretation of a Diego Rivera painting, so it's okay to take liberties. Yeah, like you said, I did take liberty. Absolutely. I guess if I was going to have like this kind of feathery texture, I'd probably want that to be more on her clothing than I'd want it to be on the plants. Similarly, and this is another little nitpicky thing, but you know, the skin color in her face appears a little bit different than the skin color on her arms. And that sometimes happens when maybe we focus on one part of the body and we paint on that for a while, and then we transition to working on another part of the body, and some of that earlier paint is dried up, or it's been mixed into an oblivion with other colors. So that's why whenever I'm painting, this is a good reason why you may want to kind of work on the painting overall, right? So you start with that face, and then while you still got that color on your brush, you work on put some of that color on the arms, go back to the face, mix another color, do a little bit on the face, go back to those arms. So those colors are finding themselves everywhere on that person, rather than having that face gets finished and then you work on the arms, because the likelihood that you'll be able to match those colors up again later on, unless you've pre-mixed big, you know, little tins, or you have that same tube of paint somewhere, becomes really, really difficult. Now, it's not a big deal. It's pretty consistent, and it's, you know, we are seeing the kind of well, on one arm we see kind of the inside of the arm that tends to be lighter anyway, but on the other arm, or I guess it would be this arm, it's facing away from us, so it would probably be a little bit darker. So you could kind of I could see you getting away with it on this arm here, being a little bit lighter, because we see the inside in our palm. But yeah. But other than that, I think it's beautiful. Really cool job. Yeah. And then you've got another one here, Stephanie. This one of these, what are these, hummingbirds, I guess? Really cool. So this is a watercolor painting. Well done. I love how loosely painted this is. The courage to, so look, you probably drew this with maybe pencil, and then you've watercolored over top of it. And I love how brave you are to just go right over and out of those lines. The paint bursts out of the lines. And I think it doesn't always work. Personally, I think it always works, but it sometimes can, especially depending on the subject matter you're painting, can really work. And so I think these are hummingbirds. I'm not a birder, so I don't know my bird anatomy very well, but you know, hummingbirds or any kind of bird that's going to be doing this is going to have to flap their wings pretty quick to stay upright while they're taking the nectar from those plants. So the fact that it gets a little bit blurry and the color is coming out of the lines, it can't be contained, is kind of neat. It gives it a bit of a sense of vibrating movement that there's, you know, maybe a misperception of where it's hard to really see where the edge of the wings are because they're moving so fast. So, I mean, I always think it's kind of cool. I like kind of blowing over those lines and crossing those lines, being a little more expressive. But there's also times I could, you know, I assume, you know, if you were tasked with painting the cover for an anatomy textbook or a bird spotter's guidebook, well, you'd probably want to err on the side of precision rather than expression. But pretty much in every other instance, you'd want to lean into getting it a little bit wilder. So I think this is pretty cool. Steffi says, yeah, I did not paint all of the color on the face or arms, and I knew it at the same time. Yes, but that's okay. A hummingbird is a hummingbird with pencil. Cool. I think it looks great. You're doing good. I mean, I'd love to see more and more and more of these. The more and more you do, the better you're going to get. So, and if this is where you're at right now, you're well on your way. Excellent. Now this one, Cajole. I can't remember what this one was from. Now that looks really amazing. I don't know if this is a painting you made or if this is a source image for something you want to paint. Because I feel like I've seen something like this before. And this does look pretty advanced, all the techniques going on there. And I can't remember, to be honest, where you were at in your journey. So if this is what you're painting now, this is amazing. These would sell very well all over the place. So, yeah, because there's a lot, like getting all of those drips to happen so neatly, getting the splatters to happen where they are and not in other places, this fine rendering here on those flower petals. There's a lot of pretty advanced stuff going on there. So I don't know, because it looks like, you know, you've sent something else here. This is somebody's Skillshare class. Okay, so yeah, maybe, so it looks like maybe you're trying to maybe replicate. Okay, so maybe that's what's going here. You're trying to replicate this painting in here. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this painting here in Vancouver at like a department store, like, you know, where that sell kind of mirrors and things. So because you can see it's tricky to pull that off. Let's see, what can I say about this? Okay, so it looks like you're trying to get the drip effect to happen, like we see in these paintings. And what you're doing is you're kind of hand painting those drips. And that is really tricky to get the drip, or get that line, if you hand painted, to be consistent and not to kind of widen and thin as it goes down. I mean, sometimes a drip might do that, but usually it's going to stay relatively consistent unless it hits some sort of some texture that causes it to change its shape. So unless you actually do a drip technique on here, I would probably err on the side of not trying to fake those drips out by hand painting them, because they start to look like stems or something. Drip painting, to do that, The best thing to use would be probably something like an acrylic ink or a fluid acrylic. Those are two separate types of acrylic paint. You could use soft body or heavy body paint like we use in our episodes, but you'd want to put something, mix something into them, like paintbrush medium or pouring medium, in order to make them way more fluid-like. So, and then you could experiment with, you know, a little eyedropper. But you have your canvas on an angle, maybe not straight up, but you have it on a fairly steep angle, and then you'd sort of just drip them on. And you may want to do that earlier in the process, maybe even before you've painted most of the leaves, so that you can then go back over and then paint the leaves or the petals, flowers, whatever they are, over top of where those drips start, to get a really clean edge. Also looks like there's some sort of either gold paint or gel pen or something going around these edges, which looks nice. I think what we might want, though, is a bit more contrast for them. Like if we look at the original, like look how dark some of this gets in some of those flower petals, and that's going to make those white edges in this instance pop. So whereas here we've got a lot of light colors and then the gold around the light colors, which is fine, but the gold outlining is not going to be as noticeable, at least when we're looking at it in a photograph. Obviously, if you're looking at it in person and you shift your view from side to side, it's going to be, you're going to see those reflections. I do think you chose a very difficult painting to try to emulate, and like I would probably struggle myself to make this painting. There's a lot going on here, and yeah, you'd just be careful about trying to do that. And then here's your sketchbook, and that's the original image it's based on. I don't know if they, in this course or whatever, they show how to do that, and this is what you did. But the front cover of your sketchbook is awesome. That is great. I think this is an excellent image. I actually think I like it better than this. I mean, that's nice, but this looks like it was done on the computer versus you've done this by hand painting. One thing I would say is you may want to put some sort of fixative or like some kind of fluid matte medium or something over the top of this to protect the surface, because, you know, if you're carrying that around, it's possible that the sweat in your fingers, oils in your fingers, could cause that paint to activate a little bit and then smudge. And if you're like, I kind of got a little bit of smears or smudges, or the paint comes off a little bit on your fingers, then you might use a little bit of a rag or something to try to clean it, and then the problem gets bigger. Versus if you put something like a clear matte medium or a spray fixative or something on top of it, it's going to seal the paint underneath in and protect that surface so that the paint is less likely to rub off or to peel off or to absorb any other colors. So that if you did get, you know, like let's say you spilt coffee on the cover and you try to wipe it away, paint could come off, versus if it was sealed, then you wouldn't have no worries whatsoever about just wiping it away, even gently kind of scrubbing into it. Okay, what do I want to talk about here? Okay, just think about how I'm going to plan this out. Okay, so next up, I want Heidi posted some pictures of an exhibition at the Art Gallery of Ontario recently called Moments in Modernism. So the Art Gallery of Ontario is in Toronto, Canada. Really, that's, I'd say the AGO is arguably the best art museum in Canada. I mean, people might say it's the National Gallery. The National Gallery is, you have, which is in Ottawa, not too far from Toronto, relatively speaking, also has a great collection. The difference is that the AGO has maybe less broad of a collection, but has large holdings of certain artworks, particularly the Group of Seven and Tom Thompson. Because they just have different mandates, right? Like the Art Gallery of Ontario, probably their main priority is collecting art by Ontario artists, versus the National Gallery is trying to collect art by Canadians from across Canada, art by European artists who came to Canada, images that have some relevance to the history of Canada, and then just art from all over the world as well. And some of that also overlaps in the AGO. Anyway, so this is a Jean-Paul Riopelle painting. We did an episode on Riopelle, I'm pretty sure. Or did we just do one on Marcel Ferron, who was she was a colleague of Jean-Paul Riopelle. I think we did both. I hope I did a Riopelle painting. Anyway, both Ferron and Riopelle did paintings using this kind of palette painting technique, which is really difficult. Like, I honestly, I don't know how I would paint that. I have used palette knives a little bit, and we've done a bit of it on the channel. I suppose, well, I don't know, I could probably figure this out the more I look at it. But, you know, palette knives are a little bit like watercolor. I think they're often one of those things like, oh yeah, it'd be fun to use, really easy. And then you're like, you start using it, you're like, oh my goodness, this is exploding my brain how difficult it is. Because it's one of those things, if you know what you're doing, you can make it look really easy. If you don't know what you're doing, it is like torturously difficult. And that line between knowing what you're doing and not knowing what you're doing is really like a razor edge. Jean-Paul Riopelle was kind of like Canada's answer to Jean-Paul Riopelle was kind of like Canada's Jackson Pollock, I guess. I don't think Riopelle really liked that comparison. They were part of a movement, the Automatistes, and were way more political too, right? So this is in the 50s and early 60s, where there was this kind of rise of Quebec nationalism, Quebec being one of the provinces here in Canada, the French-speaking province of Canada, or, well, one of the French-speaking provinces of Canada, the primary one, the other being New Brunswick, which is really the only, I think, officially bilingual province in which, I mean, I think every province likes to say they're bilingual, but New Brunswick really is. Rain Tree says, I'm watching the drawing nose class from my beginner's drawing class, and it's probably a month since I started, and I'm struggling with lines. Okay. Well, we're coming up soonish to talking about drawings. So, how how can I improve it? Well, maybe when we start talking about some drawings, maybe we'll come across some drawings that are like that, and maybe I can offer some advice. So if you stick around or come back in maybe another half hour, 45 minutes, we should be there. Of course, you can always come back tomorrow and watch the video after it's been recorded. Here's another photo by Heidi of Mark Rothko. That's beautiful. And here's a photograph of the Tom Thompson painting. We did this Tom Thompson painting a couple years ago. We did a whole week focused on Tom Thompson. What does Heidi say? I posted this. This photo really shows the brush strokes. Yes, you can see the texture in there, right? You can. It almost seems like you can see him like kind of scribbling with his paintbrush. Tom Thompson is one of those guys that he is, and I bet you his friends felt this way too, that Tom Thompson had like incredible beginner's luck. Like for a guy that had rarely made any paintings really before he began working at Grip Limited, the advertising firm in Toronto, where he met many of the artists who later formed the Group of Seven after he died. Tom must have just driven him crazy, because they were all those other guys, and they were all guys, were all skilled artists who had gone to officially gone to like art school, most of them in Europe, and had done years of training. And here comes Tom, and he's taken maybe a couple of evening classes, and he goes on these trips with them and just starts making better work than any of them were able to do. I mean, or at least was at their level, right? And that must have just been like, can you imagine? I mean, what is the analogy to that? It would be like a football player who's never really played football, tries out for, like, I don't know, what's a football, I don't really follow football, like what's a football team, Dallas Cowboys or San Francisco 49ers, and makes it onto the team alongside guys who've been playing football for 15 years, right, professionally. You'd just be like, how, it's not fair that I had to work my butt off my whole life to get to this point, and you've just been doing your own thing, living life, and you just decide one day you're gonna pick up football, and a few years later you make it onto the team. Like, how in what universe does this make any sense, or how's that fair? But sometimes people just got it, right? So I want to take just a leap here and just look at Kathy's work next, since we're talking about this painting. Here's Kathy's version of that very same Tom Thompson painting. And what's kind of nice is look how you can see Kathy's emulating those very kind of wild, fluid brushstrokes. We did this painting, as I said, as part of an episode, or we did a whole episode focused on this painting a few years ago. And this is one of those paintings we did pretty quickly. In fact, I feel like maybe I had to wrap this painting up very quickly for some reason. I think maybe I had to go get my daughter from daycare or something. And so it ended up being like, okay, I gotta leave in 10 minutes. I gotta finish this painting. But what was kind of nice, I think, about that is it was probably like the way Tom Thompson was painting this painting. There was like an urgency where he's just like, you know, the sun's going down. I have got to get this thing done in 10 minutes, or there's a storm about to come in. Let's do it. All hands on deck. Let's crank this thing out right now. So I think you've done a great job here, Kathy. It's hard to really see. The only thing is this far shore, I might not have painted so dark. I probably would have had a bit lighter, just to create a bit of more of a separation between this shoreline right here, which is in front of that one. And now that I've said that, let's just take a quick look and see what Tom did. Did Tom follow my advice? Not really. Well, maybe a little bit. It does seem like this has got a little bit more brown, and that far hill's got a little bit more of a blue. But maybe not as distinct as I would have recommended. And I can imagine, you know, he might have been painting this painting right next to one of his friends, J.H. MacDonald or A.Y. Jackson, Varley, one of those guys, and they might have said to him, like, well, you know, Tom, you probably want to have that hill being not quite as dark as the hill in the foreground. And Tom's like, yeah, okay. Thanks for your unsolicited advice. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do anyway. So, anyway, that's pretty cool. It's fun to look at these side by side and see that not even a great artist doesn't always listen. Okay, actually, I kind of skipped over a few people, so you know, let's continue with Kathy, and then we're gonna work our way back to Deborah, and we'll continue our march towards the beginning of the alphabet here. So here's well, maybe let's stay on the Tom Thompson train here. We did this Jack Pine painting a few years ago as well. Yeah, back in 2021. Oh my goodness, what is it? 2020? It's almost 2025. Sometimes I don't realize how long I've been at this for. Okay. This looks great. The one thing again is probably in the foreground we'd want to have darker, more saturated colors than the far shore. And I can't remember exactly what Tom did here. I do feel like he was listening to my advice here. If only some more saturated colors. But this also does feel a little bit different. Like we did an episode where I painted the sketch that Tom did, and then I did, I think, another episode where I painted the final version of the painting he did. And there is a difference, because what Tom Thompson and the group of 7 would do is they would make these little oil sketches, they called them, on small wood panels, and they might make dozens of them in a week or so, and then bring them back to Toronto and then make large versions based on those sketches. And I feel like this painting is a little bit in between both of those paintings, because if I recall the way that Tom painted the sky, in the sketch is very, very loose, but the one he did, the larger, much larger version, is almost like the way Van Gogh painted. These little dash brush strokes, like little Morse code, like beep 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 going across, whereas yours feel much softer and more blended, less distinct brush strokes. Again, nothing wrong with that, just pointing out these differences, and so this feels more like your own style kind of coming through here, and I like that. I think it's cool to see your own style coming through. Again, the one thing is that I would opt for the foreground to be the darkest part of the painting rather than the background. It's not to say that, you know, we just saw a painting where Tom Thompson kind of broke those rules, but he was one of those guys who somehow managed to get away with stuff like that through his own, I don't know, incredible beginner's luck. But not everyone is as fortunate. Here's another painting, Kathy. Did I start this a couple weeks ago? I've only had snippets of paint. Careful, whimsical fun, or colorful, whimsical fun. Painting is one of my favorite and calming and uplifting activities. Wow. Cool. So what is this? Is this just right out of your imagination, Kathy, or where does this come from? Because that is wild. Like, these buildings, the shapes of the windows and doors are so eccentric and wild. Like, it's like right out of a cartoon, like out of SpongeBob SquarePants or something. You know, like I can almost feel like those buildings kind of bounce around and do fun things. Like they could have lives of their own. Like Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse had kind of architecture like this, and then the trees being almost more like candy popsicles. No, not pops. Candy canes? No, not candy canes. Lollipops. That's what they feel more like. And there's almost this Norval Morisot kind of bush over here. It's a really fanciful, wild, fun, playful landscape. I like that a lot. And the colors are also kind of got that pastel kind of quality, which gives it a kind of Easter egg, or not Easter egg, but just Easter quality, right? Those purples and yellows and pinks and oranges, baby blue, you know, are very kind of colors we tend to associate with like childhood. So very playful painting. Okay, Kathy's painting here. So this comes from a series of works, and I forgot to include maybe the introductory text that you wrote about this. So this is a building in Dawson City in the Yukon. What does this sign say? Don't laugh at me. I'm over 125 years old. I'm rusty and crude looking, but during the time of the gold rush, the builders didn't have a world of choices to use for materials. So they used flattened oil barrels for siding, and here I am, said the wall. If you haven't been to Dawson City, Yukon, here in Canada, you should put it on your bucket list. I think I've made the comment before that Dawson City is what I think people from around the world imagine Canada is. When they think of Canadians riding around on dog sleighs and having to fend off polar bears from eating their trash, from everybody skating on the river in the winter and playing hockey all the time, they're probably thinking of Dawson City. And Dawson, so I think not only also is Dawson City what everyone around the world imagines Canada being like, but I think also, in all Canadians we also have internalized that kind of vision of like Canada, you know, this isolated, cold place and very small little community. Anyway, think of Canada as kind of microcosm, or I think of Dawson City and Yukon in general, but Dawson City in particular as sort of a Canada in a microcosm. Also, because there's a lot of people from Quebec and a lot of people from Ontario there. In fact, there's more people from Quebec and Ontario in Dawson City and the Yukon than there are people from Alberta and BC and places which are much closer for whatever weird reason. So you have a lot of French-speaking people, a lot of Anglophones. I don't know. It's just it's such a weird, beautiful, wonderful place that is. There's a magical quality to it. You know, the history is super rich up there. With the gold rush that happened in the 1890s, 1897, I think. But yeah, so anyway, Kathy did found this photograph, or maybe took this photograph themselves, perhaps, and then made a painting which they uploaded to the Facebook group, and then so then I gave some feedback, and then Kathy went back and worked on that painting a little bit more. I don't know if you can see some of the differences, but a few things I suggested were that, you know, the sky was a little bit inconsistent. Like, we've got some of these dark blues here, and then this light blue up here. And I felt like it's kind of odd for the sky. You know, it's okay if the sky has a gradient that goes up in one direction, but it should be consistent. And so it didn't make sense to me that there was that happening. So what Kathy did is she basically put that same color consistent in almost everywhere. I think that works. Although I don't know if I felt like we needed to get rid of some of the looser stuff in the clouds earlier over here. I didn't mind that. Whereas this looks tighter, more structured, less expressive, which is not necessarily a good or bad thing, just different. It does look a little bit more. It's clearer, more clarified. The building, I made mention of that the railing, I think should have, the posts should all be white as they go up here. That would be important. And to define the side of this building a little bit more. As I said, the oil drum cans have been flattened out, because right now they sort of just look like, you know, dabs of paint. They don't really seem organized in any way. So Kathy went and kind of, she painted the railing a little bit more, and then put a little bit more of time into the side of the building. I think it looks great. It just seems more finished, more precise now. I think there's also a couple extra lines here on the sides. Also looks like a little bit more stuff happening in the bushes down there. Yeah, very cool, Kathy. Really cool. Ranger says, I can't make it today after 45 minutes because I'm doing a drawing class course after that. I have videos to edit up for my clients. Yeah, that's totally fine. Again, all these videos are recorded, and just like the drawing class, it's been up there for years that you're doing. So just like this video, you can always tune, you know, off and go do your work and come back, and eventually I'll get to your to be talking about drawings, and you can see if any of that feedback makes sense to you. You can even play it at 2 times normal speed. So if you think I'm talking too slowly, you can speed my voice up. Kathy says, I saw something like this at an art gallery in Victoria, but didn't really do it as polished. You mean your painting, Kathy? You mean the photograph? Or I think we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I like your work a lot. I think it looks great. I think, as always, Kathy, I think you do amazing work. I think we talked about some of your work earlier, some of the stuff that we had based on the in-class work too. So, yeah. And polished. I don't know how I feel about that word. Because sometimes one might suggest that something that is less polished is less good. If anything, I kind of err on the side of less polished personally. I kind of like artwork that's a little rougher around the edges, a little bit more expressive personally, but guys, I just saw a grizzly bear last week on the Alaska Highway. Wow. That's awesome. That's one of the cool things about going up north is just the nature. You become so much more aware of nature, of just wild animals everywhere. And it starts to almost become a little bit banal. Like after you've seen the 10th beaver, you know, crossing the street, or you see another deer in your backyard, instead of rushing to get your camera to like take a picture of it, you sort of look out the window, oh yeah, and then you go back to whatever you're doing. Meanwhile, all the tourists are just blowing a gasket because they can't believe what they're seeing. Okay, great job, Kathy. Here's David's work. David, inspired by lemon trees. If I recall, this is a Van Gogh painting, right? Lemon trees, I think. Or is this kind of a version of, what is it, the cherry tree? A lonely lemon tree. Is that really a Van Gogh painting? Like, look how big those lemons look on that tree. I don't know. Do the lemons grow in southern France? Maybe. Where do lemons come from? I don't know. Now I'm starting to question everything. A lemon tree. Okay, so this is done with artificial intelligence. Open art. Is that okay? I don't know. I'm gonna fall down a rabbit hole on the internet here. Let's just stay on topic, Michael. I like this painting a lot. This is really cool. I love the way it's painted. I love the blue sky with these blue or white dots on top. I mean, it almost appears to be like snow falling in the background. That's the one thing that. But because those white dots don't continue down onto the grass, it looks maybe more like some kind of interpretation, stylistic choice for the sky, as opposed to, you know, depicting some meteorological event. Let's see that meteorological event. How do you say that? Meteorological. I don't know if I've ever said meteorological ever before. It doesn't sound like I'm saying it right. Obviously, I'm not going to become a meteorologist if I can't say the actual name of the... I think this is really cool. I really like this a lot. I don't know if this is based on anything or just purely from your imagination. If it's from your imagination, that is pretty wild, and it would look beautiful on the wall. Really cool. Great choice of subject matter as well. Okay. Now we got some paintings here by Deborah. Let's see how I want to organize these. Okay. So here's this. Oh no, this is a. Oh, so this is, sorry, this is by Debbie, not Deborah, because we got several Debbies in the class, Deborahs. This painting here of Picasso's guitar player. Thank you for accepting me into this group. I love these master study classes. I came across this channel with Michael by chance. This is my first WIP. What does that mean? I don't think it's... What is that? This is my first W something painting. Yeah, what would WIP stand for? You let me know in the chat if you know what Debbie's talking about here. But anyway, it turns out great. If anything, it looks even more like this poor guitar player's in pretty bad shape. I mean, in the original, he looks emaciated and on the verge of death. In your painting, he looks like he's already starting to decompose. I mean, look at that leg. That looks like somebody has like really bad frostbite. Like that's what that looks like. And I'm not saying this isn't a bad thing. Like I think that's kind of what Picasso wanted, is to give the impression of someone just barely hanging on, you know, in the grips of just abject poverty. And yet this guy is somehow in worse shape than Picasso's guitar player, which is, you know, something to be said. Solveig says maybe it's a work in progress. It's possible. It does appear that, let's say, the legs are a little bit unfinished. Oh! Solveig says work in progress is what WIP stands for. I should have known. I should have known. You're brilliant. Thank you. Yes, obviously my brain is work in progress. Obviously. Okay. Now let's take a look at some of Deborah. So Deborah posted this picture of the hunt for the unicorn. We did this painting, what, 2 or 3 months ago, and in fact I should put this in that folder. But I think Deborah immediately responded like, "Oh man, we had this painting, or kind of this textile created, I think, for our like wedding anniversary or something." I had to remember the comment. And so we're so excited about that painting. I don't know, I don't think they've done their version of this painting yet, but I think they expressed interest, so that's cool. We will talk about that in a little bit. Deborah also posted this. I saw this tutorial about a cat looking out a window on a rainy day. Beside it was a cup of tea and saucer with a hot beverage, and then my grandkids came over and asked me to customize it to their own cat. That's beautiful. Wonder what this blue thing is that's rising up. What is that shape in the sky? That looks like a waterfall, right? If you got a big tree here, it's supposed to be the sky, but why does that teal shape continue up into the air? Because if it was, I would imagine it ending somewhere here. So I don't know if that's something that you added, Deborah, or the original tutorial suggested that. Let's look at this other version here. I really wanted to paint this painting, and so I put our cat Hobbs, a Bengal cat, in the painting. I do not ever use teacups and saucers, I use mugs. Okay, so we got both of these paintings side by side here. Again, I love that you customized it. And the mugs are a little bit different. That's cool. The steam coming out with nice touches. I really like the way you painted the patterning on this cat in particular. Interesting. Okay, well, one thing that's got my eye is the cat's ears, and so I know what's happening here. Obviously the light is coming from outside and illuminating the cat from the front, so that's why we see the fur around the edges is kind of front lit, or I guess backlit, I guess you could say, so that we see kind of the bright edges. And so the ears are, you know, cat's ears are kind of, well, they are opaque, but when there's a strong light, they're going to appear kind of semi-transparent, translucent, right? So I get that, yet it appears almost like we're looking at the front of the cat and we're looking at the interior of the cat's ears, and it's missing its face. Does that make sense to anybody, or am I just crazy? I'd have to look at a picture of a cat to see. In fact, let's cat looking out window. Let's see if we can see this. Okay, so I see a little bit of that happening here. But you can see how dark that cat is in relationship to everything else. Like, look how the ears aren't nearly as light. That's pretty funny. That cat jammed its head through those blinds. Yeah, I just don't see that effect happening quite the way that you've done it. Oops. Quite the way that you've done it here, Kathy. Or, sorry, Deborah. My recommendation would be to darken those ears a little bit. Because while there is light coming from outside, like that would have to be really, really bright light for those ears to be illuminated like that. And if that light was that strong, then the cat would probably be a black silhouette. Because, I mean, obviously there can be strong light coming from this side, from the back side of the cat. And there, it looks like there is some, because it's obviously illuminated here and the mug's illuminated. But that would also contradict some of, that would also illuminate the fur on the back of the ears of the cat, and therefore it wouldn't be quite so, it wouldn't appear quite so transparent, I think. Anyway, I know it's ridiculous nitpicky stuff here. Like, I think what you've done here is maybe a little bit closer to it, where, yeah, there might be a little bit transparent, there might be a little bit lighter, but not quite so much. Again, ridiculous nitpicking. I wonder, in this image it seems more clear that maybe these teal shapes are just trees further off in the distance that I don't quite get here. Again, I don't know. This is some other teacher's project, and so it is what it is. I might have done it a little bit differently. This is, so we're going to now look at it, a few different things that Deborah did that are kind of, I don't know about commissioned pieces, but artworks, portraits of some people close to Deborah that are really successful. So let's take a look at this. So we've got I think this photograph, which is in black and white, and Deborah recreates it in color. And that's not easy, to take a black and white photograph and colorize it while simultaneously painting it. I think you've done an exceptional job here. I think you were faced with a bit of a challenge with her arms here, and so you've kind of cut her arms off in the picture. I think this is okay. This makes sense that you've done it this way. I could see this being even more tightly cropped to something more like that, and just avoiding having her arms cut at midway down the bicep or above the elbows like that. I could see someone doing something like that. but not a big deal. It doesn't bother me so much. I mean, there are, like, photographers in particular talk about this stuff all the time, and I teach photography to this day. I've been teaching, I did a photography class here on YouTube as well during the pandemic. I think it's okay. I don't know how successful it is, but it's up there. But photographers talk all the time about where's the best place to crop a photograph of a person. And in fact, I'll just show you this since we're talking about it. Okay, so you could see this is pretty good. I think I've shown my photography students an image similar to this. So this kind of shows you what some of their kind of what someone considers to be the right rules is, like where you should, if you're gonna crop part of the body out, where you should do it. And so yeah, you can see that actually they've done very similar to what you just did as well, Deborah. Kind of cropped right there. I think that what they're saying is if you go any further, then you're going to want to just crop right, almost the shoulders right off, because it's going to look a little bit strange. Because you can see here, it's like you almost want to leave either all of the arms intact or none of the arms intact. So same thing with the legs. Like, you really don't want to crop into the knee or the elbow. You either want it above or below. I don't know. I mean, as you can see, photographers will talk about this stuff endlessly. It's like okay, like look at these. Yeah, they even call it nerdy photographer quick tips, like where to crop the photo. Like you can crop it here, but not there. Oh my goodness, that difference between there and there is like you were seeing a terrible photograph and a masterpiece. So anyway, I think we're right on that edge where I think if you had gone any lower, it could be kind of a disaster. What do I see here? MS says, are you still doing any drawing live stream classes? Not currently, but I might do some in January. That might be happening. Solveig says, I gotta go to sleep, but catch up with the rest tomorrow. Thank you for giving such amazing feedback. Emma says, your classes have been so amazingly helpful. I can't get enough. Oh, that's so cool. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. That's really cool. Okay, so another painting Deborah was doing. Okay, so this is where this gets tricky. So you were given this photograph to make a painting from, and I gotta say, this is like right on the verge of being like, no thank you. And yet you are a trooper, Deborah, and this is what you created from that blurry photograph. And again, not only did you extract a painting from it, but you colorized it, which is tricky. And so you uploaded this Facebook group, and I did chime in with a little bit of advice and suggested maybe just, darkening some of the building in behind this guy and making the foliage just a little bit less saturated to kind of push it backwards. And there's the result. And I think it does make a little bit of a difference here. Because the one thing is I felt like that window in the background is kind of competing for our attention, and it kind of is a little distracting. Like it's the same kind of almost yellow as like on the skin, and so it's like is he holding like a phone, and is that like a flag hanging off the antenna of the phone, or is that a backpack he's carrying? What exactly is that? And in the photograph, well, it might be the building, the house that they're standing in front of, so we don't really take it for granted, or we don't really question it. But in the painting we might. So you've gone there. Yeah, I think just reducing the intensity of those colors pushes it back a little bit more. I will say that I almost would have, now that the more I look at it, and especially now the more I look at the photograph, you know, I mean, the fact that you saw trees and everything there is wonderful. I almost wonder about just eliminating that almost entirely. Like how, unless that is like their family home, you know, I think you could probably just omit it entirely. I mean, I'm not saying you got it. I think looks fine, looks great. Don't ask, because I think you delivered the painting to them, and they were more than happy, as they should be. Those look so great, and look how happy they are. Wow. Can you imagine? I'm kind of preaching to the converted here, but if you didn't make art yourself, you didn't really know anybody else who made art themselves, and then somebody gave you a painting of a family member, especially like maybe your parents who've been passed away for decades, like that would just blow your mind. It would be the coolest gift anyone's ever done, and especially if it was done by another family member or friend of the family, not just some guy you hired randomly on the internet. Like that would just be so neat. It just would be like, honestly, those are the kinds of things that when the house is on fire that people are gonna grab first, right? It's not gonna be the collection of DVDs or the television. It's gonna be the precious gifts that people in the family gave them. So I just think this is one of the most beautiful gifts you could give another person. Well done, Deborah. Okay, now here's another fun thing. So Deborah says, I made so this is the summer with my daughter Christy back in 2000. My father was visiting from Arizona, and I guess, I don't know if you're at a coffee shop or just looking at flowers at a flower store, but this sort of funny moment where this kind of hanging plant is kind of hanging over top of your daughter's head like this, and kind of looks like a giant flower afro or something, or hat. So then Deborah made this painting based on that of that photograph. And I said at the time, I think it's a wonderful photograph. It's fantastic. But just a couple little things, I kind of felt like maybe just kind of adding the top of her head in behind these leaves and flowers might help. Because otherwise it can kind of look like her head just ends right there. And why do I say that is because, you know, we've got this same background color that is everywhere around here, including in behind all of these leaves. So it gives us the idea that, well, here's the leaves, here's that background, it continues in between some of these leaves, and it also continues right above her sunglasses. So what happened to the rest of her head? Is the top of her head gone? And that might seem obvious now that I point it out, but then so what happened is Deborah went back and continued working on that painting, and then did just put a little bit of that darker hair above there and a little bit of skin tone right above the sunglasses. So it just gives us a little bit of, oh yeah, her head is actually there. It's not missing. Now, obviously, if we look at the original, we don't really see that. The hair kind of disappears into the above the leaves and everything, but that's because the density of the tree or this plant or whatever is pretty thick. Like, it's so thick that it's blocking out any of the sky and behind it. like one imagines it's not just, you know, a little bit of, you know, a couple little vines of flowers, but it is like a thick bush that's right over her head, and so we cannot see anything between them. But when we look at the painting, it appears to be a little bit lighter, less dense of a plant, and that's why kind of putting some of those putting the top of her head there, I think, is important. At the end of the day, the fact that you went and listened to any of my advice and went back and worked on this painting a little bit more makes me obviously very, very happy, because not everybody listens to what I've got to say. And so the fact that anybody goes back and tries to resolve those issues makes me really happy. Yeah, okay. There's a few things. I'm just going to move forward. Okay, so let's move on. We're going to talk about Barbara's work here. Now, poor Barbara got so sick of waiting for me to talk about her work that she signed off. I didn't realize how close we were. My second and last attempt at plein air painting. This is a little lake in the grounds of our holiday cottage in Cornwall. Back to my favorite split palette acrylics. Okay. And I think there's another. So this is my first plein air painting. I sat on the harbour wall at St. Mawes in Cornwall and painted the village. I had an audience as well, holidaymakers peering over my shoulder. That is one of the things when you go outside and you start making art, other people get very interested and very curious and want to see what's happening. And if you've never had that happen before, it can be a little bit unnerving. One of the things that I make my students do at art school is I take them out of the classroom and we go somewhere in public and draw in public. And we do that. Often we take the train and I get them, take your sketchbook out, let's start drawing on the train, and like, ooh, and people standing there looking over their shoulder, looking at the works in progress. And at first, you can see students sweating it out. They're like, oh my goodness, it's too many people watching. And then after 10 minutes, they're like, oh yeah, whatever. I got to get this drawing done. I don't really care what that guy's doing. And so it's sort of like, that bubble bursts and you kind of like, okay, now I can focus. Now that I've, those jitters kind of go away. And I think that's important because often it's that fear that people have about being judged in the moment by perfect strangers, which makes them totally averse to going outside and making art in public. I understand why. I don't blame people for not doing it, but I think once you realize how insignificant it really is, then you stop worrying about it. Because I've done a lot of this kind of thing over the years. I've done a lot of painting in public. I've done a lot of performative kinds of things. And only once did I have anyone ever criticize me while I was doing work. And that just happened because I was in Los Angeles. I was painting outside on a very busy street. And a couple of guys who were very drunk, with their paper bag and the bottle in there, came up and just started giving me a hard time. But yeah, it had obviously had very little to do with what I was doing and more to do with what they were doing. So I certainly didn't take it personally. In fact, it was a little bit of a badge of honor that I had been heckled while I was painting, right? Like a stand-up comedian. Because when does that ever happen otherwise? So whereas every single other moment where I've ever been working outside and tourists come up or just members of the public, whatever, People are just like I've done that. You know, I often, whenever when I'm traveling, I bring my sketchbook, go and doodle some drawings in a museum. People are fascinated, and it's not because my work is, you know, genius level or anything like that. It's just because people, for the most part, just think making art is impossible for them. Most people just think you have to be born a great artist, or making art is just a door that will never be opened for them and can never be opened. And I think one of the things that we've seen, probably most of you watching right now, are people who might have thought that at some point, or like, well, there's this weird looking guy on the internet who has these free classes. Maybe I'll do a little bit of, maybe he's got something. And then you start doing a little bit of drawing and realize, hey, this doesn't take a genius to do this stuff. I can kind of do it. And then you're like, well, maybe I'll try one of his painting classes. And then you try the painting class and you realize, hey, yeah, maybe I'm not an expert on the first day, but I didn't do as bad as I thought I would do. And before you know it, you're getting better and better and better and better. And so most people are in that mindset of like, it's impossible for me, you know, whether at my age, there's no way I can learn a new trick like painting. So all I can do is just admire these incredible people who've got that skill. And so whenever they see anybody doing anything, even if it's terrible, they are just like minds blown, because they don't believe that they can do it themselves. So anyway, I think these look great, especially for plein air painting, because beyond the fact that you might feel like you're being judged, which you might be being judged, but it's only in the most positive way possible, like being, what's the most positive way of being judged, like for an award being judged, right? Not for being thrown to the wolves. But it's also difficult, like the lighting is changing, the weather could be changing, there could be bugs in the air, right? You might get uncomfortable where you're standing, and you can't sit down because there's nowhere to sit, or where you want to sit is wet. So there's lots of complications that arise. Sometimes it's not that it's too dark or too rainy or wet or windy. It's almost sometimes because it's too bright. And then so you're wearing sunglasses and you're trying to mix paint with sunglasses. Well, good luck with that, because you're like, oh, I think I got the right color. And then you start painting and you lift up, you're like, whoa, I thought that was blue. It's actually red I'm painting with. It looks different with my sunglasses on. So there's so many reasons why plein air painting can be difficult. You know, you say this is my last plein air painting. Yeah, I would say though that if this is your last plein air painting, well then you're certainly leaving the field at the top of your game, because you're starting to get somewhere for sure. So I don't know, you may want to just take a break rather than say this is the last one, and maybe just maybe leave room for potentially coming back to plein air painting. Or so my largest painting to date, 50 centimeters by 40 centimeters. What is that? Something. That's a big painting for sure. I drew the outline freehand, so it's not exact replica. It took longer than expected. The details consumed me. So this is probably closer to the original scale. I'm trying to think of how big irises are. This is in the Getty Museum in Los Angeles. It is a bigger paint, but it's probably not. It's probably pretty close to that original scale. It's probably somewhere around 50 to 40 centimeters. For hand drawing this out, that's immaculate, because again, all of those overlapping shapes it is kind of overwhelming. I am very impressed with what you're able to do at that. Like, that's great, Barbara. And all of the colors that you've mixed, it's all beautiful. And so I'm really impressed that you scaled this painting up, you hand drew it, and then you were able to mix those colors by basically having to double, triple your recipe in order to paint this. This is a major win on all fronts. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can add. I mean, I don't know. I think it's great. I was gonna say maybe is there a little bit more outlining in Van Gogh's, but I don't think so. I might have done a little bit more outlining on my own painting, my own version. So I need a little more fluid in my throat. I've just been sitting here talking for 5 hours as my throat gets a little dry. And then just imagine, after I'm done this, I'm going to be grading student artwork, my Emily Carr University students' work, for about 4 or 5 hours tonight. So I'm just getting warmed up here for grading. Okay, so let's move on. I think we got a few more artists. We're going into the A's, so we've made it all the way to the other side of the alphabet. Where are we here? Okay, so Ari here has done a number of paintings recently, a lot of them in class, and so those are in those folders, some of which we won't see here until the next feedback episode when we look at some of their more recent paintings. But this is one we did probably about a year ago now. Tyrus Wong, a great Chinese-American artist who worked with Walt Disney. Obviously, most famously did all of the backgrounds and kind of source illustrations for the movie Bambi. And a really incredible story. There's a great documentary on him called Tyrus, I think Tyrus, that was won a bunch of awards years ago, probably about 10 years ago now. A movie I've shown my students at Emily Carr a few times, because it's a great story about overcoming racism and all sorts of adversity to become successful despite like tremendous odds. At that, I mean, certainly racism has not gone away, unfortunately, and we all know there's someone out there who's leaning into it a lot. But man, if you thought things were bad now, go back in time and watch that documentary, the Tyrus Wong, how he had to fight for everything. Even his fellow artists were like horribly bigoted. So anyway, let's talk about this beautiful painting that Ari did based on Tyrus Wong's art. This is great. In fact, I like the way you did the grass more than I did the grass. How did you do that so nicely? I don't know. It's maybe just like a really dry, scratchy brush or something. But it's where did it go? Oh, no, there it is. I thought it somehow vanished. Really great. Also, the gradient that you've got in that background is very nice. Wow. So this gives an idea, of just how well you can progress if you stick to things a lot. Because Ari's been painting now for, I don't know, probably a couple years. here, maybe a little bit before then as well. I can't remember offhand, but man, to be able to crank something like that out, Ari, is very, very encouraging. Here's another one. So this is, we did this painting a few years ago in celebration of Kwanzaa. Cynthia St. James, who's a living artist today, did a number of these paintings. Well, some of which, including this one, maybe was featured on U.S. postage stamps. So that's great. Again, this is all stuff that appears relatively easy, but is very tricky. Oh, it looks like you used a little bit of tape to pull off that. Did you use tape, or is that just exceptional painting? You must have used tape for that. That's pretty good. Holy smokes. Either way, whatever you did to get this painting, like, how did you... Just incredible. Ari, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. This Palmer Hayden painting, a young girl reading. I loved this painting. And you've done a great job painting it too. I'm just looking. I can't remember if I must have encountered this problem when I was working on this painting. I think this is pretty close to what Palmer did, but the this back wall, I feel like this was something that kind of drove me crazy. Is my instinct would be to put this little sliver of, oh, I guess that would be on the other corner of the wall. So that would be, you wouldn't see that because the edge of the wall is like right there. So this is one of those things where I would err if I was constructing this painting from scratch. I would try to make it very obvious. Like, I would bring the corner of this wall. I'll just show you. I'll bring my tools. Like, I would put the corner of this wall right there. I'd have the molding on the bottom of the wall there, and the molding on the, it's going up. Let's see if I can do that again a little bit better. So I would do it like that so that it is very obvious that it's poking through the bottom of this bench or table that she's leaning on, as opposed to it being where it currently is, where I think that corner is like right here. And so it lines up kind of perfectly behind the table, which, you know, again, that might be exactly the way he saw it, but for me, it's just, it's distracting. Again, maybe this is something that came up while you were painting it, Ari, and but I feel like I was encountering a similar issue when I was working on this. Otherwise, absolutely immaculate, wonderful job. I don't think there's anything else I can say here. Excellent. Okay, woo! Ari says, here's a painting I did for my best friend's birthday. She's a pro pianist. She's been very excited and supportive of my art since I started, and has always wanted me to paint a sunset, so that I made this painting and gave it to her. Cool. Wow, again, can you imagine the gift if someone, your friend, the piano player, must have just been like blown away seeing this artwork of them playing piano on a sunset, right on this very calm river's edge like that. I mean, That would be a... Can you imagine if that you could actually be in that scene? That would just be the most peaceful place on earth. Sitting next to the water on a sunset with someone playing piano on a grand piano. I mean, that would be really cool, like music video or something. As opposed to this would also be a great album cover. Is there anything I can offer here? I mean, I think you've done an exceptional job. I mean, what could I say? She does seem... I mean, maybe she is really thin, but she seems really, really thin. And it looks like the folds on her don't... So those white folds, because they kind of end right there. The other thing is, if the sun is coming from the right-hand side, then we would see mostly highlights on this side, and this side of her body would be almost would be just mostly in shadow. I understand what you're doing here is trying to give, maybe define her clothing a little bit, because you might have felt like, oh, it just looks totally black here. So I got to put some highlights there so we see that she's wearing this kind of, you know, gown or some kind of thing, skirt. But it does create this thing where it looks like there's multiple light sources. We don't really have anything else in this picture that is illuminated from that side. Like, if we're going to have light there, then we would want to have some light on the side of the bench here that would also be illuminating that, and the side of these keys might be a little bit... In fact, these keys could be even a little bit darker. So those highlights would be mostly on the right-hand side, and they would be a little bit more yellow as opposed to any white. Not a big deal at all. The other thing is, again, I know I'm just nitpicking here, Ari, but I think this arm here, because it's on the far side of her body, should be a little bit smaller and less visible than this arm. So I would expect her back, especially kind of her back shoulder blade, because she's probably, you know, pianists generally have, unless they're Glenn Gould, most pianists have really good posture, right? Glenn Gould plays like, you know, the most uncomfortable kind of, so they have pretty strong, good posture, and so she's probably sitting up and her shoulder blades are kind of probably jutting out and might be overlapping that back part there. So you might even see a bit of a shoulder blade here. Does that make sense? Also, if this was my grand piano, I'd be a little bit concerned as how close it is to the water, and because it looks like it's, you know, if that water is right there, that piano, which is going to be really heavy, this is probably some muddy kind of soft ground. So, I mean, again, obviously this is a very imaginative painting, but I'm just thinking maybe that water would be, well, I don't know. Now I'm just being, you know, this is absurd. I think it's great. You've done a great job. I just want to, you know, think of how I would help or what advice I would have. You know, it's funny. I get so many different random comments from people on the internet and even in person, my in-person classes. I've had some people tell me that I'm too harsh with criticism, and I've had people tell me I'm just way too easygoing. And I had somebody in one of my in-person classes that say like telling me I'm doing a good job isn't helpful. Tell me what I'm doing wrong, rip me a new hole, and like I want the straight dope, you know. And I was just like, first of all, that presumes you're doing something wrong, right? You know, first of all, I have no problem telling people, giving people advice, trying to help them get better, but I'm not just going to tell people they're doing a terrible job just to, like who's that? What's his name from American Idol? Simon Cowell. I'm not just going to, like, you know, berate somebody for the clicks or whatever, right? Unless there's something egregiously wrong, then I just want to help people get better and better, and anything I can do to make that happen. Ari, wow, here's this Henrietta Shore painting. First, I love the Henrietta Shore is awesome, very underrated artist, Canadian artist no less, who lived in England for a long time. Great painting. The brown, which is supposed to be more beige, gave me some issues when blending. It was still fun to paint. Now, is it Ari? Someone I feel like on the Facebook group was having some trouble. Did we talk about? We talked about this at one point. Somebody was saying when they're glazing that things were coming out yellow or orange or some kind of crazy thing. I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, this looks great. Maybe I don't have any real advice other than maybe, and I can't remember what Henrietta Shore herself did, potentially being a little bit darker, glazing with a little bit of some black, or, well, not black, but maybe like dark brown where the cat is laying, just to create a bit of a slight shadow to ground the cat in space. But maybe Henrietta Shore herself didn't do that. Like, her style is very it's very stylized, non-naturalistic. So if she didn't do that, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Again, we did this painting I think a long time ago, maybe a couple of years ago. So here's anonymous member on the Facebook. I didn't even know you could be an anonymous member on Facebook, but I guess we know now you can. I'm a beginner trying to find my art. Can you please help me? What I would need to improve in order to lift up this painting? Again, it goes to, like, it's saying, like, there's something wrong with this painting. What do I need to do to fix it, kind of thing? Well, you know, it's harder when you just start. If you're a new artist and you're just beginning and you're going right to abstract painting, then I think that's tricky. Throughout most history, artists start learning more representational techniques, get a kind of a handle on that, and then only go into abstraction if they feel like there's something they want to express that they can't do with so-called normal representational art. Not that, I mean, I love abstract painting and abstract art, and we featured abstract artists on these series many times. But it does make it hard for a teacher to really give it, like, advice. Like if you're painting a person's face, I can tell you what's right or, you know, again, right or wrong with your approach, because I have a fairly good idea of maybe what you're going for, right? And what we can do to improve that. Versus, you know, if you're making an abstract artwork, what advice can I give to try to improve on that? GG Ent says, is your Facebook group dead? I have been waiting for months to get a reply from admin of the group. Well, I am the only admin of the group, and I do not recognize GG Ent, and I don't think there's any group requests waiting. So, I mean, I'll just check right now. Let's see. There's 2 people that have requested, and I just accepted their requests right now, and there's no other requests to join the group. So I don't know which group you're referring to that you want to join. I will put there's the Facebook group. Let me know what group it is, if you can. Copy and paste the group that you're trying to join into the chat, so I don't know what group you're talking about that you can't access. I don't think I'm running any other groups that I know of. I mean, unless there's somebody who's got some alternate group that they're running that is some sort of scam or something, maybe, then I don't know. Again, especially let me know about that, because I certainly don't want people from this group to be. I was named Yash. I don't know who that is. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's thousands of people in that group. I don't know, send me you've got to answer the questions to get accepted into the group. Maybe if you didn't answer any of those questions, then I didn't accept you into the group, because there's certain rules in the group that I want people to adhere to, so that we're not getting spammed with, all sorts of ridiculous advertisements and stuff. So maybe if you didn't answer the questions, I might have rejected your request to join the group. Right? It's a bit of a standard Facebook thing. So. Looking forward to seeing your work there, Yash. Again, send a request through, and I'll if you answer the questions, you're not a crazy person, then we'll accept you into the group. Okay, yeah, just to finish this up here about abstract, I mean, I don't know, what is it that you're trying to do or say here that I mean, right now, this image that we see on the screen is fairly innocuous, right? It's what it appears to be is what we would call a non-representational art, or non-objective art. It's the kind of thing Kandinsky was doing in the 1920s, just shapes and color, although he had pretty high ideas of what he was doing, that he was it was very spiritual, his work. Whereas yours, I'm not sure if you're trying to communicate or say anything here, or you're just trying to make things that look good and cool, which is nothing wrong with that. I think what I would need to see is another 99 artworks in the same vein to get a little bit closer an idea of what it is you're going for, right? I'm trying to think of there's not enough information here for me to evaluate. for me to help you. I don't know which direction you want to go in. I don't know what it is you want to do or say. So unless I see kind of like a pattern, and then I can kind of say, oh, okay, now I see where we're going, I can help you go in that direction or that direction. It's almost like standing at a crossroads and going up to someone and saying, what would you say? It'd be like going to the crossroads saying, like, what do you say? I'm lost. Help me find my way. And someone's like, okay, well, where are you going? Are you trying to get home, or are you trying to go as far away from home as possible? Where is home? Like, I don't know. It's not. I mean, I could tell you go that way, but that you might not want to go that way. You might want to go that way. All right. So I don't know if I'm clear at all or just babbling a lot. And I don't even know if you'll ever watch this video. Maybe somebody else will find it helpful. Okay, so we've got a bunch here from Enel, who's been making paintings of birds. And what is that surface you're painting on? It's like a super glossy paper. Almost looks like a wall, or like a bathtub or something. What are we looking at here? Like some watercolor paper, or maybe just the lighting in here. I'm not sure. Anyway, what am I looking? That looks pretty good. Very cool. I like this. Now we got a lot of birds, so I'm not going to linger too long on each one of these. Maybe, in fact, I'm going to scroll through them and just see if we can kind of get an overall feel. So this is exactly what I was just talking about when I was talking about the anonymous member who posted the abstract painting. Like, unless I see a volume of work, and it's like I don't really know what direction we want to go. Okay, so here. So what is GG in says? I'm in. So that means I would have accepted your request probably a long time ago, and you've been waiting to get in the group. Yeah. So yeah. So maybe it wasn't my fault after all. Maybe you just need to check back at the group. Okay. So Annalie, is that how you say Annalie? Why did I say NL before? Maybe I misread it. So Annalie. Cool. That's beautiful. I like these. Or Annalie. So, okay, so you have a different name on as your Facebook name, and then you sign it differently. I guess that's maybe what confused me. Well, I'll tell you the first thing that I notice is the size of your signature is really big. And it's like Picasso level big. And it's kind of distracting. I think it's unnecessary to have a signature that is almost as big as the central image on the page. Picasso did stuff like that all the time, but Picasso had literally the biggest ego in human history. I don't know, Annalie, if you have a absurdly large ego. I would imagine someone who's making such delicate pictures of flowers and birds is probably a lot more humble than Picasso. So I think the first thing I would say is your signature needs to be 1/10 the size of the way it currently is. I find it really distracting. Yeah, like because it's so big that it becomes part of the composition. Like, what is an example? It's like, I'm trying to think of in music or in film. I can't think of any good example, but you know, it's just it's too much. Okay, so GG, so I sent a request like 6 months ago for your drawing course. I wanted to share some artwork, and I checked every day to see if I've been accepted into the group until today. Well, I can tell you, I write down how many people are in the group every day, and I look at who's been accepted, and I don't know when I accepted your request, but it certainly wasn't in the last 2 or 3 months. that name rings a bell at all. So I don't know, you haven't been checking in the last few months, that's for sure, my friend. Annalie here, yeah, again, the signature, too big, distracting, because it becomes part of the artwork. You're making an equivalency here between the birds and your name. You're wanting us to see them at the same time you see these birds, almost like as if there was a slogan or some kind of thing there, or an advertisement that, and so, yeah, that's why, you know, a lot of artists, famous artists, don't sign their work, at least often not on the front of the picture. It might be signed on the back, or it might be very small. Just look at artwork by many of your favorite artists, and just look at how they signed their work, and you might be like, oh, I don't see their signature there at all. It's like, exactly. Or it's there, but it's very subtle. Like, if you want it, like, something that might be nicer is, first of all, I think this looks like it's like a Sharpie, which the next thing I would say is, don't use Sharpies in your art, because Sharpies aren't meant to last. They're going to turn green or purple within a few months, and they're going to make your art look not as pleasant as you might think they look at the moment you sign your name. So Sharpie, put the Sharpie into a drawer and lock the drawer. Make your signature smaller. Make your signature in a different color. So instead of black, use like blue in like here, or use green or yellow like here. Like, integrate it into the piece. If you're going to make it so big and shout it out there, then at least integrate it in some way. Right? It's almost like someone has graffitied on top of your work and put their name on there. All right, so that's the first major red flag that I see here, is like this, like it's like an attempt at branding or something, right? And it doesn't need to be that big. And probably people would be kind of leery to have that, you know, sign that big on the wall if you sold it to somebody. Like, often a lot of my artwork, unless I often don't sign my work on the front unless someone specifically asks for me to sign it. And that's one of the crazy things of like doing what I'm doing here on the internet, is I would say 99% of the people that do classes on the internet are not professional artists themselves, and don't, like, I teach at the best art school in Canada, and I've exhibited all around the world, and I've sold art all over the place. So I come from like a pretty high level of experience, versus often I see people teaching on the internet who's well, I don't want to disparage anybody, just that I just question like their qualifications, let's say. And I just sort of wonder like if they're really helping people or not. And so maybe this is something you picked up from somebody online who's teaching you to do something like this, and it just like I think like, oh, I don't know, I wouldn't. Red Hood says, "Hi Mark, big fan." Awesome, thank you. But you can call me Michael. Markowsky is my last name. All right, I kind of also hesitate to correct people, but just want to make sure that it's the most common mistake throughout my entire life. I always say I had a teacher for 4 years in college who always called me Mark Markowsky. And I don't think he was doing it. I don't think he was doing it purposefully. He's since passed away now. I loved the guy to death. It was so funny that a lot of my friends in college would call me Mark Markowsky, just out of, always got a big laugh. Anyway, let's see if I can get past the signatures here, Anli, and just try to help you with the rest of these. So it's interesting because there's some in various levels of quality. Like I think some of these, they're okay, but they seem to be done very quickly. Where something like this, I'm starting to feel like, okay, this is pretty good. Because what I see is, the flower has a little bit of, it's less symmetrical. The way that the folds are happening makes it look a little bit less like clip art and more like actual something done from observation. All right, and if you look at a flower, no flower looks perfect. There's always one that's got a little blemish on it, or a tear, or a fold, or crease, or it's wilting a little bit, or caterpillar's taking a bite out of it. So anything that kind of gives your flower a slightly lopsided quality is going to make it look more realistic. And it can be also the same thing with like birds and their feathers. You kind of want, like, they don't always lay perfectly flat. I'm sure the bird wants itself to look great, but sometimes there's a little something, they rubbed up against a tree and one feather's just a little bit askew, just like our hair, right? People, unless they're going to the Academy Awards, people's hair, you often see one little strand going off in one direction. And so if you're making a portrait of somebody, you have the choice between, do I really want to clean them up and make them look perfect, or do I kind of want them to look like a human being? All right. What else can I say here? I think too, one thing only is the background, just having these white backgrounds or kind of gray backgrounds is a little bit boring, right? They need something else there. We need a blue background. I mean, maybe that's just, or red or purple or orange, and that could be just using paper that comes, it's a colored paper to use. Or just taking a color and painting it over top of that white surface, like I teach in my classes with the imprimatura, it's called, right? You can make a purple imprimatura or green or orange, whatever it might be, but something there to break up the monotony of the white page, right? Because as I said, like, especially this shiny paper, like it looks like the wall of a bathroom or something. It just looks, too sterile. we want give us something beyond those flowers, because yeah. So like, I mean, this is a beautiful, I love this, right? So this tells me, Anli, you have a lot of skill and you've got a lot of patience, and you're capable of doing really, really great stuff. Because all of these feathers in here, like, this is excellent. Most people do not have the patience to put this amount of time into this image, and yet you've done that. So if you can do that in the foreground, you can do that in the background. And people, the majority of beginner artists, often, like you've done, ignore the background and think it's not important, and that the only thing that's important is the thing in the foreground. Well, I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I mean, just think about, like, if backgrounds weren't important, why would filmmakers, you know, build sets? Why would they bother going on location to film stuff? They could just do it in a bedroom and film, you know, a big movie in just an empty warehouse and be done with it. But that background creates realism. It gives context. It can highlight and feature that performer. You know, think about next time you go see a musician or a musical live, a performance in theater. What are the first thing they do? They turn the lights down. Why do they turn the lights down? First of all, it gets everyone's attention, right? And then that person comes out on the stage and there's a spotlight, and boom! Now that person, all of our attention is directed at that one person. There might be stagehands, crew doing things in the background, but if all the lights are off and the spotlight's on that person, then the only thing we see really and we think about is that person in the spotlight. You just imagine if you were to go see a concert, all the lights are on, and you see people moving around in the background, two guys having a cigarette, and there's, you know, they're wheeling something, hanging something, some guy's falling asleep, right? Like, it would really be very distracting. And you might end up just looking at that person eating a sandwich, scrolling on Facebook, while you're, you know, Paul McCartney's singing on the stage over here, and you're just like, what is that guy doing? What is he having? What kind of sandwich is that? Right? Paul McCartney doesn't want you thinking about the guy having a sandwich on the side of the stage. He wants you watching him and giving him all of your focus. So, same thing here. You've got this beautiful eagle or hawk or whatever it might be, and yet it's just all the lights are on. And you've also got this giant signature there that is like that guy eating the sandwich off in the corner. And it's like, why do I care about the guy eating sandwich? Let's focus on this eagle here. So let's give some background something. Think about one of the greatest contributions to art is Vincent van Gogh's, the attention he gives to the backgrounds in his paintings and drawings. Think about Starry Night, one of the most famous paintings in human history. Most people, if you ask them, what's Starry Night about? They're like, well, it's a starry night. There's stars in the sky. And then you say to them, okay, what's in the foreground of that picture? They go, I don't know. I think there's a field. I think there's an empty field. And really? Is there anything in the foreground? I don't know. There's grass, maybe. Or maybe there's a river, a lake. I don't know. So, but over half of Starry Night is of a town and a giant tree right in the foreground. And yet most people, if you ask them about this painting, have totally forget about that. And that's because Vincent van Gogh has given so much attention to the background. He's making us look at the sky in a way we've never seen the sky ever before. And that's one of the reasons, among many, that make Vincent van Gogh a legend. Absolute legend. Because we've all looked up at the sky at night at one time or another, and sometimes like, oh, look at those beautiful stars in the sky. you know, if you live in a big city like me, you can very rarely see the stars, and almost never have I ever seen anything kind of like this. But ever since this painting, people have really looked at the sky, not just astronomers and things, but everyday people look at the sky a little bit more because of Vincent van Gogh's painting, because of the attention he paid into the background. And because your paintings lack any background, you're sort of telling us that that's not important, and the only thing that's important is the birds and my signature. And the birds are done pretty well, but they're like Paul McCartney standing on the stage with all the lights on, right? It's not giving any power or interest to them. In fact, it's taking away from them. So we need something there, right? Like even this tree branch just sort of comes and goes, and it's just sort of floating in the air, right? So let's give some context. Let's put these birds into some kind of place. Like I love this owl here, gorgeous owl. But then the body's not finished, which is fine, and in its place is this giant signature again. Right, so you're saying my name is more important than the rest of this eagle, right? And then so it makes us think, okay, so is the eagle itself not important at all? And the fact that the bottom half of the eagle is less important than your signature makes me wonder if the top half is even important at all either, right? So again, every decision you make as an artist carries weight and is important. So you just want to think about, like, what am I saying when I do something like this? And maybe it didn't even occur to you, but that's what I, as an artist, think about when I look at that. It's like, you're telling us something. Are you aware that this is what you're saying, essentially? Okay, let's move on here. Angel posted this one. First time, oil on canvas. Wow, cool. So your first oil on canvas, or your first painting in general? I think it looks cool. It goes back to even what I was talking about with that anonymous member who posted the abstract painting. It's like, okay, cool. Well, what's the goal here? Where are we going towards? What direction do you want to go in? Because if I'm looking at this, I think, okay, well, if you want to make like a hyper-realistic, photorealistic painting, well, then there's some things we need to do, some things we need to learn to get there, right? We're probably going to want to learn how to blend colors to kind of get the different hues inside that flame, right? Because, you know, this is sort of an approximation, a bit of a kind of a cartoony rendering of a flame on a candle. But, you know, like, let's just take a look at what a candle flame looks like. Any of these will do, but I'm just trying to find something that's not an illustration. So kind of look at what's happening here. We've got this bright light, and we can see the transitions between these various different colors inside. And of course, every candle is going to look a little bit different, and every flame, you can see some behave differently than others. Some might have blue, some might not, depending on how hot it's burning. And then if I go back to, well, even this image here, which this looks like maybe AI, but the top is really bright, and then there's kind of an inner glow as the light travels through the wax, and then the light falls off precipitously and gets darker and darker. Now we have that kind of happening here. All of those elements are essentially in place, but they're not refined in the sense that the details inside this flame need to be either made more explicit or more expressive. So we need either more detail or more wild application of paint. Another thing too, so this candle, so we have this wax on the top that's dripping or kind of melting, and that makes sense. But then you got this drip happening off on the side, and why, like, yes, it should be illuminated up here, but as it gets down here, how is it staying so light when the rest of the candle's grown dark? Like, I would only expect that we would be able to see that maybe to this point, and the rest of this would be almost invisible. All right, so there's a few things here, so I'm not exactly sure where we're going. I need to see more work. Alperin here, okay. So the transformers, I love this. I'm a big Transformers fan as a kid, and so yeah, I mean, this is fun. It's a fun composition. Again, let's do more. Let's see another 50 paintings of Transformers, and so let's figure out what your destination is. What is it you want to do? Because this composition is really tightly cropped, right? We're literally, we can't see more than about 50%, 55% of either of these two characters' faces. So why is that? What are you trying to say? I mean, anybody who knows anything about Transformers knows that these two characters are mortal enemies. They hate each other. They fight. Well, at least the guy with the red eyes is always trying to kill the guy in the blue here. So how is it that they would find themselves standing kind of next to one another, just standing there? I mean, because the guy in behind would take every single opportunity possible to kill the guy on the right. So, you know, it's like as if you sent, what's an example of a movie to movie characters who, I don't know, let's say, you know, like Indiana Jones, he's always fighting the Nazis, right? And so if you took a painting and we just inserted here Indiana Jones in the foreground and a Nazi general standing behind him, what would you be saying there? Like, and if yeah, maybe if Indiana Jones looked like he'd just been arrested and he's got scars on his face and the general in behind him was like, haha, I've caught you now, Indiana Jones. Well, then that would make sense. Or in the other side, Indiana Jones is leading this Nazi general who himself is all dusted up and he's being arrested and he's got a chain around his neck or some crazy thing, I don't know. Then that would make sense. But right now, I just feel it's like these are maybe just two toys that are put together in some way. Okay, so maybe they are two toys and these aren't the actual the stars of a movie. These are just two action figures. Okay. Well, if these are two action figures, then I think I want a more dynamic composition, or I want them to be the full body, right? So there's a bunch of things here. I'm feeling like this is an idea, but we need to flesh this idea out more. We need to develop this idea. Okay, Robin Hood says, I want your advice on this. I'm a beginner. I do terrible job at proportions. How do I improve? I just want to sketch with a pencil. Is this fine? How I do a terrible job of proportions. How do I improve? Well, the answer is, first of all, you just want to sketch with a pencil. Is it fine? Of course it's fine, right? I taught a whole course where all I used was pencil on paper, right? So yeah, drawing is at its fundamental essence pencil on paper. So nothing wrong with drawing with pencil on paper, Robin Hood. How do I improve my proportions? Well, with practice and careful observation, right? And I don't know if you've done the whole drawing course, but the drawing course, there are 4 or 5, depending on how you look at it, maybe 10, 20 episodes on proportions, right? There's proportions for eyes and noses, mouths, but there's also human proportions, like just arms to legs. Like I talked, there's the 8-head tall figure. I have an episode on drawing the male body, the female body, elderly figures, and children, right? So that's just 4 episodes alone that focus on the body in its entirety. So that would be my recommendation. Watch those videos, do those exercises. That will give you a pretty clear idea about proportions, right? I mean, sometimes people ask me these questions about how do I get better, but they don't watch any of the episodes that I talk about how to do those skills, right? So it's like as if I was a sushi chef who has a online course on how to make sushi, and people, rather than doing the course, just show up at the restaurant and says, I don't know how to make sushi. Well, it's like, what do you want me to do? Like, watch the videos on how to make sushi that I made. That would probably be the starting place. And if you've got questions after that, I can help you. I'm not saying, maybe you have watched all those and you're still frustrated with your proportions. Well, there's 2 things to think about. One is you could practice for a long time drawing, looking at other people's artwork, practicing how they draw, literally copying, photocopy it, use carbon paper, tracing paper, reproduce those images, literally copy them, and do that hundreds of times, and slowly you're going to start absorbing the way that they draw and their approach to proportions. The other thing, though, is just like what I kind of hinted at, is that every artist has their approach to drawing proportions. And I don't think there's anybody who does it right. I don't believe that there's a right way and a wrong way. And that might put me into conflict with some of my fellow artists and teachers, but there are sort of an infinite number of examples of artists who have very different ways of drawing the human body. Like, let's look up maybe one of my favorite, and it's an artist we still haven't done yet, but El Greco. El Greco, one of the greatest artists of Greek artists of all time, who's one, this guy's painting in the 1500s, and quite famously, let's go to, his figures all have elongated bodies and limbs. One might say his proportions are terribly wrong. How bad can you do like, look at these figures. They're like, this guy's like, where's his hips? His hips, I would imagine, would be somewhere here, but I think his hips are down here. They're almost a full head lower than, quote unquote, they should be. But does that make him wrong or bad? Let's see, this looks like a bunch of things inspired by him. I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure there were artists during El Greco's time who just saw him as like a terrible artist and a terrible influence on the next generation. And then there was a lot of other artists working alongside him or after, in his wake, who were inspired by him, and Wikipedia just showed a whole bunch of other examples like Picasso, who saw El Greco as a beacon, as like breaking the glass ceiling and offering a completely different view on what the human body how we could depict the human body, and being like, oh, you can do that? You could play with proportions? You can make heads a little bit longer than you expect? Like, let's look at another artist, Giacometti. I mean, look at these figures. Look at his drawings of figures. He did paintings of figures, all of which, like, talk about, you know, attenuated, lengthened bodies. Giacometti just takes El Greco and stretches El Greco out. I mean, look at this guy's body. And Giacometti is considered one of the greatest sculptors of all time. You know, some people might look at this and be like, oh my goodness, what terrible, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. And then those are the same people who write me and say, how come this guy's art sells for hundreds of millions of dollars? What is going on? The art world is a joke. I guess there's two ways. Either one is to buckle down, do some research, study from the great artists in the past, and that's all that I do here in these master study episodes. Study from the masters, right? Do a master study of an artist that you really like and learn how they do proportions. Or to go the other way and embrace what you call your terrible job at proportions. And that can become part of your style. I mean, earlier on we were talking about Fernando Botero. Fernando Botero, famous for making paintings of people that are very round, right? Paintings of, where do we see the Mona Lisa as this round figure, right? You might say wrong. Millions of other people around the world say awesome. Right? So it's, you know, as they say, art is in the eye of the beholder. Depending on which side of the thing, the fence or whatever you fall on, you may or may not like those distorted proportions. So I don't know. I'd have to see your work. You have to join the Facebook group, upload your work to the Facebook group, and let's take a look. I'll give you some advice, and let's chat about it. Okay. Oops. So we're going to switch gears and talk about drawing here. Just before we do, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place like this. I just decided last night at like midnight that I was going to do this today. So unless you were subscribed to the channel or a member of the Facebook group, you would have no idea that this was happening today. So it's very, that's, again, yeah. Anyway, if you want to support the channel with a donation, consider using the PayPal link below, or you can use the QR code on your screen right now. It'll take you to this page where you can donate to the channel safely. You can also donate via email. My email's on my website and on the Facebook group. So join the Facebook group, and that way you can send me a check or email or anything like that, or donation. And the Facebook group, if you want to join the Facebook group and submit your work for one of these free bonus feedback episodes, here's the link to the Facebook group. You can just enter that email address in, and it'll take you to this page. It'll look similar to this. You can send a request to join the group, and assuming you answer all the questions of the group, you'll be accepted into the group. Okay. So let me... Single page. Okay. Let's go backwards anti-alphabetically. Ooh, my back. Talk about proportions. I'm displaying terrible posture. Sitting here like this makes my back ache. I gotta sit up straight. So, let's look here. Yasin has done the basic drawing class, like I encourage everyone to do if you're interested in learning how to draw. And so here's one of the exercises that we've done in that class. So this one was really focusing on shading. This might have been like one of the second or third classes as part of that course. And look how good you're doing a job already. I will say that, you know, there's a little bit of the proportions of this cube are slightly off. Let's now this is, we talk about this in a little bit more advanced way later on. Well, that might be a bit too... Ayu, that's not good. And that's no good either. Ah! I would say that where that white line there is maybe a better approximation of where that back line of that cube should go. Now, I don't know if it... Well, I can't remember in the class if I talked about any of that, but this is when we start talking about perspective. This becomes the thing, is looking for parallel lines and where they recede to. So, because without those lines, this back part of the cube, it kind of feels like it's actually rising up. It's not just a flat cube, but the back side of it, let's see if you imagine the back side facing my chest, feels like it's pointing upward a little bit. So it's a little bit, that, in other words, let's say this side, let's just say for all intents, this is 5 inches or 20 centimeters or something. It feels like the back side of that cube is like 25 centimeters or 6 inches or whatever. I don't know the measurements, right? Just making it up. So I think there's just that little thing that's a little bit, not a big deal. And in terms of the course, that's a little bit further in the course. I just thought I'd mention it off the top. Great rendering, Yasin. Wow. Beautiful. The shading on that sphere is awesome. I like that you've got a bit of reflected light happening on this. I would depend on the shape, how that reflected light is behaving, like what lights are on in the room, etc. Or but it looks pretty good, pretty convincing. I would say it might be a little bit darker. Like, unless this was like a silver aluminum surface, I don't know if it would be quite as bright as that. I would expect it to be a little bit darker. That's cool. This jug. Wow. But what is going on up here? What is something's happening with this jug. Now, this could just be the way that this jug or vase or whatever it is has been made. Maybe that's some... Oh, is that a... Okay, is that a water spout? Okay, maybe is this the spout right here? That's possible. But, and maybe you've tried to hint at that with this little bit of a point here. But if that's the case, then this handle, the handle looks like it's, so again, I would expect, if that's the case, that the handle would be more like that, if at all. If we're seeing it from such a dramatic angle, I would think that handle might not be visible at all, or just a tiny bit would poke out from that side. Otherwise, this handle looks like how to describe that? Right, so okay, here's my mug. Kind of hard to see because I've got black shirt. You got this black mug here. Let's turn it to face this way. Okay, so in the way that I see this image right now, it appears to me maybe that the spout of this water jug is right there. Now, it is possible that you might have a water jug with the spout right there, and that you would hold it from the side to pour water out. But in my experience, the handle is almost always opposite from the spout. So if the spout is right there, and let's say I continue turning this mug, right, the spout being right there, if it is kind of right there in the picture, notice how the spout is just completely disappeared. So it kind of maybe feels like you were trying to draw the jug from the front, but felt like you still needed to include the handle. So even though you're drawing this mug or the jug from the front, you put the handle on the side, or like, well, I'm going to have it poking out from the side a little bit. That's fine, but now it kind of destroys the logic of the thing itself. So if you really wanted us to see that handle, the spout itself would have to shift from being right at the front to being on the side. So I could see that spout being here, right? And that the jug would come up this way. Does that make sense? I don't know, maybe that's not what you're going for, but that's what I see. I mean, but the shading is beautiful. Like, I love how this side is a little bit lighter, and yet the shadows on this side is dark, and then the highlight is on this side, and the background is dark. That makes really great, that makes a lot of sense. It also gives this shape a lot of volume. Like here, woo, that's beautiful. That's outstanding. And this is tricky because this is done great. You've really nailed it here. So you've got this apple. You've done a great job with this bright highlight, basically leaving this area blank. It makes it look like the light is hitting it right there. And then the rest of it is relatively black, and it gets really dark at the bottom as we'd expect it to. And then you've even got a little bit of a highlight on the edge that kind of follows down to the bottom here. So it's all working really, really well. The one small thing I would say is if it's getting so bright down there, why is it so dark down here? I mean, I mean, unless you've got a bright spotlight, would it really be that dark? I mean, I guess it's possible. It's entirely possible. But I would expect it might be just darker on the edges. And this might be not quite as dark down here. I could be wrong. I mean, you see that the shadow is very close to the object itself. So that tells us, that makes some sense that, you know, kind of the wider part of the shadow or of the apple is blocking out some of the light. So it kind of suggests that the light is very, very, very high. But if it's that high, then how come more of the top of the apple's not lit even, or kind of as light as that? You know, again, super nitpicking, not a big deal. And the most important part, probably where you're at right now, is just being able to do any shading whatsoever. Right? But obviously, you're not necessarily the only person watching these episodes, so I want to try to make them as helpful for other people so they can get something out of it too. Because maybe some more advanced artists are looking at this and what can I offer them from this type of image. Okay. So, next up is Solvig, who is waiting in the chat patiently for me to look at their work, and eventually I had to sign off. So hopefully now you've been able to get some sleep and tuned into the channel again to hear some feedback on your art. So I think you've done a lot of the drawing course on your tablet, drawing on an iPad or some sort of drawing device. Okay. So where do we start here? Well, maybe this makes a natural kind of starting place from what we were just talking about with shadows and light sources, because this is what you're saying here. I just finished this one. I focused hard on where the light source is. Great. All of this makes sense, but I wonder, are you just drawing these faces from your imagination, or are you using any reference images to help you at all? Because as I am the last person who's going to discourage someone from using their imagination to help them make art. But if you're trying to learn how to draw faces, then you need to be looking at faces for reference. And when I look at this here, I feel like a lot of this is done from imagination rather than from actual observation. And again, nothing wrong with imagination and nothing better about observation. But if you're trying to get better at drawing so-called realistically, then you need to prioritize observation over imagination, right? I think that's really important, because yeah, if you want to draw images that are surreal and strange and not based in reality, then forget about observing anything else. Just dive into your imagination and go wild. But if you're like sitting here thinking like, I'm trying to draw this face, I want it to look more realistic, and what am I doing wrong? Well, I see a number of things that just tell me that this is based not on observation. Like, for instance, if the light is coming from the top and above, right, then first of all, the whites of these eyes are white, and almost never are they actually white. They're going to be kind of a light gray, maybe like this. And especially this eye that's bathed in shadow, it's going to be probably darker than, presumably probably be about as dark as this part of the face, right? Additionally, half of this nose is going to be darker. The bottom part of the nose is going to be darker. And the top lip is going to be probably one of the darkest things in this drawing, because you know, I have mustache, and I've also got bright light shining right from the side here. It's going to kind of complicate things, but our top lip points inward to our mouth. Our bottom lip points downward, right? So you kind of think of it as like like this, right? Top lip pointing into my mouth, right? This is my mouth. Bottom lip pointing out. So if the light is shining right from above, what would we expect to happen to this top lip? It's going to be black, right? It's going to be one of the darkest parts of that image because it's getting no light. Whereas the lip, especially even in this instance, it's going to be darker. Maybe not certainly it's not going to be as dark as the top lip, but it's going to be darker. And also the left side of it is also going to be darker because the light's coming from the side. So right now those lips look like they're flat. You know, so he's got a lot of Botox in there, and they're just like cardboard flat, right? So there's a lot of things in here that I think we need to look at a photograph of someone lit from this particular angle. Take a selfie. Get somebody to take a picture of you from a bunch of different angles, moving like the flashlight around, and then draw yourself from those images. That's beautiful. Love this. Now, obviously here we don't see any kind of light source, so I can see why you were doing that in the last drawing. Now, I like this. It's not realistic at all. It's very imaginative. And, you know, again, I don't want to create the stigma that using your imagination is wrong. Like, for instance, let's look at Chagall. Marc Chagall, one of the most famous, important, and beloved artists of all time. His work routinely sells for $100 million or more, right? Let me see if I can find a look, I mean, the proportions and everything are all, we were talking about earlier, Red Hood was asking about proportions. Look at Chagall. I mean, my goodness, this guy's leg goes, you know, all the way almost up to his neck, and he's missing, where's the other leg? It's not even there, right? And these faces, right? Where's the light source coming from? I don't know. They're all over the place, right? So, but that doesn't mean that they're terrible artworks. What they do tell us, though, is that he's, I'm sure, just drawing all of this right out of his imagination. They're super wild, fanciful. I mean, here's one of his most famous paintings, The Fiddler, that inspired The Fiddler on the Roof, the play and the movie, all that stuff. I mean, look how big he's so big that only 1 foot fits on the roof of this house. The other foot is, you know, taking up the city block, right? He's taller than the tallest buildings in town, right? So he's like, I mean, I love Marc Chagall. We've done at least 2 episodes on Marc Chagall. Yeah, so I just want you to take inspiration, you know, like, if Marc Chagall is the artist that you admire and you want to make work like, then you are on the right track. Keep on going. Explore your imagination, right? If, however, an artist you want to draw or paint like is Leonardo da Vinci, then you've got to observe rather than imagine, right? Okay. Wow, what's going on here? Drawing daily and playing with super quick sketches just to get an impression of the thing. Here's something that is fun. So that's wild. Like, this could look like a record album cover. Like, I don't know why. It makes me think of, like, I could imagine this being an album cover for Blondie or something. I don't know why I'm thinking Blondie. It just feels like kind of 80s punk rock. It also, there's a Rolling Stones album that has a similar texture. In the 80s. Let's see. It's not there. What is that one with the face on it? Tattoo You. I know this is super tangential. The reason I'm going so late is I'm just trying to put off grading my college projects that I have to get done for tomorrow morning. So anyway, Solveig, this kind of reminds me of the Rolling Stones Tattoo You album cover. I don't know why. Just, I guess these kind of the drawings all over top of the face of that model. Is that like, is that Aman? Who is that? No, it's not Aman. Who is this? So that cover won a Grammy Award for Best Album Package. Doesn't say who's on the cover. Oh, it's Mick Jagger. Many people believe to be an unknown female. That's Mick Jagger? Wow. Okay. Oh, I guess I can see that that's Mick Jagger. I wonder how they did that. If they drew on his skin and photographed him, or if that was just illustrated afterwards. Anyway, let's progress here. That's cool. Very quickly done. That face, I like this. That feels very imaginative, but also kind of a little bit back in the realm of realism. It's just a little bit flat. Like we need to kind of like you've got a little bit of shadow on here, but it's not, it doesn't feel like it's connected to reality, because you got this dark shadow on this side of her nose, and then on this side of her nose is where it's dark, right? We would imagine if the light source is indeed coming from top right, that the dark side of her face would be over here. I like this a lot. Very cool. I like everything about this is beautiful. One thing that is a little bit odd is just the patterning on the floor. How everything is vertical, like bricks. So it kind of almost looks like there's a glass floor and then bricks that go straight down from the wall. If this was actually like carpet, the floor would do something like that. Can you see what I've done there? See, and this is what we talk about in the drawing class when we talk about proportion, or not proportion, perspective. So what's lacking here is perspective for the carpet. Now, having said all of that, there's plenty of artists who throw perspective out the window. Maybe somebody particularly like Henri Matisse, which might be an artist that you might want to look at, because Matisse breaks those rules all the time. Like, look at this painting by Matisse. I mean, what am I even looking at here? Where's the floor? Where's the ceiling begin? That's all done in the same way. So Matisse is just saying, oh, your rules about space and perspective, I'm just going to throw them all out. So you can go that way, but I just want to give you some options. How about this? What are we looking at? I focus on getting eyes, nose, and mouth to be a bit more realistic. I know I'm nowhere close, but I think it's progress. So you're getting there. I think a big thing is, like, I don't know, have you done the figure drawing class, like my drawing course? Because I feel like if you had done the drawing class, I have like a whole episode on drawing faces. I start with the face, and then I go into every detail: eyes, nose, mouth. And so the reason why I don't know if you did that is the face, you know, the proportions of the face are clearly not are not based in real life, right? I mean, if you just, the first episode I talk about faces, we talk about where the eye line is, and the eye line is very close to the middle of the face. So if this was an actual human being, the eyes would be somewhere like this. Again, I'm just sort of sketching this in, right? The hairline would be somewhere right here. So, you know, like, so that's why when I say this, I'm like, the distortions from what I teach are so different that I can't help but wonder if you did any of those lessons at all. So, you know, it's like, I want to help you, but if you're not doing the classes, it's going to be really hard to learn. Like, I mean, you know, so you gotta do those classes if you want to be able, because you say here, I want them to be a bit more realistic. So that tells me you probably want less Chagall and more Da Vinci, right? And I like both of those artists a lot. We've done multiple episodes on each of those artists, but they are completely on the other side of the spectrum. So it's like if you're standing in the middle of it's like you're standing in the middle of the United States. Like, do you want to go to New York or do you want to go to Los Angeles? And I'm not that there's not a million other places you could go to in the United States, but like, if you're gonna pick a direction, which direction do you want to go in, right? Because right now you're telling me you want to go towards realistic, but you are driving as fast as you can towards abstract. So you're saying, I want to do Leonardo, but I'm racing towards Chagall. And so as a teacher, I'm thinking, well, but those I don't know how to compute that. You know, those are two different directions. So, but anyway, let's continue here. Like, see, these are very imaginative. Like, I like this. It's very fun and strange and weird and kind of haunting. So I'm not saying you like. So you might. So it's interesting because often a lot of people have this. They come to classes with me. Is they have an idea of what is good art. And a lot of them have very, very traditional ideas. Like, they think the Mona Lisa is the best painting that's ever been made. And yet, the kind of art that they make almost intuitively is very different than the Mona Lisa. And I think to myself, okay, well, I can teach you to paint and draw like Leonardo. But if your natural inclination is to do like Marc Chagall or Walt Disney, then am I doing you the best service? Like, am I killing the creative person inside of you? Like, are you? I think so. It's like, I think it's up to the student to really define which direction they want to go in, right? Is it like, so? Yeah, you need to reflect on that a little bit. And no direction is better than the other. They're just different. Okay, that's cool. I like this. I like these colors. So here, look how undefined things are. And that's kind of wild and cool and very colorful and spontaneous. Like, I could see a whole music video done in this style. I like it. And then so you took, obviously you've watched some of my classes because you looked at this one, and here's, I think we did a drawing, right? I took a photograph of my eye and we did that. And then so you sat down, you buckled down, and then you did this drawing, which is awesome. That's cool. It's beautiful. So once again, I sense, okay, you do want to do something that's more quote unquote realistic. So yeah, you're just leaving me a little bit confused as to which direction you want to go in. Other things you say, I don't like the eyebrows, but I'm not sure it looks like the eye, but I really did make an effort for a change and surprise myself. Okay, well, things that are working really well. I think the eyebrow's fine. You know, I've got pretty big eyebrows that kind of go in, especially towards the center of my eye. They stop going in one direction. They start going in all sorts of directions in the middle. So I think you've done fine there. The eyelashes also, you know, as you've drawn them, they kind of appear to, they're working pretty well over here, and then all of a sudden they split and go in the other direction. I think, you know, when those eyelashes get close, this is not the best drawing tool. Right, when they're right straight up there, we're going to see, you know, that's hard for me to do here like this. But they're going to come to a point where they're going to be round on the sides, like almost like, think of how to describe this. Okay, here, it's from my daughter and I Halloweening the other day. So let's say you've got, this is an eyelash poked into my eye, right? It's pretty easy to draw it when those eyelashes are off to the side there, right? They're going to take this big curve like that. But as they get closer to the center of my eye, they're starting to curve this way. And then as they get closer to the center of my eye, they're going to curve that way. Does that make sense? How else am I going to do this? Now I feel like I'm officially losing my mind. People tuning in right now are, what is he doing? Right, so you've got eyelashes like that, and then you sort of just jump over here. So we need those lines, the in-between lines. I mean, it's possible. I mean, now I'm saying this, I think maybe I should look at the photo. Maybe my eyelashes. Well, it's kind of hard to see here because it's not like I keep my eyelashes up, but okay. I think hopefully I've been able to help you a little bit, Solveig. There's a lot of great stuff here. We need focus now. And that's ultimately, you know, if you're going to, like, if you're in art school, some of these things you're talking about right now would be things that an art teacher would pick up on immediately. Doing this online, it's harder because you don't have that instant feedback that I'm giving you right now. So I'm trying to pack all that feedback into just a couple of minutes here. Okay, let's look at Charmai's drawings. She includes some drawings of me. So this is back in September 2020. And then there's some more recent drawings of me. It said something like, here's a drawing I did 4 years ago. And here's some more recently I sketched. It said something like, wow, Michael sure has changed over the years. It's like, I guess, is that, thanks. Yeah, I looks a little bit rounder in there than here. I don't know if I was ever quite like this, that thin and youthful, except when I was maybe like 20 years old. I haven't been doing these episodes that long, but this definitely makes me look like I got gray hair. These are great. They are funny. They bring me a great deal of laughter, though. I like them. I like them a lot. Okay, Randy's up next. We got some by Randy. Randy's been busy lately. Once was a time where we would have like 40, 50, 100 drawings by Randy in one of these episodes. Not tonight, though, just a few. Randy was here in the chat earlier, and I suppose had to go. But has been looking at the Facebook group and saw lots of really great stuff and was inspired to post more. I would say I love this eagle. That is wild. I love this train. The perspective on this train is pretty cool. One thing is just this train track right here. It should obey the rule, that the perspective rules that you've got going on here, and it should also converge towards that point. Not a big deal, but just notice how, like, I'll just draw here. So it probably, that line of that other train track should go basically like I've just drawn there. Maybe, in fact, we might even move it a little bit wider there, because we want to make sure those wheels can fit on there. So I bet you it would be something more like that. Otherwise, it looks awesome, Randy. Really cool. Great job. This plane looks almost perfect. The one thing is that the body of the plane twists a little bit. So these windows on the top of the plane would be... Can't... I can't quite draw it, but essentially it looks like, you know, they should be running like we don't really only see a little bit of the pilot's windows there. Very small, insignificant detail, but just something to think about. Just look at that photograph a little bit more carefully, and I think you've got it. Okay, Pratham here. Let's see, we've got a bunch of artwork by Pratham. Wow, that's awesome. That's really cool. I don't think I have anything to add there. Is this based on what we did in class? Did we do something like that? That is really cool. I love these turtles. Very cool. I love how you took the exercise we did on the dog and kind of made it your own with the turtles. Wow. That's cool. Said cross-hatching the sketch. How is it? That is pretty good. What advice could I offer? Well, I suppose you could say, if you wanted to kind of up your cross-hatching game a bit, is look how the cross-hatching right now kind of creates a pattern that kind of flattens the forms out. So I don't mind these vertical lines, but right now you've got all these horizontal lines that you're cross-hatching. You see that here as well, here as well, here as well, right? All those. I would suggest that you can keep those verticals, but that your other lines should follow the shape of the building, right? So that kind of like I don't know if you can see that. Like, think about the way that this curves up here, and the bottom here that curves. Same sort of thing. If we want to do the pathway, we might even have some lines, oops, like this, and then cross hatch like that. So this would be my advice, because that's really you're shading or adding that value that complements and reinforces the various different surfaces, planes, and volumes, and helps the viewer to recognize those various different kinds of planes as they recede into space, go vertical, or whatever they're doing. I mean, it doesn't negate the fact that there was a really good, well done drawing, and especially if we're a little bit further away, everything I just said becomes almost irrelevant because you can't see those lines. They become so tightly drawn together. Excellent. Great perspective drawing. Beautiful job on Van Gogh's bedroom. One little nitpicky thing about this is look at the you've got these kind of scalloped marks here on the floor. Now that, to me, almost looks like they are, what does it look like? Like roofing tiles that are upside down, or the gutter in a bowling alley. You know, these curved spaces for the ball to roll alongside, or these ceramic roof tiles. Like if we look at them from under the tile, right, they're gonna look like these kind of cups. And so that, to me, looks like that would be a very uncomfortable room to walk around in, because it's going up and down and up and down. So instead, I think all of these should be straight. Now, I think Van Gogh might have done a little bit of an angle. I'd have to look at the original. So they could all be parallel. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm just trying to illustrate that there's a little, we could do a bit of a curve where they're appearing, they're still straight, but they're so that's one way of doing it, like I just did. The other way would be to change all of these. So just like the bottom of the bed, everything is parallel. I hope that makes sense. I know it's late at night, and I think there's one person watching right now. Just me and you, whoever it is out there in the world. Maybe it's my mom. My mom tends to watch all of these. If it's you, Mom, it's bedtime. What are we looking at here now? Whoa, okay, now this is wild. What on earth is going on? Okay. So you've got this bridge that goes over, what is this, wood? And then what is this? I don't know, these lumps look like, I don't know what that is. So this looks like something out of like a dream or a nightmare. This is like a very surreal image where I don't know if this is, this looks like wood grain. If it's supposed to be water, my apologies, but it looks like wood. And these look like, I don't know, what does that look like? Some kind of fruit or something, like that's got lumps on it. I don't know. Very wild. I love the imagination going on there. I really encourage more of that for sure, big time. Okay. So let's continue on here. There's Gabriel, and so this is the original photograph. Here's your sketch, and then you've kind of rendered it in. Which one's first? I think this is second, right? Okay. It looks pretty cool, Gabriel. What can I say here? Well, let's look at the original, because like trying to figure out the logic of the drawing. So okay, in here now I get it. Okay, so this is the rock that it's on, and this is the water. That's the far shore. So, and this is the near shore. Okay, so generally the things that are closest to us in a drawing should be in focus and darker than anything else if we're just using black and white pencil. Generally, for if you're trying to draw like in a photorealistic style with drawing. As I've talked about endlessly tonight for the past 7 hours, you can certainly mix up the rules and you don't have to play by the rules at all. But I imagine most people want to know what these rules are. So in that sense, this rock here should be one of the darker things on here. Like another thing that we can do, let's say if you squint your eyes and look at something, it's going to reduce the amount of detail. That helps. Another tool we can use that you probably have on your computer is we can do this. We can reduce the saturation and turn it into a black and white picture. And that might help as well. So look at how when I do that, look at what becomes some of the darkest areas. Well, certainly on the building, that becomes dark. Shadows on the building, that becomes dark. Even this rock, which is fairly light when we looked at it before, right? It was kind of a lighter gray, but it is kind of, in many places, darker than the water itself. You know, obviously that dark part, whatever those are, growing on the side of the rock, that's dark. But a lot of the rest of it is also kind of darker than the water itself. Now we have this farther shore is also pretty dark, and same as this one. But this one is also has more detail. It's dark, but it's got more detail than this one. This one might be a little bit darker, but it lacks a lot of detail. And then as we go further back, it becomes lighter and lighter and lighter. All right, so that's why color can kind of trick us. So if you're drawing from a photograph in black and white, maybe use the tools on your computer to turn it into black and white. That's going to help you with the drawing process. So in this drawing, like, we want everything here to be darker than really anything else. This is going to be the darkest stuff. So you've done a good job with these dark outlines. Different teachers will tell you different things about outlines. Maybe you shouldn't have them. I probably would also have included a bit of the water at the bottom here as part of the composition, because it becomes a little bit unclear as to what is going on here. Like, is this, if you told me this was a picture of a house that's on the top of a mountain peak, I'd say, oh yeah, that's what a cool drawing. Wow, I can see the clouds all over the place. It must be really high up. So, but that's not the case. This is, you know, a rock that's jutting out of the ocean. And so in order to make it look like it's in the middle of the ocean, we need to surround it with water. So by having your drawing just this rock go off the bottom of the page, it robs that rock of appearing to be coming out of nowhere. Because for all we know, there's maybe this is just a rock on the edge of the shore, and we can walk straight out there. So we need water to surround that. We need to define this rock a little bit more, maybe add a bit more detail into this bush off on the side, which is one of the darkest things in this picture as well. You know, this area is also quite dark, but I would have done like what you've done here, is make it dark, but maybe not as dark as it actually is, because photographs don't necessarily work the way our eyes work. So sometimes you got to do it wrong to make it look right. I think you've done an exceptional job for where we're at right now, but now knowing a little bit of the things I've just said, I think we could do an even better job of this. I'm really excited to see where this goes. Ram just says, I joined to thank you because I was learning graphic design and understood that drawing is like the first principle for any kind of art and design, and right now I'm watching your beginner drawing course. That is awesome. Yeah, I guarantee you it's going to really help with your graphic design. If you know how to draw better, then everything else is going to make your life so much easier. You know, if you understand those basic principles, even if you're doing logo design on the computer, oh man, it's also going to make it a lot easier to sketch those things out on a napkin in a restaurant when you don't have your computer with you. And Newell says, I have been learning basics of drawing from your videos of 2019. They have been so good, and thanks for the playlist. It helps so much. Thank you, my friend. That's so good to hear. Awesome. Yeah, lots of love. That is cool. Yeah, I'm glad that those videos are still helping people out there. That's why I recorded them, and that's why I've left them up there, because people seem to find them helpful, right? Okay. Where am I going to next? Well, let's look at another. I was just talking about drawing on a tablet here. This is Philip. I started drawing a few months back following Michael's class, and he has been directly responsible for this artistic journey of mine. Wow. I initially started drawing on black and white paper, but recently switched to digital art and color. Wow. Goodness. So you just started drawing a few months back, and this is what we're up to now? Whoa. I mean, I'd like to take all the credit for this progress, but I think you've been working pretty hard to get to where you're at. I don't know if this is an image right out of your imagination or based on something, but it is pretty cool. What can I offer here in terms of advice? I don't know. I don't know if I got lots to offer. I mean, everything I would say would just be really nitpicky. I mean, I suppose, like, so for instance, what's going on in this room in that we have light on this side that is casting a shadow onto this form, and there's that shadow there, and it's dark over here. I don't know. Maybe there is a lamp there. Maybe there's a ghost that glows yellow that's hiding in here. I have no idea. Not that there has to be an answer, but I just want you to become aware of the scenario you're illustrating for us, because it suggests something's over here that's not over here, some light source over there. And that might very well be. Maybe there is just an extra candle there. I mean, it makes sense that you've done it that way. I could also see you putting some light on here, and that this thing, this glowing tree thing, is illuminating the room, and then I would remove this shadow there. The shadow would be mostly kind of, there'd be a little shadow just attached to the bottom here as the light is cascading down, and we would remove that shadow from here, and really a lot of this shape would be kind of darker, and we'd have maybe more of light cascading outward. The inside of this mushroom house would be quite light inside as well, and it would just probably get a little bit darker towards the bottom, and the top would be lighter. So you'd almost sort of invert this gradient from going from light to dark to going from light to dark downward, if that makes any sense. Rom says, I'm actually a logo designer. Do you have any more tips for me on logo design? I would... Well, you know, just like what we were doing here when we're doing these master studies, is look at some of the great, like, logo designers, graphic artists, illustrators throughout history, and copy some of their work. Literally scan them into the computer and draw over top of them, print them out and trace over top of them, color them in. You want that work to just be absorbed into your body. So the more and more you do that, the more you start kind of figuring out, you know, the unseen world that they saw, that they used to create their work. Yeah, I don't know if that would be the main thing. Just looking at lots of logo design, like doing what you're doing, researching things online, like listening to, I haven't even looked into it, but I imagine there's a whole world here on YouTube where you have graphic designers, illustrators, logo designers who talk about logo design theory and concepts, and who would give you infinite amount of information, because I teach at a university, and half of the faculty are in design, graphic arts, illustration, industrial design, like they design phones and watches and all sorts of crazy things. And so but they went to school for just as long, maybe longer than I did, to learn about their craft. So I don't know how much I can offer beyond a fine artist perspective on design, logo design. I have to think about it. But it certainly wouldn't hurt, learning how to draw and being able to be as expressive as possible. And then you can always dial that stuff back for more conservative logo designs. I mean, some companies want, if you're designing a logo for a bank, there's certain expectations. They want it to look official, right? Serious. But if you're designing a logo for a skateboard company or a bubblegum company or a toy company, they want something playful and silly and fun. And assuming you want to be able to do designs like that for lots of different clients, then you might want to have a really broad range of skills and abilities, because otherwise, if you might only be able to design logos for banks, right? And there's not a lot of banks that want new logos all the time, right? So Rom says, the book Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain is really helping me out in logo design. Interesting. So that book, I talk about that book all the time. I talk about it in my drawing course. And it's interesting you say it, because that book is mostly about just helping people get drawing to begin with, right? It's got a lot of exercises that are about liberating your mind from telling you that you can't make art or you can't draw at all. And so her book is all about like how to introduce a little bit more wildness and playfulness into your art and be more forgiving of mistakes and things like that. Arm says, yeah, I'm missing out on that playful type of logo. Yeah, so looking at as many different logos as possible. There's every year there's awards for logo design. I don't know. Well, let's just take a quick look. Logo Design Awards 2024. All right, so I mean, look at all I just looked up, and there's in-house design. I mean, there's looks like there's 10 different logo design competitions right there. I don't think these are the best logos of the year. This is some I don't know, why is there just 2021, 2026? But you could look at these and just scroll through, like, so this is all Canadian awards. So yeah, anyway, you can see here's the, I don't know if that's the logo they designed, but so what I would do is I would try to gobble up as much of those logos, become as super familiar with them as you possibly can, and so that you know what's already out there, and steal from every company and idea as possible, so that you've got as many different possible tools in your back pocket. Evans, I haven't left this place here since it's been 7 hours. I've been in the same place talking for 7 straight hours. Real quick, Rom says you could simply say that everybody are going minimal, which is good for recognizability, but I feel it's becoming a mediocrity. Well, logo designs, there is a trend towards simplification in logos over the past 5 or 6 years. A lot of that is due to the apps on our phones, and companies want something that is very recognizable, that's very small and recognizable, that can be reduced almost to an infinitesimally small size and still be recognizable as the McDonald's logo or the MasterCard credit card logo, etc. But that doesn't mean it's always going to be like that. These are just trends that they come and go, and 5 years from now, it's going to be the opposite probably. So don't hitch your wagon to any one thing, because before you know it, it'll change course. Okay, so Evan here, a little under 3 months and occasionally following along with the COVID art classes. Art Insta is for keeping up with my progress from day one. Cool. So I guess this is the only one you've posted. But you're occasionally doing the art classes. Okay, well, yeah. If you want to get better, then doing the classes is going to help. I don't know what else to say. But this is pretty good. I love this elephant here and the broken tusk. That's pretty wild. I want to know the story behind that. Cool. Great. Well, if you post more things to the Facebook group, there's more for me to talk about and help you with. Until then, that's all I can really offer here. Here's Debbie says, this was done with charcoal. That's... what? Why is it kind of bleeding out like that then? Oh, I see. Maybe it looks like you traced it out with pencil, and then you used charcoal to fill it in, and where the charcoal's kind of smudged outside of the lines. That's what I think is happening here. Okay. Well, I think it looks cool. I think I can see why you would use charcoal, because charcoal is really dark. So you get that really deep black that would give you those strong shadows. The one thing is charcoal is also unstable. It smudges and smears very easily. And so while you might start with these nice sharp lines, as you draw that charcoal powder starts to kind of blow around, and you get these kind of smudged edges, which I could imagine being a little bit frustrating. So I would suggest, if you're to do something like this again, is to consider using something like India ink. So India ink is just the generic name for like a really dark black ink. There's Sumi ink that people often use. Does anybody? But at least here in North America, you hear people talk about India ink. I'm not sure what the history of India ink. Why do we call it India ink? It's probably because it comes from India. Okay, the process of what is known as India ink was originally from China, just like pretty much everything else that's good about art history. A lot of it comes from Asia originally, or Africa too, right? Modern art, some might say, is just a cultural appropriation of African art. That's a whole other conversation we could have. But if you did this on a kind of a thick watercolor paper, you drew it out and then used a brush with India ink or Sumi ink, really dark ink like that, you'd be able to get a little bit sharper lines, and you wouldn't have those kinds of little smudges that are occurring. I mean, not that this is bad or anything, I think it's great, but look, I can even see some of that happening up here, and I bet you that caused you some frustration. It wouldn't surprise me too if you accidentally got a few thumbprints here and there, and that you spent hours trying to erase it, and then maybe got some white paint out to try to paint them out. I think India ink, Sumi ink, that's your solution. Okay, so Aznul, I think this is an original image that you found, and this is your drawing of it, if I recall. This is my first attempt at drawing a building. I just started Michael's class, and I'm having a lot of fun. That's cool. Oh, and I just want to shout out here, Enigma says, I'm new here, sending love from Bangladesh. Oh, that's so cool. Hi, Enigma, that's awesome. That's so cool. I love it. I love that there's people around the world that find this helpful. Probably more than anything is the thing that blows my mind, to get messages from people in India and Bangladesh, Japan, Europe, Africa, yeah, this is South America, Brazil. There's a lot of people from Brazil and Argentina that watch these. Okay, anyway, Asnul here. What can I say? What can I offer here? I mean, this is a really nice drawing that someone did and posted online and you used as reference. And I think you've done a pretty good job of replicating that image here. Obviously, there's differences, like the ones in color. Obviously, yours is not. But, you know, all the main things are here. I even like how you've made a few changes, right? Like, look at these doors here, and yours says fresh. Right, and there's, you know, this door that's wide open here. That's really, well, I guess, well, I don't know, is that an open door? I don't know what's going on there on the right. I think in the original, these doors slide open left to right, and so you walk right through the middle. Here's, though, you've got this little door, that's really the darkest part, and we can walk in through that side. I kind of like that. And there's also a bit of a mysterious quality as to, like, what's in behind this dark door? Like, if this was 7-Eleven, it probably wouldn't be so dark in there. You know, those convenience stores often have really, really bright lights to help discourage people from stealing in there. So why is it so bright in there? Looks great. Angel. Whoa, okay, pastel. That's cool. This reminds me of self-portrait album. So this is a record album by the artist Bob Dylan. I thought it looked closer to that. Your style looks a little bit different. Never mind. But that album, Bob Dylan, he painted it himself. Bob Dylan also has done sculptures more recently. A very interesting character. I like this. I like these faces all crowded, overlapping one another. Very cool. Angel. Wow, okay. What are we looking at here? Jellyfish. Cool drawing. It feels like it's done kind of quickly, and there's a lot of spontaneity and energy in here. I love it. I can see that these kind of little zigzags in the water, we see a bunch of these. So that tells me that, how quickly you're drawing here, right? It feels more like a little sketch. If this was a drawing you wanted to spend more time on, you probably wouldn't draw little kind of dashes like that. You'd maybe go and place those lines a little bit more deliberately and a little more carefully. But there's nothing wrong with a fast drawing that's done well. Oh, okay, I think I gotta sit back. My back is starting to kill me sitting forward, so I gotta recline a little bit here. Oof. Okay, we're on the home stretch here. I think I got about another 20 minutes before we wrap up here. Roblox says, hello, what is pure colors? I don't know. Did I just use that word, pure colors? What are pure colors? Where did you hear somebody talking about pure color? I don't know what that means. I mean, hopefully I did say that, but you might hear someone talk about pure pigment. Somebody might use that interchangeably with pure color. Pure pigment is, so when you get paint or pencil crayons, at its basis, all paint and pencil crayons, shirts, it's all pigment. And there's lots of different ways you can get pigment. It can be from grape juice. It can be from crushed up bugs. It can be from crushed up rocks. But generally pigment comes in a powdered form, or it's distilled into a powdered form anyway, and then you mix it with something to get it to stick to something. So you can mix pigment, that pure pigment, which I think maybe is what you're thinking about. Somebody might have said pure color. Some people might call pigment and color the same thing, even though they're wrong. But so you could take that pure pigment and mix it with essentially white glue, and that makes acrylic paint. You could mix pure pigment with linseed oil, and that makes oil paint. You could mix pure pigment with some sort of a wax and make a candle. You could mix pure pigment with, I think you get what I'm saying, right? You can mix it with all sorts of things. You can mix it with eggs. You could mix, it could be mixed into lipstick. You could take that pure pigment, mix it into like hot water, and then put a white t-shirt into it, and then you've got a blue t-shirt or whatever color pigment you put in there. That's how they dye fabric. Okay, so let's look at Alex's work here. So Alex has done a bunch of portraits. He's really been up in the game in terms of doing better portraits. So here's a picture. Oh, sorry, Roblox says, thank you. So pure color is like the original color, like blue, red, yellow, and not the mixed kind. You're thinking of primary colors, I think. This is a big conversation, but you can find pure green pigment. You can find pure brown pigment. You can find pure orange pigment, pure purple. You can find pure black pigment, pure white pigment. You can find every single color you can see. You can find more or less a pure version of that pigment exists somewhere, especially if it's organic. You can find it in your backyard somewhere. I think if you're talking about primary colors, that's something else entirely different, right? Like, because you're talking about mixed color, so you're saying pure. So yeah, no, pure. There's no such thing as like a pure blue or pure yellow or pure red, or these so-called primary colors don't really exist. If you've watched my painting classes, you know, there's no such thing as the one blue color you should buy in order to make a painting, right? So no, pure pigment, pure color has nothing to do with blue, red, or yellow, not at all. And green is not less pure than yellow, even though you can make green with blue and yellow. But that doesn't mean green is that because you can make green. You can just go out and find some trees and grind, or leaves, and grind them into green powder and paint with green if you want. It just so happens that in painting we can take yellow and blue paint, mix them together to make green, but green is not less pure than blue or yellow. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's my 2-minute version of explaining a concept that people spend their whole lives trying to unpack. Okay, so let's get back here. So Alex here has been drawing portraits of friends and people from his community. And so here's a photograph, and there's the drawing that he made. Love it. In fact, let's go. We got lots of these, so let's scroll through them. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's go. I think I gotta go the other way. Okay. So there's the rock, and there's your drawing of the rock. Okay. Here's Eminem, and here's your drawing of Eminem. Different stages. There's Will Smith, and there's your drawing of Will Smith. There's Mr. Bean, and you're drawing Mr. Bean. There's Jackie Chan, and there's your sketch. Ooh, that's great. Wow, that's amazing. There's Mike Tyson, your drawing of Mike Tyson. There's Morgan Freeman. And there's your drawing. Oh, wow. Cool. I'm not sure who this is, but there's your sketch and the resulting artwork. There is, oh, what's his name? Kevin Hart. There's your drawing of Kevin Hart. I love that. That's funny. Who's this fellow? I don't know who that is. I don't know who this is. There's your drawing of them. I said there's your friend. And there's where we get to. These are great. And they're getting better and better and better. I remember when you used to send some of these in, and there was, you know, they had some proportions that were a little bit off. And I think as you've been doing this over, I mean, I don't know, it's only been maybe about a year or so since you've been uploading to the Facebook group. And to see the progression here, that's great. Like, I think really, okay, so you got Mr. Bean. All right, that's really funny. In fact, that's wild. The way that you drew the jacket here, and your decision to put those little dots, those little spots on there, that is a really interesting creative choice. I like that. You know, this the part in the hair, that white there. You know, it's a little bit there. I don't know if it needs to be quite so white, but it is pretty wild. There's a lot of really wild creative decisions you're making that I love, that I really want to encourage here. Right, so here's Jackie Chan, and that's your drawing you started out with. That's pretty impeccable. So how did you Let's see if I could find any clues as to how you did this. It looks like you're plotting it out, maybe with like a compass or something, because I can see some of these marks in there. I mean, well, it doesn't look like you traced it. I don't know, however, whatever you're doing to get better, it's working. It's working big time. Wow. And this is, you know, what's also really nice to see is how, like, you're darkening the face like this. Because a lot of people, when they do a drawing, let's say of Jackie Chan, just like this, what they'll do is they'll make a drawing just like this, and they'll just darken the hair, darken the eyes, maybe the lips, and it's done. And what I like seeing here is that you've actually darkened the skin. Now, Jackie Chan doesn't have particularly dark skin, but when we look at his skin color compared to the white of this background, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, he's not a ghost. He's not painted in white. He's got skin like all of us. All of us have skin of various different shades of brown. And I love that that's something you noticed and you picked up on, is darkening his skin color. I would say maybe you don't need to go quite so dark here. I think but I like the instinct though. That's one of the, I tell you, that's one of the hardest things to teach people to do, because most people don't want to go that dark. And so that's really cool. Or a lot of people are afraid to go that dark, because a lot of times people are afraid that if I draw the skin dark like that, then I won't be able to fix it. It's sort of like I'm crossing too far across the bridge, and I'm making too big of a commitment, and I always want to be able to keep one foot on one shore, so I'm just going to hedge myself across. And eventually, at some point, if you're going to cross that river, one foot is going to have to come off one shore to get the whole body to the other side. And most people are too afraid to take both feet off the shore. And here, what I love is you have just leaped in the air and are leaping to the other side of that river. That is something that I can't tell you how much frustration as a teacher I have when people refuse to do what you've done here over and over again. Yeah, these are great. I mean, I think, yes, there are some, you know, let's say with Mike Tyson here, some differences. But there are, and this is something that can take years to kind of to get better at. I think, you know, one thing that might help, I like what you're doing. You may want to just get some like tracing paper, right? So let's just show tracing paper or wax paper, right? You can buy this kind of stuff. If you can't find that, just look for wax paper. That should be more commonly available. Like people wrap food and people put it on trays when they're cooking cookies and things like that. Anyway, you can take that paper and use it for drawing. Wax paper drawing. So just what I'm trying to do is see if I can find how people are using it. So what you can do is you could take a photograph or just take that wax paper, put it on your phone or a computer screen, TV screen, and trace over an image. And I know people are immediately going to say, aren't you, doesn't that mean you're cheating? Whatever. I have no time for people who are so close-minded about things like this. Artists will use whatever technique they can to get the artwork done. And anyway, if you do that, you're going to start with a drawing that is going to resemble more closely to the person that you want to draw, and then you can focus rather than on like the proportions and everything, but instead on shading, putting the shadows on that person's face. And then you can do that for a little while. Just do exactly what I was saying. Just, and if you want to think of it as cheating, then cheat for a little while. And trace and shade in a bunch of pictures, like for a month. Do that. So you really start, because then you trace it out, and then take that tracing. You still got the original, and just try to add the darker areas where you're adding the darker areas. Like kind of like what you've done here with Jackie Chan. I think this is I think your best drawing so far. And then you'll get better at those light and dark areas of an image. The other thing I would say to do would be to take a photograph, either work from black and white photographs or take color photographs. I mentioned this earlier today, but just convert it to black and white. You know, here's your saturation slider, right? And just slide it to one side to go black and white. And once you've got it like that, that's going to also make it a lot easier to draw that person's face. Because if you're trying to draw it in color, that's hard to do. It's hard to take a full color image and transform it into black and white. So that's great. Okay. What do I want to share next? Okay. So this is pretty cool. I'm trying to remember who did this. It's somebody in our group. I think this is now their business, but they posted to the Facebook group under their business name, but I can't remember who it was who was doing this as, you know, just began as kind of a fun thing with amongst their friends, and it's grown into like a big deal. And so it's these drawing classes and public gatherings. It's sort of like now it's become public gatherings that just so happens to offer people an opportunity to draw and be expressive. And I love these. Like, this is, I would love to be doing what I'm doing right now, sitting on that beach. Maybe we can collaborate somehow. I can come out there and work with you for a bit, because this is like paradise. The idea of sitting on the beach and drawing with friends, oh my goodness. This looks so cool. I love how you've really taken this concept and run with it. Now you got people playing music, maybe reading poetry, singing. Just gorgeous. What a cool thing. So that really inspires me here to seeing what you're doing here. Again, I can't remember your name. I think maybe Mauritius was maybe your last name. I can't remember. Anyway, there's too many names in this little brain of mine to manage. My apologies to everyone whose names I forget. I was gonna show something else here next. Where is it? Okay. So we got one more artist to look at. So Niha, he's okay. So let's. Where are we? I think. Where should we start? So it also did the drawing course and has done a bunch of these artworks based on the lessons in the drawing course. Love all of this. Learning about portraiture and drawing faces. Beautiful. This is what a blast for a past. This is, you know, I started doing these drawing courses during when the COVID pandemic hit, and one of the things that everybody had a lot of or wanted lots of was toilet paper. That seemed to be like worth gold back 4 or 5 years ago. So I remember doing this drawing of toilet paper, showing people how to use a grid to draw it. And these portraits, Rolling Stones logo, the Thinker, perspective. I think this is an Edvard Munch painting, and Julie Doucet. These are awesome. I don't know if I have any advice on there, Nia, to give, but I am super pumped at the way that these turned out. Now I have one more thing of yours I want to show here, but I do just as we're going to start to wrap up, I do just want to remind people to subscribe, to hit the notification bell, to hit the like button if you found this video or anything else that we've been doing useful, interesting, funny, that consider subscribing to the channel and perhaps even leaving a donation. Everything you're seeing, like the lights, the camera, the microphone, probably even this caffeine-free Diet Coke that I'm drinking, has all been provided from your donations. Your support means a lot to me. Being able to teach people around the world, and not just here in the city of Vancouver in which I live, would not be possible if it wasn't for the support of people like yourselves. So you can use that PayPal link. It'll take you to this page where you can donate to support the channel. You can also donate via email. You can send me an email with an e-transfer, or if you want to send a letter in the mail or a package or a check, etc., contact me via my email. It's on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are all down there below. You can use the super chat when we're live. And of course, once again, consider joining the Facebook group, uploading your artwork to the Facebook group. So in the next feedback episode we do, which will be about a month and change from now, you can participate in that. Oops, whoop. That's real. That's what the Facebook group kind of looks like if you haven't joined it before. Okay, so last but not least, I want to share with you this, which I think is so awesome. I'm not going to play the video for you here, but you could certainly probably copy and paste this into YouTube. But Nia has taken some of the things that we've done in class, which was to do these short 1-minute drawings that I shared, and has been using it in their classroom with little kids. This is so cool. So I just took a bunch of screenshots from these videos to show you. Get students to come up to the front of the classroom and pose while the other students frantically try to draw them. And they draw them in little stick figures, and it is so cool. I love this so much. Like, I wish when I was in elementary school, we had a teacher like Nia who was sharing drawing techniques like this with me. Most of the stuff I learned about drawing came from my own persistence when I was a kid. I didn't have teachers like this that were so open-minded, right? I just think this is adorable and beautiful and super educational. And to be able to make art education or any education fun for kids deserves the highest award I think humans can bestow upon one another. That's why I'm leaving it for last, because this is something I believe in big time. I think the more children, young people learn creative ways to express their feelings, thoughts, and emotions, the safer our communities will be in, the happier and more positive people will raise as human beings and societies. I think what Nia's doing here is again, this deserves some sort of award as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. These kids probably just think it's really fun and silly, and it is fun and silly. But it's also a great learning experience. Like, they're all learning about how to draw people, and they're learning how quickly they can draw people, which is also really important because that builds confidence, self-confidence. A lot of times kids if there's nothing that they feel like they can do very well, that's like a horrible feeling to have. Whereas just giving them a little thing like, you can draw stick figures. Don't tell me you can't draw stick figures. I saw you on Friday drawing awesome stick figures. That is just one little thing that kid can grab onto that makes them feel like they can do something with themselves, that they can maybe rise above maybe the problems they might have at home or in their community. And it's giving somebody a little bit of hope. And I think we need more teachers like Neha who can bring this kind of thing into their classroom, whether it be here in Vancouver, in Canada, the United States, North America, or anywhere else in the world. So when I saw these, it almost brought me to tears, because I was thinking, this is really powerful stuff, right? And just seeing like the video that you posted here, or sent to me as a message, when I saw it, like the smiles on these kids' faces as they're doing these things, is so cool. Wow. And these are little, I mean, I don't know, I can't remember, you said they maybe fifth graders. So that's like 7-8-year-old kids. I have a 5-year-old daughter right now, so she's not, so no, it's grade 5. How is grade 5? That's actually like 10, 12 years old? No. I can never wrap my brain around as what age students are when they're in grade 1. Anyway, so I'm 5. So she would be about 9 years, 10 years old, I think, is grade 5, somewhere around there. So about twice as old as my own daughter, but that's cool. And these kids just look like this is the happiest part of their day, doing stuff like this. Like, this is great, right? They're just like the smiles on their faces while they're posing for each other, coming up with creative things to do for other people to draw them really quickly. I don't know what else to say here, except yeah, that's awesome. Really, really cool. Okay. Thank you everyone for painting along today, but for watching and supporting each other, offering positive, supportive comments to everyone who's had the courage to share their work with us today. I want everyone to have a wonderful evening, morning, noon, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. Just know that anytime you're making art, sharing art, talking about art, and I think of art as broad as music and dance and singing in the shower, you're making the world a better place. You're offering an alternative to all the negativity in the world. And there's a lot of it at the moment. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys in the next episode. Have a great night. Bye-bye.